2009 was truly the year that Fred reached somewhat of a peak in popularity, perhaps due partially to his appearances on Nickelodeon and the Disney Channel. As one example, a study I managed to find from the end of this year analyzing the top searches done by children found that Fred was the 24th most searched topic for boys and the 18th most searched topic for girls, staying ahead of Wikipedia, Webkinz, Selena Gomez, and porn. And in 2009, that popularity was recognized in two major ways. The first being the release of a lot of Fred merchandise. So, for this project, I actually got my hands on as much Fred merchandise as I possibly could, because I was trying really hard to get into the mindset of, like, a Fred fan in 2009 that was obsessed with the character and wanted to have everything related to him. And I was curious, like, what aspects of the Fred brand would they try and market to kids in, like, a material product? And just generally, I find these cultural artifacts to be really fascinating. First of all, I have a bunch of Fred pins. Now, these are all pretty cool, but this is the one that I was the most happy to get my hands on. Okay, so from what I understand, this is probably one of the first pieces of Fred merchandise. This is a Figglehorn 08 pin. It's Fred on a pin with an American flag, and he's doing the Nixon thing. And this is in reference to the storyline from 2008 where Fred runs for class president. And he actually wears this pin in the video, and it's my understanding that you could order these on the Fred website. And I don't know, I just think this is a magical, weird artifact to have around. You know, people come over and I'm like, do you know what I gotta show you? This Fred Figglehorn for President 2008 pin. I also got these Fred wristbands for when your wrists are all sweaty. I got some Fred playing cards. I got a Fred keychain. I got a Fred talking pen. And I got the Fred board game. Now this is an interesting thing to me. I feel like we should stop and talk about this for a little bit. According to what I understand, this is basically like Candyland, but all the spots are Fred quotes. I mean, imagine going to a party in 2009 and the kids are having a fight over who gets to be blue shirt Fred and who gets to be red shirt Fred, or even the rarely seen green shirt Fred and pink shirt Fred. Oh my god, I'm reading through the rules. To win the game, you have to answer Fred trivia. Question, what does Fred tell Judy on April Fool's Day? Answer, her dog got run over. Question, where does Fred's father live? Answer, the state penitentiary. So not only do you have to approach this game with a knowledge of Fred lore, but you can't be tainted by the later Fred retcons, or else some of your answers are gonna be wrong. I bought these off some like shady website. I initially thought they were like stress balls, but I think they're noisemakers, but they don't make noise anymore. On the front of these is like always a picture of Fred's face, and then on the back is like one of his many catchphrases from the early days. So this one says, "Don't be sour." This one says, "What's up, homie G?" which was Fred's catchphrase for when he was trying to sound black. And this one says, "No offense." And I love this one because you would never guess this design is supposed to be Fred. You would always presume that it's supposed to be like Shane Dawson or Leafy or something. Then of course we got the joke books. If I don't mention these, people are gonna bring up that I didn't show the joke books, but they're kind of later in the timeline. And what I like about these is they show how clearly, by the end, Lucas did not look like Fred at all. Like, he just didn't look like Fred. But the piece de resistance of Fred collectibles were, of course, the Fred plushies. Now, these were put out in about 2009, and they were basically the first YouTuber plushies, which obviously that's like an overstated thing now, like everyone has a plushie these days, but I mean, back in 2009, that was a big deal, and these were released in places like Target. Now, I believe there were about 4 of these released in total, but I only have 3. The normal red shirt Fred kind of slipped through my fingers, but on that note, let's go ahead and talk about the ones that I do have, and kind of what they are. First of all, we have the blue shirt toothbrush Fred. This is a reference to the episode where he brushes his teeth right before he goes to the dentist. Next, we have a pool party Fred. This is a reference to the episode where he builds a little pool in his backyard and goes swimming in it. This is probably one of the better ones to get, just because it's instantly recognizable what this is supposed to be. And then this is the straitjacket Fred. This is the first one I bought. This is not a reference to any specific Fred video from the time, but it kind of represents like the vague cultural idea of what Fred was supposed to be. And I think that's interesting. And what I love about it is there's no Fred on his shirt. So when you look at this without like the branding, you have no idea what this is supposed to be. So if someone sees this in your house and asks, "Hey, what is this?" you can make up a lie. Now these are supposed to be talking dolls, so there's supposed to be a thing in the hand that when you press it, it makes a noise or says something or something like that. But I mean, sadly the batteries in these are pretty old, so it's kind of like holy shit.
My mom got really mad at me yesterday because I was bored, so I ate all the dirt out of the vacuum cleaner.
The other notable thing that happened in 2009 was that Nick officially started to treat Fred as part of the Nickelodeon brand.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred.
Sometimes when you write a script, there will be something that's funny, and so you'll put it in there. But when you have to edit it, when you have to see it 500 times a day, it really stops being charming after you've seen it too many times. That clip is not one of those things. Every time I see that clip, even when I'm editing, I just start giggling because it's so fun. It's so funny.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred.
After Fred was canceled, very shockingly to me, Lucas was given a second chance. And that chance came in November 2012 with the premiere of his brand new show, Marvin Marvin. My theory about how they came up with the pitch for this show has always been that someone was like looking at a photo of Lucas in character as Nickelodeon Fred, and they kind of went, what if we make a Mork and Mindy knockoff? Originally, I was going to stop at this point and break down everything you could possibly need to know about Marvin Marvin. I mean, on the same level that I would a Fred property. I was going to talk about every episode, every weird joke, every odd moment, every character, every story beat, everything you could possibly need to know. But look, you're tired, I'm tired. I mean, the bell rang 2.5 hours ago, and I'm still sitting here talking despite that. So instead, I'm going to give kind of a quick run through of this show that I promise isn't going to be as long as the last segment, because honestly, I do not have that much to say about this show.
Good morning, large-torsoed paternal humanoid.
Hey, Marvin, you can just call me Dad.
Dad Bob, I have nothing to do all day, so if you get home early, can you tell Mom Liz we're going to the library and then just take me to a movie again?
That was supposed to be our little secret.
Oh, if you're going to whisper, please speak to my hearing organs. They're located in what you humans refer to as the butt.
Here's what you mainly need to know about Marvin Marvin. It's derivative. It's derivative of Fred, it's derivative of the presentation of sitcoms in general, and most importantly, it's derivative of aliens living on Earth shows. This used to be a really big thing. Mork and Mindy started in the late 70s, Alf was a huge deal in the 90s, but when American Dad came out and basically acted as a satire of the genre, I think it generally stopped working to play it totally straight. Anyways, I'll let Marvin explain his story on his own.
This is my home planet Quinton. These are the Clerg. They hate Quinton. To protect me, my parents sent me away while they stayed to fight the Clerg. Eat it, Clerg!
Riveting storytelling! Marvin landed on Earth, he disguised himself as a human, and then he met a group of humans willing to take him in while his planet was being occupied. He spends the whole show trying to fit in and trying to make sure that his cloaking technology doesn't fail him, or else he'll turn into a Spore character. Hijinks ensue.
And on the next all-new Marvin Marvin, his ability to talk to animals goes too far.
What? Are you neighing what I think you're neighing?
Horse in the house? Respect.
I think the biggest failing of this series is that it didn't play into Lucas's talents as an actor. He had proven by this point that he could do more than just one bit, play more than one role, but Marvin Foreman is just Fred without the voice being pitch shifted. Even the costume is bad. When you look at this, you don't think, oh, I wonder who this new Lucas character is. You go, oh, they redesigned Fred's outfit again. Maybe the problem is that I'm coming into this show off of something that was always going to be much better, but just how they film it is even boring. I think there is something special about actually building a real room and filming people inside it, and going back to the old multicam soundstage right after that is just a bore. So, what kind of things does Marvin get up to? Well, he initially lives exclusively at home with his new parents before he begins attending high school. He often struggles with bullies, fitting in and doing normal human things, like keeping a job. But in order to keep his double life and to live the best of both worlds, Marvin must keep his secret secure, only telling it to a few people throughout the show's run.
Come on, I'm not that weird looking. Now that hurt my feelings.
Meanwhile, the regular kids of Marvin's foster family also go to the same school. In the pilot episode, his human sister is trying to run for class president.
If I don't win this election, then I won't be able to prove that I'm a leader. And if I don't prove I'm a leader, I will never become editor of the school paper.
Right, and if you don't become editor, then you won't get into journalism school and become a famous news anchor.
Right, and if I don't become a famous news anchor, I will never be able to get into a party with the cast of Twilight. So winning this election is the only way for us to meet hot vampires and werewolves!
Okay, so do you see how that clip could literally have been from any show in that specific decade? Like, maybe I'm lying to you right now. Maybe this character isn't from Marvin Marvin. Maybe it's a completely different sitcom that I'm just editing into the show. How would you know?
Marvin, you need to go home right now.
I can't leave. I love it here. I had gym last period, and we all put on shorts, and then everyone threw basketballs at me while the teacher filmed it on his cell phone. And now I'm the star of an internet video.
So in the first episode, Marvin goes to high school trying to prove to his foster parents that he fits in enough to go there all the time. However, he doesn't fit in at all, before he realizes that this is actually what makes him truly normal as a human teenager.
Stop! Marvin is getting beat up just because he's different. But different's not bad. Yeah. Different is awesome.
In the various stories, we learn all about Marvin's unique alien quirks that set him apart from humans. His ability to regurgitate cereal and milk, the gases that make him float when he feels joy, the alien snot that flies from his nose when he feels anger, the fact that his ears are where the human asshole is located, and the ability to cool and heat his finger, leading to situations like Grandpa getting his tongue stuck after sucking on Marvin's finger. Outside of the pilot, perhaps the most interesting episode of Marvin Marvin is the finale, which was, strangely, a crossover with another Nickelodeon show about a particularly famous band.
Marvin is in danger. Big Time Rush are probably torturing him right now.
Yes, the season finale to Marvin Marvin is a bona fide canon crossover with the show Big Time Rush, which means that Marvin Marvin is set in the same shared universe as SpongeBob SquarePants. Because Patchy appears in Big Time Rush, and in most Patchy media, he exists in kind of a meta-universe where SpongeBob is a TV show, but also a real thing happening concurrently by complete coincidence. So in this episode, the cast of Big Time Rush appear as if it's really the band, but we find out it's actually a group of Clerg, who disguise themselves as the famous band in order to try and find the Clutonians hiding on Earth.
Fellow Clerg, have you made any progress in your mission to find the Clutonian?
Not yet, but our plan to impersonate Big Time Rush will not fail.
I was really surprised to find out about this episode because despite Big Time Rush being kind of late into my childhood, I did watch it sometimes and I thought really fondly of it. But I never knew they did a crossover with this random show, probably because I didn't know that Marvin Marvin was a thing until like 4 months ago. Okay, but things get a little bit weirder. In Season 4, Episode 5 of Big Time Rush, there's a story about the gang cameoing in a children's sitcom about a robot disguised as a human. And at the end of the episode, one of them remarks, if we had a TV show, we'd never stoop to random celebrity cameos. And then they run into Lucas, thus completing the punchline. Which means that Lucas Cruikshank also exists in the same universe as Marvin Marvin. But why is he still in Hollywood in a universe where his concurrent sitcom didn't exist? Did Fred the Show last longer in the Marvin Marvin universe? If the Clerks based their disguises on real celebrities, did Marvin base his disguise on the Fred YouTube character? Would there have been a SpongeBob Marvin crossover if the show had been successful? Perhaps too many questions to answer in a segment that I promised would not be very long. Anyways, if you'd like to hear me talk about Big Time Rush more in the future, hit that subscribe button? That's pretty much going to be my response to everything. Anyways, due to a mistake, the Clerks think that Martin's human sister is a real alien, but Marvin sets things right. However, it turns out that the Clerks are allergic to helium, and Marvin sucks up a bunch and then blows it into their faces.
Marvin, that was amazing!
Yeah, that was so cool! Oh, wow, can you imagine talking like that all the time? How weird.
They teleport the real BTR back, the band thanks them for saving them from aliens, and then they return to their own show, where they'll never discuss their advanced understanding of shape-shifting space creatures ever again. Marvin finally gets to watch the concert for real, and that's the end of Lucas's last notable mainstream work. So if Fred the Show was a ratings flop, Marvin Marvin was ratings a person falling downstairs, never coming anywhere close to the true peaks of the Fred character. And so, in 2013, Lucas ended his professional relationship with Nickelodeon, and he then returned to the very place where it all started, YouTube.com. Lucas then began posting not to the Fred channel, but to a second channel he had made sometime before, titled just Lucas. There he would begin posting weekly vlogs that fit his style, finding a companion with Jennifer Veal, as they started uploading videos under the title Lucas and Jenny. Although most of these videos have since been unlisted, one Q&A video has stayed up, and it's the very one where something particularly wholesome happens when Lucas is asked a very specific question.
Drum roll, please.
So dramatic.
Are you gay?
I'm gay. This feels so weird saying it. Come on.
You seriously think that we have sleepovers on Instagram and doing face masks?
But my family and friends have known for like 3 years. I just haven't felt the need to announce it on the internet.
You're like mildly red.
I feel awkward. I feel awkward.
Don't feel awkward.
And you know, I think this is a really nice, wholesome thing. This nice little quiet moment in his life directly after he had left Nickelodeon. And I think it's a really good way to highlight how, in a lot of ways, Fred ending was actually a good thing. Because Lucas was becoming an adult. He was becoming the person that he was destined to be. And it was probably a little more than awkward to continue to impersonate this slightly exaggerated version of himself at 13. And it is a little bit funny going back and rewatching the Nickelodeon era and recognizing how often they personified Fred as this libido magnet constantly attracting the opposite sex. And the reason that they did this was probably because demographics suggested that Cruikshank was more popular with girls instead of boys. And it's also worth pointing out that a lot of these scenes have like a common theme, where Fred is supposedly this lonely romantic looking for love in any places, and yet every single time a girl will confess her feelings to him, he makes a face. Like a specific face that Fred only makes when he's being proposed to by a woman. But the biggest positive about Fred the Show failing and his relationship with Nickelodeon dying out was arguably that his worst nightmare would never be realized. Lucas would never be forced to play Fred in his 20s. However, that doesn't mean that he would never play Fred in his 20s. Because, make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, it's very easy to pretend that the story of Fred ended on August the 3rd, 2012. But this simply isn't the case. Because back on the original Fred YouTube page, something was happening, and for better or for worse, it would lead to the final Fred storyline. Okay, it's me, Camcorder Quinton again. Hey guys! So as I'm recording this, it is March 2021, and I'm recording another mini segment because I have just finished Season 1 of iCarly. I've watched every episode, I've written out my complete analysis of those episodes, and I'm now preparing to move on to season 2. And I just kind of figured it'd be fun to sit down and do a little update of sorts. Part of the appeal that I pitched at the start of this was that this whole thing was supposed to be kind of like a science experiment. I had a hypothesis, I had a theory, I wanted to see what this was going to do to me personally, emotionally, and physically. And I can honestly say that this project has done some weird stuff to my brain, and not necessarily in a good way. Recently, I've been having dreams almost exclusively as Carly Shay. You see, usually I have like anxiety nightmares, things that keep me up at night, haunt me in my sleep, and all of that is still happening. Except instead of dreaming as myself, I'm dreaming as Carly, and all of my deepest fears and anxieties are being recontextualized as things that could happen in a sitcom world to her. One weird nightmare I had a few weeks ago was that I was in an episode of iCarly, and it was like your typical sitcom shenanigans. People were running around, Spencer was doing jokes, there was a laugh track, and then someone died. I can't remember who, I think it was Gibby, but someone just died in the middle of this iCarly dream, and immediately it just stopped being a sitcom. The studio set morphed into a real room. There was no laugh tracks. It was all very serious. Spencer was a completely different person. He suddenly wanted revenge. And I was left with this sinking feeling that I was next. I was going to be the next person to die. And I just desperately wanted to get back to that sitcom world. I think a far more relevant dream I had more recently was actually about the iCarly revival, which is going to be on Paramount Plus if it doesn't go the way of Lizzie McGuire. In my dream, someone at Paramount Plus invited me to come and see the iCarly revival before anyone else. And they sat me down in a room and they showed me the pilot episode of iCarly Season 7. And I hated it. The only way I could describe what I saw in the dream is it's like if someone was planning to bring back a sitcom for the network, and they wrote the script before they knew what sitcom they were bringing back. I think that Carly had a kid, and Freddy was a cool uncle, Full House style, and I remember being angry because I had spent months of my life dedicating myself to iCarly, only to be shown a revival made by people who did not care. And thank God that can never happen in the real world. Okay, before we go any further into this, I want to go on a quick tangent rant about something that probably is only going to be interesting to me and no one else, but it's something that really bothers me, so please stick with me. So when I first started working on this, my first thought was obviously, well, I need to go out and get copies of every episode of iCarly. And I figured torrent links were probably going to be very low quality, so I thought, where's the best way to go about getting these episodes? And I presumed the best source would be the official releases, the DVDs. So I went out and tried to get copies of every DVD release of iCarly. But they tend to go for pretty high prices on eBay, so I figured the next best option was to go for Netflix DVD. Those of you who've been watching the past year probably know that I really like Netflix DVD because it's an obscure service. People don't even really know it's still a thing, but you can find some cool, obscure stuff on there for pretty cheap. And so I really like renting things from there and then sort of talking about the strange stuff you can find. So what I'd basically do for a while is get a DVD from Netflix, I'd rip it onto my laptop, and then I'd rush as fast as I could to get it back in the mail so I could get the next DVD. And I worked really hard to make sure that I could get as many of these as I could so I'd stay on track to watching every single episode of iCarly. And then they put it on fucking Netflix. So yeah, now iCarly's on Netflix, and I can go on there pretty much almost for free and watch absolutely any episode I want from the first 3 seasons. So who won during this situation? Netflix apparently, because they got money from me in 2 distinctly different ways. So what I ended up doing, just to feel like I hadn't wasted a lot of time, was I would take my laptop and I'd play the DVD copy on there, and then I'd put the Netflix copy on my TV, and I'd try and see if there were any deleted scenes, how it synced up, and all that kind of thing. And the first thing I noticed is that the copy on Netflix seems to run just a little bit fast for some reason. It's pretty typical with old sitcoms for them to speed it up by like 1% so they can fit more advertisements in, but it's kind of strange that they would do this to a show on Netflix because obviously there are no advertisements, or at least there's not supposed to be. However, the much more pressing issue that really put a wrench in my plans was a little bit more obvious, and I want to see if you guys can guess what that was. Here's the copy from my DVD, and here's the copy from Netflix. DVD, Netflix, DVD, Netflix. Are you starting to catch on? So yeah, I discovered pretty early into working on this that despite airing in 4:3, iCarly was produced and edited in 16:9. Now, to many of you younger people at home, this probably isn't a surprise. This is probably how you watch these episodes. But for me, it was a huge shock because I watched the pilot episode in 2007. I saw it air for the first time. I was a huge Miranda Cosgrove fan. I wanted to see this new show, and I had no idea it existed in widescreen because I had only experienced these episodes in twink screen. It used to be called standard definition, but that's not what it's called now. And as soon as I figured this out, I was just like so excited to get back into the show because I felt like there was this new horizon of iCarly material, these slivers at the edge of the screen that I had missed out on in the past decade because I had not been shown the full production of every single episode. However, as soon as I started to watch the show this way, I realized that watching iCarly in 16:9 kind of ruins it. There's a lot of little things that affect this, like for instance the transitions are in 4:3, which is distracting. Freddy's camera indents are in 4:3. Generally, it was made to be a 4:3 show. But the most notable thing to me is just that the cinematography does not make sense in the expanded edits. If you ever take any rudimentary film class in college or high school, probably the first thing they're going to teach you is the rule of thirds. Now, I don't want to mansplain or anything, but in case you didn't know, the rule of thirds basically states that when you're setting up a shot, you should imagine that there are 2 intersecting lines going both vertically and horizontally, cutting your shot into thirds both ways. The idea is that wherever these lines intersect should be where you place the focus of your shot. Now, this isn't a universal rule, you don't have to follow this every time, but it's just kind of like a basic setup for what you should do when you're setting up a shot. So if you sit down to watch iCarly on Netflix, you'll notice that they seem to not be following this rule at all. Characters are usually like in the middle of shot, or slightly off kilter to where they naturally should be, or sometimes they're just cut off at the edge of frame for no justifiable reason. Now, if you watch the show in 4:3, it looks great. Everything looks as it should be, important stuff lines up with the rule of thirds, but when you stretch those borders out, it just gives you additional information that you don't need. But you know, this show actually ran for a while, so I'm kind of curious if we're going to get to a point where the cropped version on the DVD looks kind of awkward, but the 16:9 version looks really good. But I suppose the only way to figure out if we're ever going to get there is to keep watching the show, which I haven't been doing for some reason. So with that, let's begin iCarly Season 2. So I don't know if it's been very clear so far, but my intentions with this miniseries, or at least with this video and this part of it specifically, is that in between every season that we review, we're going to have kind of a brief intermission. And during that intermission, we're going to talk about really anything we want. You know, tangents, weird things I noticed, things that just mainly don't fit in the core season analysis. And the reason I decided to do this was because it came to my realization that if I tell you about 97 episodes of iCarly in a row, without any breaks or any linking material or anything, by the end, it's just going to be mush to you. It's not going to mean anything. But if we take these little, calm breathers, these little breaks in between seasons, your brain is able to, compartmentalize the information that I'm giving you. And also it gives us a chance to talk about fun things that, like I said, don't really fit into the main season retrospectives that I'm doing. I'm stopping to explain all this because this tangent specifically is going to be probably the longest one I record. It is going to be almost unjustifiably long, how long we're in this room with me wearing this shirt telling you about all these different things. And the reason it's going to be so long is because I have 3 or 4 different things that I want to explain to you guys, that I want to talk about, that really only make sense before the next bundle of episodes. And that actually is our first little tangent, the first little thing I want to talk about. What the hell do we call the next 18 episodes of iCarly? Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about here. Normally, from what I understand, because I'm not a TV guy, I'm just a guy in a basement, but normally, when a network or a TV station or a streaming service are commissioning new episodes of a TV show, they will send out season orders. And what season orders are, from what I understand, is like a you owe me bundle that says, you owe me 1 season with 25 episodes. So for instance, when iCarly was first greenlit, I believe they were sent out 2 season orders, and one of them said, you owe us 1 season of 25 episodes, and you owe us 1 season of 21 episodes. So that's how that usually works, right? Here's why this all matters. Nickelodeon used to do this really weird thing, which I suppose they still might do, I have no idea. But they certainly used to do this, where if someone was in the middle of a production block on a TV show, and they suddenly decided they wanted new episodes, instead of creating a new season order, they would extend a previous season order. And that's what happened to iCarly during production of their 2nd season. I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say theoretically, they were initially working off the idea that season 2 is going to be 21 episodes. And then suddenly, a few episodes into filming, they were told, hey, make that 39. And so, this is a big stress to people working on the show, of course, because, the writers, the producers, the actors, they all have to start working overtime to, double the material they're putting out, because this season order has suddenly doubled when they didn't anticipate this. And so they produced all of those episodes with the production code that begins with the number 2, because it was supposed to be season 2. But then Nickelodeon took those episodes and kind of randomly sorted them into 2 different seasons, so they could be aired over the course of 3 years. And so there's kind of this big discrepancy over what you should call the next 18 episodes of iCarly. Because, they were produced as the end of Season 2, they aired as Season 3, they were released on DVD as Season 2 Part 3, and they're currently on Netflix as part of Season 2, because Netflix bases their episode numberings on the production codes. And obviously, this is a discrepancy that reverberates throughout the rest of the show. If Season 3 is Season 2, then Season 4 is Season 3, and Season 5 is Season 4, and Season 6 is Season 5. And furthermore, there are some fans, for a reason that I cannot understand, who think that Season 4 and Season 5 are also 1 season, which means if you follow that logic, then iCarly only has 4 seasons, and that doesn't feel right. And so I just want to say that I've noticed this discrepancy, and that I've made the personal choice to consider these next episodes Season 3 for a lot of reasons. First of all, they were aired that way. Second of all, Season 2 and Season 3 have different title sequences, so they're clearly not the same season. But third of all, Seasons 2 and 3 of iCarly span such a huge chunk of my childhood. When Season 2 started, I was in the 6th grade. When Season 3 ended, I was in the 8th grade. That's almost my whole middle school career. You're not going to tell me that's all 1 season. And I don't know, it just feels weird to put the episode where Sam and Freddy kiss and the episode where Carly and Freddy kiss in the same season, because those were totally different events. You had to wait for those 2 things. Of course, those are different seasons of the show. But anyways, the point of this intermission, believe it or not, is not for me to rant about the inconsistency of iCarly episode numberings, but instead to talk about iCarly merchandise. My other camcorder died and I forgot to pack the charger, so I had to switch to my backup. Yeah, at this point I'm gonna show off some iCarly merchandise that I bought. There's 2 main things that we're not going to be looking at. The first thing is the Happy Meal toys, because the Happy Meal toys are kind of later in the timeline, and a lot of them are based on inside jokes that we haven't talked about yet, so it doesn't really make sense for us to look and analyze the Happy Meal toys as if we understand what they mean. And the second thing we're not going to look at, sadly, is the iCarly video games. I really wanted to do a tangent in one of these videos where I just reviewed all of the iCarly video games, but it's become quickly apparent that I do not have time to actually sit down and play through all of these, but I've considered making that like a separate video after the miniseries is done, like if people want that. I feel like I'm hardly Scott the Woz, you know what I mean? I don't know if people want video game content from me, so if I do it, maybe it'll be a second channel thing, unless people like really want it on the main channel. I do want to quickly highlight some iCarly video game stuff, starting off some of the video game accessories they released, like this iCarly Wii Nunchuck, or the iCarly DS case, and the iCarly DS accessory set. And you know, there's something magical about this. There's something magical about a parent going out to buy their kid DS accessories, and they go with the iCarly set. And imagine being the only kid on your block who has an iCarly themed DS. I bought this iCarly lunchbox exclusively because I thought this image was going to be the thumbnail and I needed a good scan of it, but then I went in a different direction. These are iCarly Christmas tree ornaments. One of them is Carly, one of them is Sam. This is the iCarly umbrella. It has Miranda Cosgrove's face on it. Everywhere, you know, you can't escape. So many iCarly hats, so many iCarly hats. I was trying to get all of them just to show them off, but eventually had to stop myself because I was like, you're never gonna film yourself wearing all of these. Because look, this is the purple one I wore in the intro, right? Then there's like a black one, right? That just says iCarly and it has beads. Then there's like a different one that's white and has Miranda Cosgrove. Then there's a blue one, right, blue one with her face. Here we got another purple one. Then we got another black one, again, completely different from the other black one. And then these are like, you know, winter wear, you know? And then this one has Alf. Here's where we get into interesting territory. There were a bunch of like iCarly Barbie doll knockoffs that are really rare, and it's kind of hard to get them. And when you get them, you understand why they're rare, because they suck. This is an iCarly satchel, pretty self-explanatory. They released a little statue of the bottle robot that has a bunch of genders on the back. Girl, boy, tech, alien. I don't know what that means, but those are the 4 genders, as we all know. Most of the stuff we've just talked about, in my opinion, is boring as hell, but this is kind of interesting. They at one point released little customizable dolls of the iCarly cast. So what's interesting to me is they actually ended up releasing like a little miniature playset of the iCarly set. And so you can take these figures and you can build like a little tiny version of the iCarly set. And in my opinion, this is one of the only things they put out with this franchise that's even worth highlighting. Okay, so that was a lot of stuff that was probably just like a list of not interesting facts, but I do want to talk about something that in my opinion, is one of the most interesting aspects of iCarly. And that is the active attempt to market to people's desires to become internet famous. First of all, let's talk about iCarly cameras. We have the iCarly mini web camera, and then the iCarly digital photograph camera, and then we have the iCarly digital video camera and the iCarly microphone. I mean, these were marketed to kids explicitly, as if they could use these tools to record videos and upload them online and become as famous as the characters in the sitcom. Again, I cannot overstate it. This was an attempt to appeal to the fantasy of becoming web famous. I mean, they wanted you to create web content and use their crap to do it. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Testing. 1, 2. I'm recording right now with an official iCarly camcorder and an official iCarly microphone. You know, we got the best quality that you could ask for in iCarly research. The iCarly camcorder and the iCarly microphone. Now let me tell you something. Do you know what's a sign of a good camcorder? When you have to go to the store to get AAA batteries, because that's what it runs on. Do you know what's a sign of a good camcorder? When you put the video into your timeline and it looks like this, and you got to stretch it out. That's how you know you got a good camcorder, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know how you got a good microphone? It sometimes just goes to static. If you just wiggle it around too much, it's like just gone. That's how you know you got a good camcorder and a good microphone. You know, in the wake of this iCarly reboot that I didn't ask for, and in the wake of, you know, the fact that iCarly is trending on Twitter every day, and Gibby will trend for 4 days in a row while I'm working on this video, I've been stressed out a lot. And it's been really stressful knowing that I'm not going to be the only person doing what I'm doing right now. But let me ask you this, ladies and gentlemen. How many YouTubers out there made their quickie iCarly content with an iCarly camcorder and an iCarly microphone? One motherfucker, that's who. Do you want to say hi, Bomb Bomb? Alright, this sucks. I'm switching back. There's something so nostalgic about when you take one of these old camcorders and you stick an SD card in it and it goes, "Warning! Only 12 hours of recording space left." So when I was shooting that segment, I basically just ripped open the camcorder box and kind of threw it around. And when I was done shooting, I went to, clean up the area. And I found something that I hadn't noticed before, which I think maybe fell out of the camcorder box. And that's this DVD. This is an iCarly DVD. I have no idea what it is. I don't remember if I bought this or if it came with the camcorder. So we're just going to stick it in the laptop and see what happens.
Hey, I'm Carly driving a teeny SUV. I'm Sam in a tiny all-terrain vehicle. We do a cool little web show called iCarly. So we were thinking that maybe you might be thinking, hey, how can I make my own web show? Like we do.
Holy shit.
So Sam and I are gonna tell you how. We're gonna teach you everything you need to know, but not everything we know. We know things you're not ready to know.
This is everything I've ever wanted. Please tell me how to make a web show. I want to know so bad.
Okay, before you make your own web show, you gotta pick a theme. A theme means you gotta decide what your web show is about. Like ours is about doing funny, silly, cool stuff. But a web show can be about anything. For example, do you like dogs? Then here's an idea. Do a web show that's all about dogs. Then your theme would be dogs. Woof, woof.
Okay, what about this as a theme? What about a guy straight out of high school who has nothing going on, nothing in his life that's happening? And so he starts uploading videos entirely because he has nothing else he could be doing. But every time he uploads a video, he loses a little bit more of his sanity until one day he's sitting in his parents' basement surrounded by iCarly merchandise talking to stock footage of two 16-year-olds from 2008 like they can really hear him.
You want to know about rehearsing?
Rehearsing!
I just said rehearsing.
I apologize for repeating it unnecessarily.
Rehearsing is just a fancy name.
A theatrical name
for practicing.
I love that this segment is about how you should always rehearse these things. And you can tell that Miranda is reading from a cue card that she has never read before. You know what I mean? She's saying it with that cadence where it's just words to her.
I just said rehearsing. Hi, I'm Carly.
And my name is Sam.
We do a web show.
Boring!
And why was it boring?
'Cause we were talking like this.
Who wants to watch a show where people talk like this?
I know I don't.
This is Phalus slander.
Get excited!
That's it. I've learned nothing. Apparently one of the things on this DVD is like Freddy explaining how to do a web show from a technical angle. And it's really weird. He starts acting out the characters in a weird puppet show thing because apparently the joke is he was the only person who showed up to do this part of the DVD.
I'm Sam, and I have a confession to make. You know how I can come off as a psychotic bully at times? Well, there's a reason for that. I was raised by a pack of mutant wolf bears who were placed on planet Earth by evil aliens from another galaxy. So, as a mutant wolf bear with world-obliterating intentions, I can get a little moody. Woo! I'm glad I got that off my hairy wolf bear chest.
I don't know, once we get past the weird stuff, maybe Freddy at least gives me some, technical tips, you know?
As an experienced technical producer, I've found that it's best to position your star 6 to 10 feet behind the set. To measure 6 feet, you could ask a 6-foot adult to lie down on the floor.
6 to 10 feet behind the set. I'm I'm a web star! Yay! What I think I love about this video is usually when I work on content, I'm so carefully meticulous, you know what I mean? Like I'm planning everything out in stages and I'm sending all my scripts to people all the time just to be like, is this working? Is this good? Are you interested in this? Is every single one of these jokes funny? You know, is this gonna get me canceled? Just trying to be really, really careful with everything. But I've realized while working on this video that this is going to be so impossibly large that it doesn't matter if every single joke lands with every single person, because no one's going to watch this far. Okay, so believe it or not, 15 minutes into this intermission, and we are still not done, because there is still one very important topic that we haven't even started to talk about. But trust me when I say that this is very much worth it. In fact, in my opinion, what we're about to talk about is so essential to understanding what iCarly was that I would say it's equally as important as analyzing one of the main seasons. In my last video, I talked about Lucas Cruikshank and his creation, Fred, mainly focusing on the turbulent affair of taking that little YouTube show designed to work on the internet and eventually adapting it into something that worked as a Nickelodeon sitcom. And now at this point in this video, I would like to cover the direct opposite. What happens when you take a Nickelodeon sitcom designed to work on TV and try and adapt it into material meant only for the internet?
Well, then why does my head... Oh, I'm getting a text.
Who's it from?
It's from your mother.
What does it say?
It says, Gibby, hit Spencer over the head with the stop sign. That's weird. Why would she tell me to do that?
As many of you have probably figured out by now, at this point in the video, I want to discuss the completely real iCarly web show, hosted on the once real iCarly.com. As we've mentioned in the past, iCarly.com featured a ton of content in reference to the show, which was basically intended to advertise the sitcom and to also supply supplementary material. This is where I've been pulling a lot of the blogs that I've been showing throughout this video, and it's also where a couple iCarly video games were once hosted. However, the biggest appeal of the iCarly website was the exclusive videos, and obviously that's the main thing that people went to it for. The iCarly sitcom was all about them creating internet content that was supposed to be the best stuff in the world. And so when the show would tell you that iCarly.com was real and that you should go visit, video content is what you were expecting. Now, I was really disappointed to find out that there isn't a very good archive of iCarly.com videos. I kind of expected that if I went to YouTube and typed in the right keywords that there would just be like a half-an-hour upload of all of them in the right order, but not only could I not find that, but I couldn't even find a list of every single video that was once uploaded to the site. Things are made worse when you realize that the video tab on iCarly.com was one of the things that way back almost never archived, so there's not really a lot of good final screenshots of that page. Luckily, however, I did find pretty much all of the videos that I remember and I wanted to see again, and there's still a few gaps in here, but by the end of the segment, I think you guys will get the gist. Also, while I could find a good amount of these videos, some of them I couldn't find in very high quality, so while some of the stuff we're about to look at is like crystal clear HD, a lot of it's gonna be like unregistered Hypercam 2, you know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, let's talk about this. So in its earliest form, iCarly.com was mainly used to upload clips from the show and various extra material which still made sense in universe. For instance, when the show featured a storyline where Freddy autocorrects a boy that Carly has a crush on so that his singing isn't bad, Freddy later uploads the original audio where he still sounds terrible. However, eventually, unique skits featuring the actors in character started to be uploaded to the site. The earliest of these were a short series of skits featuring the characters doing spit takes to various situations and jokes.
But that's not apple juice. It's hamster pee. I'm just kidding ya.
Oh, well then I'll have another sip now.
It's hamster pee.
A quick note, the Kevin MacLeod music loudly playing over that clip is not supposed to be there. That was just literally the only copy I could find. But yeah, you can probably get the gist from here. A couple times a month on iCarly.com, exclusive content and skits would be uploaded featuring the characters doing something mildly in character, but still relatively low budget. For instance, hey, what am I licking? Hey, what am I sitting on? And I smash it. All featuring Spencer being forced to lick, sit on, or smash various things. Then there was Random Debates, a debate show where 3 characters from iCarly would be given 3 random topics, and they would argue over which one was the most important or cool. This of course later evolved into 3-way Random Debates.
Three-way random debate!
I'm Sam, and I'm all about cheese.
I'm Spencer. I'm gonna tell you why ointment is #1. Global warming is super important.
Now, if you actually went out of your way to visit iCarly.com back in the day, one of the first things you probably noticed was that Miranda Cosgrove, aka Carly, almost never did these videos. There was a brief string of videos in I think 2009 that did actually feature Miranda as Carly, but those always felt kinda low-key, like it was something they just casually did one day after they finished rapping, and they convinced her to do it for a week and then she went back to not doing it. Outside of these few contradictions, the general rule of iCarly.com was that if a skit or piece of content had any kind of quality or effort put into it, Miranda was never involved. This had positives and negatives to the content. The negatives are that as a kid, it felt like kind of a ripoff that Carly wasn't in the iCarly web show. The positives are that because there was this big vacancy in the cast, a lot of fan-favorite smaller characters ended up getting extra material in these online skits. For instance, Spencer, Gibby, and later on, Tebow.
I gotta start hanging out with people my own age.
I think this is one of the many reasons that some of those characters ended up getting so much extra material in later seasons, because they really did prove that they were capable of carrying whole scenes.
What's Gibby thinking about?
When I grow up, maybe I can be a social worker. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
But the negatives to this were that sometimes Carly and Sam would be replaced with some guy?
Good heavens! Why must you always make me angry whilst I drink my chamomile tea?
Father, I believe your tea is pronounced chamomile.
This is an outrage!
Please, Father, don't be cross with us.
We only want to be loved.
We yearn for your love.
What father would love 2 hobknockers like you?
This is Andy McSteen, one of the strangest characters in the extended iCarly universe. Andy McSteen is an actor inside the iCarly universe, played by the real-world actor Andrew Hill Newman, who is also a writer on the iCarly program. Andrew Hill Newman also plays the eccentric science teacher at Ridgeway, and he was the voice of George the Bra, but this character is like an exclusive element to the universe that you would only find on the iCarly website. McSteen basically existed for whenever Jeanette McCurdy was too busy to play Sam for an internet-exclusive skit. The entire bit was that as an actor, he would replace Sam, and no one would notice because they look identical. I distinctly remember as a kid watching some of these videos and getting the vibe that the iCarly web show in the real world is so much funnier than the iCarly web show in the iCarly sitcom. Like, a lot of these videos really did pick up on that late 2000s, early 2010s weird internet surrealism that the show never properly understood.
Cell phones are so important.
Okay, cell phones are nothing compared to the wonders of barbecue sauce.
I like ladies. Yeah. There's nothing like a lady in a pickup truck on a hot summer's day. Just sitting in her pickup truck, holding a toothpick. Just picking at her teeth. Trying to dig out a tiny, teeny little piece of shrimp.
Okay! I don't like doing this with him.
Well, Freddy's not here.
In my opinion, the peak of iCarly.com exclusive material happened in late 2008, when a string of fantastic videos featuring Spencer, Freddy, and Sam were uploaded to the website. And the best of the best was iDrive-Thru, the best video and the best miniseries ever uploaded to the iCarly.com website.
Carly's recording the action as we all head to...
Inside Out! But not because we're hungry.
No, sir, we are just bored. What? Mr. Honker Man, hey, here's something for you!
In every video in this little series, Spencer, Freddy, and Sam would drive to Inside Out Burger, pull up to the speaker, and then try to prank the guy inside by doing something funny or random.
Hi, what do you want? I think I'll have a double trouble with cheese and a large... a large what? Oh, you know, just a large...
And this isn't something they do once or twice or just casually on some weekend. This is a consistent thing that the iCarly characters do for several years in a row.
We don't want food! No!
We just want to give the drive-thru dude a nervous breakdown!
Nervous breakdown! Yeah!
But to me, the spiritual finale to the series was always the cathartic episode where the dude actually comes out and confronts them.
Alright, what do you guys want?
Wait, what about Carly?
When I started looking into these, I was really surprised by the amount of meme material that actually originated from the web exclusive content. Like, what's Gibby thinking about, or the stop sign meme. Both of those things I presumed I would find in the iCarly show when I started binging it, but instead, it was all part of some weird side project that people have forgotten about. And it really makes me wonder how much of the public perception of what the iCarly web show was is driven by this material that we remember going out and finding as kids. For instance, I've seen a lot of people make jokes about how Carly didn't contribute enough to the iCarly web show for her name to be in the title, and that it should have been called iSam or iFreddy, and that is certainly not true within the fictional context of the iCarly sitcom. But within the context of the material hosted on iCarly.com, it's definitely true, because Carly literally didn't do anything. She's not in any of the skits. But out of all the stuff that iCarly.com hosted, out of all the material that it ended up contributing to the universe and the public perception of that universe, the most famous and the most infamous thing was Baby Spencer. Disclaimer. This shit's about to get really weird, and then I'm gonna move on like it wasn't weird at all. Now, Baby Spencer is a skit where Spencer is kind of tied up in this baby costume, and he controls this little puppet, and the other actors on set force feed him really gross food and refuse to stop when he asks.
Come on.
I don't like it!
You don't like it?
No, it tastes bad!
Oh,
I think I'm full now!
Now, the question worth asking at this point, even though it's probably going to hurt me to try and find a way to say this, is, are the iCarly.com videos from the real world canon to the iCarly.com webcast from the iCarly universe as seen in the iCarly sitcom? It seems to me that the answer was kind of fluid. At the beginning, it was yes, with an exclamation mark. And then it became yes, with a question mark? And by the end, it was no, with a period. When you look at, for instance, the skits of the characters going to Inside Out Burger, these feel like essential pieces to the iCarly lore, to the extent that I don't know how I would explain to someone why I used to love these characters without showing them some of these skits. But then you get into the era where they were doing, like, segments where Neville would come on to do a show on iCarly.com, and then the other characters would prank him, and it's like, why would they invite Neville to Carly's apartment? Like, it's not a communal bath. It's not like anyone can get in. They probably wouldn't want him in her apartment. And then by the end, they were doing like weekly crossover videos with Victorious, and it became so detached from the iCarly sitcom that they would just break character like it didn't matter at all.
Hey, is Rex in character? Are we supposed to be in character?
All I know is I thought by now they would have spun off Spencer and given me my own show.
What are we talking about?
Am I Gibby or Noah?
I should start my own show.
And this kind of foreshadows a theme that we're going to have to inevitably cover in the future. And that is that as the writers of iCarly got further and further away from 2007, they started to really lose their confidence in their ability to write about the internet. And so the iCarly sitcom started to cover the web show less and less, and started to focus on more things like what was going on at school and what Gibby was up to, you know, that kind of thing. And because of that, the web show became something that was taken less seriously both in the show and in the real world. But with that, we have now finished the longest intermission in the history of intermissions, which probably means that it's about time for us to start discussing Season 3, the end of the golden age of iCarly. I mean, we could always talk about the novelizations, or the annuals from the final few years, or what about iCarly charades? I mean, imagine trying to play a game like this with people who have never even seen iCarly. I mean, it's just too much. And I know that it's probably time for us to move on. This is gonna sound stupid, but do you ever dread having a good time? Because you know what comes after that is going to feel so much worse in comparison. Anyways, I guess all that's left to say is, I'll see you on the other side. I'm balancing on a bunch of pillows because I really like the shot, but I don't. It's this couch will just like suck you into it, and it's like, well, I gotta look like I'm standing up. Season 4 is an odd beast. I would hesitate in calling it truly bad, but there are cracks in the foundation that we're starting to see here that are only going to get worse as we continue into Season 5 and then Season 6. Incidentally, it is now time for us to do our penultimate mid-season intermission. So for those of you who are watching this video without the last one, I started this tradition in the first iCarly video where in between every season, I would kind of step to the side and talk about stuff that is interesting to me but doesn't really fit into the main series analysis. And the purpose behind this is to kind of build a separation between the info that I'm giving to you, so you sort of understand which information came from which season, and you start to take it in like people would have when they were kids. And arguably, there hasn't been a time more fitting for an intermission than right now, because the Season 4 cliffhanger was the show's first real hiatus, where you had to wait a significant amount of time to see what would happen next. I imagine half of you right now are kind of going, yes, the cliffhanger, what happens next? And then the other half of you are like, wait, what cliffhanger? Because the moment that I mentioned the child sweatshop, Sam and Freddy kissing was just wiped from your mind. To be fair, Sam and Freddy have kissed before, okay? But they ain't never opened a child sweatshop together before. So, you know, hashtag relationship goals. So for this intermission, I don't have a lot of consistent content to give you guys, to be honest. So I thought we'd just kind of circle back around to a few topics that we haven't, properly covered before. You guys might have noticed this. I got a little haircut this week. And I'm thinking right now, if that pandemic can just lighten its load a little, I'm ready to get out there, I'm ready to see the sights, meet the people, have some adventures. And if I'm going to be out there, if I'm going to be doing that, then I think I'm going to need the iCarly perfume and the iCarly cologne. These are entirely real. I did not make these up. You could go out and buy these a decade ago. I don't know where. I don't know who would have sold these, but clearly someone did because you can really easily find them on eBay. Yeah, so this is Click. This is the iCarly perfume. It comes in this little bottle, and there's Carly on the side of the bottle there. And then, of course, over here we have the iCarly cologne. That's a little more basic visually. The first thing I thought of when I saw these was like the love story that could happen here. Two people walking down the street, not even looking up from their shoes. They pass each other, and then they just stop. And they turn and they just stare at each other in disbelief. Are you wearing the iCarly perfume? Yes. Are you wearing the iCarly cologne? Yes. I mean, I can't imagine anything more romantic. This is a bad time to tell you guys that I have mild anosmia. I swear to God, it just smells like soap and hand sanitizer. That's all I'm picking up. I don't know why, but I presumed that when you put on the iCarly cologne, it somehow makes you think about the internet. But in a way, I think it would have to smell pretty bad to make you think of the internet. Okay, next is the iCarly perfume. A lot more boost in that one. A lot easier to spray. This makes me think of a public restroom at a pool. Like a restroom at a public pool. Not inside the restroom, like directly outside the restroom, right? So I'm gonna recap these for you. The iCarly cologne smells like rubbing alcohol. The iCarly perfume smells like a swimming pool. Okay, so the next thing we want to move on to real quick, now that we've got that complete boredom out of the way, is I wanted to circle back around to the McDonald's iCarly Happy Meals.
Hey everyone! Today we're going to be listening to Jenny's Stomach! The stomach has spoken. Happy Meal time! You can create your own wackiness with an iCarly toy in your McDonald's Happy Meal.
There were two of these, one in 2010 and one in 2011, and there were a lot of toys released inside. So what I ended up doing is I bought a big plastic bag on eBay that's just filled with these toys, most of them unopened, okay? It's a little stoplight. I don't know why this was in an iCarly Happy Meal set and not a Mr. Rogers Happy Meal set or whatever, but I mean, that's the thing. Is there a stoplight on the iCarly set? I don't know if there is. Next, we got this right here. I'll go ahead and open this. This is a visual representation of the car seat that Carly has in her home there, and it's got a little weird toaster thing. What does this say? Oh, it says random dancing. So it's like, oh, there they are sitting in their car, right? They're sitting in their car, and look, oh, now they got a random dance. A lot of this stuff is based around like kind of the stuff that Carly has around her apartment. Like this is a little gummy bear, and inside are like some stickers and a pencil that I just dropped. Like, to be honest with you, if I was a kid and I saw this, I would never think iCarly, because I know they have like a bunch of these dogs on their set. It just doesn't read iCarly to me. Like, what is just a dog? One of the things in this set is like a little gumball Tom Servo head, and even as an adult, I don't know what this has to do with iCarly. I know there's a little piece of paper here. Pull that out, what happens? Oh my God, look at that. Here's what it has to do with iCarly. It's a bunch of stickers on a roll. And when you pull Tom Servo's tongue out, you can pull off some of these stickers. You see that? This is, of course, like the thing that I think you had to go and get this McDonald's set for, and that's Baby Spencer. I mean, Baby Spencer, this is actually the only Spencer toy they ever made, I think. And the great thing about this is there's this little hole at the top, and I think the idea is you can put your own face into the Baby Spencer toy and make your own baby version of yourself. McDonald's really was a gamble, though, because, I mean, sometimes you just get like this. Like what is this? What is this? Okay. Can I turn it on? I don't know. This probably did something a decade ago. As some final things, we got a little mouse pad and a magic meatball toy. This, I believe, used to do stuff, but I imagine it doesn't work. I bought a few of these and none of them have worked. Yeah, this doesn't work. And, that's it. I know I might seem really bummed, right about here, and that's because I am. Because it's really weird to work on a project like this for so long. and then to realize that you're like so close to just wrapping it up. You know, I mean, because after this is the next to last intermission. So after this, it's a season, then a final intermission, and then a season, and then we're done. And I guess I'm just kind of bummed because, I mean, this is it. And I just couldn't think of any other iCarly eccentricities to tell you guys about. So I bought Freddy's camera. You guys want to talk about that for a second? This is the Canon XL1. I'm not sure quite what year it came out, but the most important thing about this model of camera is that for the entirety of the original run of iCarly, this was the prop that Freddy used when he was filming his webcast. Now, immediately, there's going to be two things that you're going to recognize are missing from this certain prop. The first thing is the microphone. There's a little microphone holder right here, and on Freddy's camera and most XL ones, there's typically like a microphone that connects up to the camera right here. I thought about buying one. It would not have been difficult, but the thing is, that's entirely an aesthetics thing. I'm not actually going to be, using a microphone with this camera, so I figured it probably just wasn't worth the hassle or the money. And now the second thing that's missing is what I call the glow stick. On the back of Freddy's camera right here, there is a little cylindrical light, and inside the iCarly universe, that is supposed to basically represent Freddy's Bluetooth technology that he uses. That is what makes the camera wireless.
Now let me establish a cross-duplex transmission between my laptop and my camera.
Wow, a tech-talking witch boy.
You'll take note as a comparison that when Freddy is using the camera at the start of the pilot, that light is missing, and that's because he properly has it hooked up, and thus he doesn't need a wireless connection. But for the rest of the series, he uses this handheld, and thus he has, that technology on board, so it can just be something he kind of walks around the room with. I have so much I want to tell you guys about this camera. I have so many things to say about it, but there is one specific thing, okay? There's one specific thing that I feel like is the perfect thing to go ahead and break the ice. Okay, so here it is. Have you ever noticed that Freddy's camera has a little silver box right here? Okay? Have you ever wondered what that is? It's a tape deck. Freddy's camera runs on cassettes. Now, don't you feel like your whole life has been a lie? Despite the fact that iCarly tries to get you to subconsciously believe that this is some extremely advanced piece of HD technology, this camera is the kind of thing you would find in the media room of an underfunded high school. I mean, to be honest with you, this thing is basically one step above a VHS camera, and I'm being very kind when I say that. I'm just really, really amused by the idea of them bringing this in on, like, when they were making the show and someone being like, you can't have that be the camera they're using to shoot their HD web show. And then someone else is like, chill, dude. We're gonna stick a glow stick on the back and every kid at home will think this is some shit from the future. I bought this on eBay and I get it and I'm like, they didn't clean it before they sent it to me? Because I pick it up and it's just like, it's so sticky and dirty. So, I get a bunch of cleaning materials and I clean this thing off and there's so much dirt coming off this thing you wouldn't believe. I mean, my paper towels are just turning black. And so I clean it and I clean it and clean it and I go, it's good to have that over with. I pick it up. It's still sticky. It's sticky right now. What I realized, this thing isn't dirty, it's disintegrating. Like, I don't know what material this is. I'm really bad at identifying materials, but it seems like some kind of like weird rubber, and it's just not lasted at all through the ages. So, to touch, this thing is just coming off on my hands. This camera is becoming one with my DNA. It is just, sometimes it is hard to rip my hand off of it because the materials are just deteriorating and becoming this like slick goo. I swear to God, my fingerprints are now embedded all over this camera because the material holding it together has become this like semi like fluid material, you know what I mean? But the weirdest thing about messing around with this camera for so long and trying to understand it so intensely is I've realized that this is actually a realistic thing for a 13-year-old to have in 2007. And it's not good, but I totally believe someone like Freddy would end up getting this for Christmas and would like use the hell out of it until it stopped working. And it's kind of weird that we never actually get to see that. We never actually get to see what iCarly would look like as a webcast if it was really filmed with the camera that we see on set every single episode. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? My hand is black! Hello everyone and welcome to the iCarly webcast. This is it. This is the camera that Freddy uses in the show. This is what it looks like when it's really filming something, you know? Yeah, but doesn't this feel kind of realistic for something you would see on YouTube in 2008? Like this specific look. Like not state of the art, but someone trying their best, you know what I mean? And I have to ask, once again, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Other people might do their iCarly content, okay? But who else in the world would think to record their iCarly video with the actual camera from iCarly? The answer is this guy. He had the same idea. One thing you'll notice here is that there's this little thing flashing in the middle of the screen, and that says that there is no tape in the camera. There is a tape in the camera. This isn't a VHS camera, obviously. It's not a VHS camera, but when I was younger, I actually tried to collect VHS cameras because I very much like this aesthetic. I think this is a cool aesthetic. So I tried to collect VHS cameras, you know what I mean? And what I found is VHS cameras were not designed to last into the 21st century for the most part. So every time I would buy a VHS camera, it would either be broken in some way that made it annoying to use, it would be entirely broken, or it would work for about 3 hours to a day. And the fault with this camera is that it is now incapable of telling if there's a tape in the machine or not. And obviously, if it can't tell if there's a tape in the machine, then it can't record very well. This whole setup makes me really nostalgic because I used to film with VHS cameras as a kid. And the funny thing is, this apartment is nothing like my childhood home, but even just seeing the walls through a VHS-like format makes me really nostalgic for where I grew up, because that's the way I remember it. I remember it through this kind of weird, grainy filter. And I like to think this is a very nice little quiet moment we've made for ourselves in the video. But I want to say that the reason I want to make this little moment in the video is that I remember iCarly Season 5 being the exact point in the series where I just didn't think it was fun to watch anymore. And I have this gut feeling that I'm going to feel exactly the same way going into it this time. From what I remember, these next few episodes, they're really mean. And they're also the episodes that we've been waiting on. And so I don't think this is going to be a fun thing for me to go through. But sadly, as we always have to say in segments like these, the only way to find out is to go ahead and get started. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final intermission of the iCarly binge through. We have just finished Season 5, which means that directly after this is Season 6, sorry. But the point is that after this we have one more season, and then we are completely finished with the original run of iCarly. And so I want to use this final intermission to do something that I've been itching to do for a while, and that's discussing what I call the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. Now, the NSU is exactly what you would presume it to be. It is a theory that, based on numerous crossovers and cameos, several Nickelodeon sitcoms from 2004 to today are set in one shared continuity. Now, keep in mind that there are numerous Nickelodeon shared universes, so just know that when I use the term NSU, I'm specifically referring to the one connected to iCarly. So let's talk about a few iCarly fan theories specifically connected to the NSU. Continuing on from our last video, let's talk about iCarly fan theory number 4. Drake and Josh, Zoe 101, and iCarly all take place in one shared universe. As I say this, many of you at home are probably smiling and nodding because this was intended to be something so obvious that even kids at home could figure this out. iCarly was created from the ground up to feature a lot of basic building blocks introduced in other Nickelodeon shows. So many of the brands, companies, and films that the characters will name drop tend to originate from Zoe 101 or Drake and Josh. For instance, Daka Shoes, the shoe company who gives the group a sponsor deal in Season 1, that company originates from a storyline in Drake and Josh. Galaxy Wars, a concept mentioned often throughout the franchise, also originated on Drake and Josh and was mentioned on Zoe 101. The Peruvian Puff Peppers make a cameo in one story, as we discussed, and in the same episode, Sam can be seen cooking with a Gary Coleman grill. Again, a reference to a classic Drake and Josh storyline. These minor references happen almost too often to keep track of, and the thing is that after iCarly took off, this trend continued, with many things introduced in iCarly then appearing in other Nickelodeon shows. For instance, the pear company technology seen in the show was later featured in Victorious and several other programs. Also, in Merry Christmas Drake and Josh, a TV movie which was filmed after iCarly had started airing. When Josh is flipping through TV channels, he briefly passes by the iWeb Awards, a concept key to the Japan event episode. Similar Easter eggs and references became common after iCarly ended, some obvious but others more subtle. For instance, Ginger Fox, who you'll remember as the show's mean-spirited Britney Spears parody, was later brought up in several shows, with her song from iCarly being sung by a karaoke team in Victorious, and a reference to her even making its way into Henry Danger years later.
But I'm trying to download the new Ginger Fox music video and it's taking forever!
And I was never exactly into any of those later shows, but I'm told that those sorts of cameos and references were far from uncommon and happened pretty often. However, if you're looking for something bigger than just Easter eggs and mimicked brands, then there are a couple things worth talking about. Specifically, the 4 characters who originated on Drake and Josh and then appeared in iCarly. Firstly, there's Dr. Doty. Dr. Doty is a recurring character in the NSU, played by George Doty IV, a producer on most of these shows. In Drake and Josh, he's briefly seen looking over an injured football player, and in iCarly, he's seen being asked to reattach the ear of an MMA fighter. A paramedic, also played by Doty, is also seen in iPsycho, and it's unclear if that's the same character. However, to most people, the most clear and concrete evidence of iCarly being in the NSU can be found in Season 4, specifically in episodes 6 and 7, where there is a running joke of different obscure characters from other NSU shows being fans of the iCarly webcast and coming to see them in person. This starts when the gang enters Webicon, with the Zoe 101 character Stacy Dilson briefly being seen in a crowd. This then continues with the slightly more memorable appearances of Craig and Eric, the lovable nerd duo from Drake and Josh. Eric, we learn, is a massive Freddy fan, although Craig is totally ambivalent to the in-universe iCarly craze. A few moments later, we also see another person at the convention, Gavin, a recurring employee from the movie theater where Josh works in the Drake and Josh sitcom. I'll remind you that this episode is also the one that Jack Black features in, and somehow that feels like the least spectacular cameo in the episode. Okay, so now that we've gone ahead and broken that down, I think we can all agree that this fan theory is 100% canon. Drake and Josh concepts appear in iCarly, iCarly concepts appear in Drake and Josh characters cameo in iCarly, meaning that they are completely intended to be set in the same universe. So now that we've gone ahead and accepted that, let's move on to the next theory. iCarly fan theory number 5. Drake and Josh is a TV show within the iCarly universe. What? Half of you right now are going like, huh? What? That doesn't make sense. And then the other half of you are like, oh yeah, I remember this too. This one's also real. Throughout the entire iCarly show, it is occasionally hinted and then directly stated that the main characters are fans of the Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh. The biggest clue to this can be found in Sam's locker at school, where she has a cutout which is logically meant to be the real-world Drake Bell and distinctly not the in-universe Drake Parker. Other episodes follow this implication. In I Go Nuclear, the theme song to the show is heard playing on the radio. And in I Party with Victorious, Gibby is seen briefly wearing a baseball cap with the Drake and Josh logo on it, given to him by a makeup artist who works in Hollywood. And finally, in 2 episodes of the show, the characters are seen watching the Drake and Josh sitcom and making commentary on it. In I Get Pranky, Carly is seen sulking on the couch over her personal failure to pull off a prank, and she is pretty clearly watching an episode of Drake and Josh.
You didn't kill Hervé. The camera flash just stunned him. How come that little girl's so good at pranks?
Later in the episode, Spencer is seen briefly watching TV, and the clip we hear is very clearly Jerry Trainer playing Crazy Steve, also on Drake and Josh. But most importantly, in I Toe Fat Cakes, Carly is changing channels and briefly watches the Peruvian Puff Peppers episode, rolling her eyes and saying that she's seen it already. And our final clue lies in I Pear Shop, an episode that we've yet to talk about yet, where an Easter egg makes reference to both Drake and Josh and Zoe 101, cementing that both appear to be TV shows within this universe. Which is confusing, I know, but we basically have to take at face value that Drake and Josh is set in the same universe as iCarly, and that Drake and Josh is a TV show within the iCarly universe. These 2 facts are difficult to reconcile, but they are both very clearly intended to be canon aspects of this universe. And if that is too much for you, I don't think you're ready for this next one. iCarly fan theory number 6. iCarly is a TV show within the iCarly universe. Okay, so I'm about to say a sentence that has never been said before in the history of the human race. I want to talk about Game Shakers, because there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in that show. Game Shakers was an attempt by the creators of iCarly to kind of recapture its energy years after it had ended. It was basically the same idea as iCarly, about a group of tween creators who suddenly become internet famous, except instead of creating web videos, they make video games. To me, this was basically their attempt to try and mimic 2015 YouTube culture in the same way that they had mimicked 2007 YouTube culture, but I don't think this attempt nearly went over as well as the previous one. And just like iCarly managed to have a Fred cameo to connect to said culture, Game Shakers also sought out having high-status gaming YouTubers appear on their show.
Babe Carano and Kenzie Bell. Yup, these are the 2 7th grade girls who are currently tearing it up with their hit game, Skywell.
Now here's why Game Shakers is relevant to the discussion of the NSU. On Drake and Josh, there was this character named Helen who essentially ran the movie theater where Josh worked. She was played by Community's Yvette Nicole Brown, except for that one episode where a completely different woman played her, and we all pretended not to notice. The point is that Helen would later become a character who would cameo on numerous other shows to help sell the idea of the NSU, most notably Victorious. And Game Shakers was the final show where this ended up happening. So even pushing aside all the evidence we've talked about so far, on a basic level, Helen appearing in all of these different shows must mean that these shows take place in a shared continuity, meaning that at the very least, Drake and Josh, Victorious, and Game Shakers all take place in one shared universe. And because iCarly and Victorious cross over so constantly that it eventually became permanent, we have to accept that iCarly is a part of that specific shared continuity. Which logically means that based on all evidence, iCarly and Game Shakers are both set in the same universe. However, there's a big problem. Because in the same way that there was a Drake and Josh cameo on Game Shakers, there was also an extended iCarly cameo on Game Shakers, because Nathan Kress appeared in an episode. But he wasn't playing Freddy Benson, the iCarly character. He was playing Nathan Kress, the actor inside the Game Shakers universe, who played the character Freddy on the sitcom iCarly. I might as well stop and break this episode down in some kind of detail because arguably this was the final piece of iCarly media before you know what happened this very year. So at the start of the story, the Shakers gang are testing out their latest video game, which is clearly something that runs on Flash but is being played with a bedazzled PS4 controller. Triple G finds a glitch in the game and Hudson tries to record a note about it on his juice box. Meanwhile, Babe and Kenzie are distracted because of an iCarly marathon currently airing on TV. Triple G tries to get them to focus but is himself mesmerized by the hilarity of the Nickelodeon classic.
Just breathe me in, come on, breathe me in, come on, breathe, give it.
What is that, Knight Rider?
I fixed her.
They initially watch a Season 4 episode, and then a Season 6 episode, but they eventually make it around to the Season 3 premiere, I Think They Kissed. They then watch the same Season 4 episode as before, then a Season 5 episode, and then they watch Season 2's I Kiss, which is the prequel to the episode that they've already watched before, and also the episode ends distinctly not on the half-hour mark, but 13 minutes early. Who is in charge of scheduling the iCarly marathons in this universe? You couldn't have done a worse job binging this show if you'd thrown a couple fucking Bizarrevarks into the middle.
Oh, it's like Quinton and Kale, but not as funny.
After they get up and make some coffee, Triple G asks if they ever resolved which girl Freddy likes more, causing them to say that it's ambiguous but obvious.
Freddy loves Sam.
What?
Anyways, they can't agree on who Freddy loves more, and Triple G suggests they ask the man himself, as Nathan Kress is doing a play in New York and is staying at a local hotel. The girls go to the hotel and witness a very attractive woman seduce her way into getting a celebrity's key. One of the girls tries to do this herself, but she is 12, so it's just really weird.
What's the difference between her and us? Yeah, okay, we get it.
Geez Louise, I guess this is how the world works.
And then they get cilantro sprayed in their faces, which I guess is like PG-13 mace. However, Triple G thinks of a brilliant idea and dresses Hudson up like Freddy Benson, trying to convince the staff that he is Nathan Kress. This works out and they're able to sneak the two girls into the room, thus orchestrating breaking and entering. And that's game crime number 1. They end up fingering Kress's pizza, which is an odd sentence to say, and they go through his wallet, geeking over the contents. He calls security, and they freak out and hide in the bathroom. Eventually, they come out, and as he sees that they're just anxious fans, he cancels the security call. They give him back his wallet and ask him which girl he thinks Freddy would end up with. Nathan almost gives his honest opinion before Double G bursts into the window, as he was also trying to break in by this point. Double G is connected to a helicopter and he orders it to fly off, crashing him through the hotel window. Security show up and quickly deduce that either these kids are doing something bad or Nathan Kress is really doing something bad. They all get sprayed with cilantro, the kids get taken away, that's it. There you go. That's the most recent iCarly themed episode set in the iCarly universe. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and pull back up that list of things that exist in the iCarly universe, and I'm gonna write down the iCarly sitcom, and also Pro Jared. Now that your brains have turned to liquid and are probably prepared to accept almost anything, let's move on to iCarly fan theory number 7. iCarly is a part of the Disney Channel live-action universe. Okay, so I don't actually personally believe in this one, but I found this fan theory while I was researching the show, and I thought it was so funny and so charming that I had to include it in this segment. I talked about this a lot in my video about fictional presidents, but at the exact same time that Nickelodeon was building up their own little sitcom universe, Disney Channel had become famous for doing the same thing, but a lot better and a lot more coherently. In the past, I've made fun of how ridiculously big this sitcom universe is because the recent inclusion of Girl Meets World accidentally connects the universe to the ABC sitcom universe, which is itself kind of massive. I've pointed this out before, but I want to say it again. My favorite detail about how easily you can link all these different shows together is that Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Wizards of Waverly Place are both concretely set in the same universe, which implies to me that these witch societies are so secretive that there's like 5 of them and they don't know about each other. However, to only complicate things further, one fan theory that I found online insisted that the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and the Disney Channel live-action universe are in fact the same shared universe. Evidence number 1. Michelle Obama appears in both universes. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching, guys. Okay, that's not actually the entire evidence for the theory, but everyone always points that out as if it means something. Like, Michelle Obama also exists in this universe, and we're not a part of the iCarly universe, as far as I know. However, the main key clue to this is the Sunshine Girls. The Sunshine Girls are a parody of the Girl Scouts, which by complete coincidence appear in both the Nickelodeon sitcom universe and the Disney Channel live-action universe. In the DCLAU, they first appear in That's So Raven, and then make appearances in the spin-off, Cory in the House, and then in the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, they first appear, I believe, in iCarly, and then make cameo appearances in such shows as Victorious. And finally, we have iCarly fan theory number 8. iCarly and Frasier are set in the same shared universe. Make it happen, people! And with that, we have now finished our final iCarly intermission, and we now move on to iCarly Season 6. Season 6 is going to be a weird experience for me, because at this point in the show's history, I had fully, completely, 100% stopped watching Nickelodeon. So ignoring the finale, which I went out of my way to see, I have no previous experience with any of the episodes that we're about to talk about. It seems to me, going into this, that iCarly Season 6 can be defined by 2 core things. Cameos by celebrities who probably had kids that told them that the show was cool, and the lowest ratings in the show's history. Now, I want to clarify something real quick. I often hear people say, well, iCarly started out big, but then it really fell in the ratings by the end. And while that's technically true, it's just a little bit dishonest to put it that way. Saying that iCarly fell in the ratings kind of implies that at this stage, there was another show that took its former place and was just as popular as it had once been. And that's simply not true. iCarly was a peak in viewership for the Nickelodeon channel that it would never truly replicate. There's this great page on Wikipedia that I've used constantly throughout this project that basically ranks Nickelodeon premieres by the highest viewing figures, and I think it goes down to like the top 35 or 45. But the thing about that page is the most recent thing on it is the iCarly finale. The big hot take here isn't that iCarly was failing, it's not even that Nickelodeon was failing, the true take is that cable was failing. By 2012, Netflix and Hulu were both really starting to take off as like streaming service alternatives, and what people forget about that era is it did not take a lot of time for the middle class to basically turn on cable. Because cable sucks, okay? Nowadays, the viewing figures for cable television are all absurdly low when compared to stuff that was happening a decade or two before. A Cartoon Network show will run for like half a decade, and you go and check out who's been watching it live, and it's like 500,000 people an episode. Which is why so many of these former cable stations are now making their own streaming services, despite how hard it is to track how many of them there are now. But you know, this subtle nuance doesn't change the fact that the next 13 episodes of iCarly are statistically the ones which you are least likely to have seen before. So let's kick things off with perhaps one of the weirdest episodes in the show's entire run. Okay, so we have now officially reached the midpoint of the final iCarly season. At this point, the show took a very brief 4-month hiatus, but when it returned, commercials curiously advertised the remaining episodes as the beginning of the final season of the show, which implies that these remaining episodes are actually iCarly Season 7. I don't look at it this way. I consider the rest of these episodes to be iCarly Season 6 Part 2. But as a kind of mock mini-intermission, I thought it would be fitting if we kind of stopped here, and I told you basically everything that I've forgotten to talk about up to this point. If I was like, okay, here's everything I haven't mentioned yet, we're just gonna stop and bring it all up right here. Okay, thing I forgot to mention, number 1, Socko. There's this ongoing running joke in the series where characters will constantly point out that Spencer doesn't seem to have, like, adult friends, and he only really hangs out with teenagers. But there are 2 main exceptions to this. The first exception is that we find out at the end of season 4 and then again at the beginning of season 5 that Spencer has a group of, like, closely knit female friends that he only meets with when Carly is at school, and he has a book club with these women, and he has a baking club with these women. And uniquely out of character for him, he's not trying to sleep with any of these women. He just enjoys, like, meeting up with them and discussing romance novels and that kind of thing. And this is brought up entirely as kind of a joke so that the other characters can, demasculate him, accuse him of being effeminate because he goes to a book club and so and so and such and such.
See you all at Judy's next week.
You're coming to the baby shower, right?
Yes.
What's happened to you, man?
But for almost any other episode of the show, the strictly followed canon is that Spencer only has one adult friend, and that is Socko. Socko is Spencer's friend who has a sock company that he often is seen speaking to, and he never appears on screen, but whenever Spencer is talking to someone slightly off screen, or he's having a phone conversation with someone, or he mentions someone in his life, Socko is almost always the person that is being brought up or is being spoken to off screen.
Spencer, did you make this cake?
Yeah, it's for Socko. See, since he owns his own sock company, I made his birthday cake in the shape of a sock.
But arguably the most memorable aspect of Socko is his extended family. There's this very long, consistently followed running joke where Spencer will call upon the family of Socko to do various tasks. And the joke is that Socko has all these weird extended family members who all specialize in different crafts and different trades, and every single one of those people also has a pun attached to their name. For instance, Bernie, who works in torches, Tyler, who sells ties, Otto, who sells cars, Boomer, who works in explosives, and my absolute favorite, Rob, who steals things. A whole lot of the stuff that I wanted to cover in this video that I didn't comes from season 1, because back when I was doing season 1, I envisioned this as being a much smaller project, and I had this plan where at the end I was going to do a short follow-up that I was going to call the iCarly Iceberg, because that would be funny to write it that way. But by the time I was halfway through season 2, I was like, this is going to be so big, I need to include everything. So in short, there's a bunch of stuff in season 1 that I should have covered in depth that I didn't because I was saving it for an add-on video that I'm never going to make. One of the big episodes that I feel like people were probably upset that I kind of glanced over was the cop episode. There's this episode in season 1 where the police commandeer the Shea apartment for a stakeout. And it's one of the most memorable episodes of the show, but it didn't really fit with the rest of the show thematically, so I barely mentioned it.
What's this big spoon for?
You ate my sock cake. Why would you eat my sock cake? I don't even know who you are. How could you?
I've seen a lot of people say that, the cop episode of iCarly is an example of the police violating the Third Amendment of the Constitution, which basically says that, in times of peace, you can't force citizens to provide housing for the military or the police and so on and so forth. I don't think that's actually the case. If you watch the episode, they ask if they can use the apartment as a stakeout, and Spencer says yes because he presumes it's the right thing to do. And after this, they totally overstay their welcome and they're complete nuisances. But the only reason they don't get thrown out is because everyone's like, well, we gotta be nice to the police. So it's not like they literally come up and are like, we're commandeering this apartment.
I see the bag! You think that's our guy? That is definitely our guy.
You got the illegal DVD guy?
No, the pizza guy. We ordered one a half hour ago.
Hope you don't mind, man. We used your credit card.
That episode, the entire entertainment value of that one lies in the fact that it's so overtly anti-cop, which is not something you see a lot in kids' shows.
You guys, help me get rid of those annoying cops. Yeah, well, maybe you should shut your investigation down. We got a web show here. Stupid cops. Not cleaning up after themselves.
interrupting our web show.
I bet we could get evidence quicker than those doofbutt cops.
One claim I made at the beginning of the last video as a joke was that all of the characters have one parent where we have absolutely no idea what happened to that person, you know. And that's kind of almost true, but as I watched the show, I did piece together a few clues. So for those of you who want to know, it has been confirmed within the show's canon that Freddy has a father. He's not a clone. Freddy has a father. And Sam has a father. She is not a clone. She has a father. I want to say in season 2 or 3, there's this joke where Freddy mentions that he doesn't carry a lot of money because his mom doesn't let him, because she's afraid that if he carries enough for bus fare, he'll suddenly leave her. And the characters go, well, that's crazy. And Freddy goes, it's not that crazy. And the implication of that joke is that Freddy had a father, but the father hated Freddy's mother so much that he just ran away one day. But the funny thing about Freddy's father and Sam's father is that it's the exact same story. The only reason we know that these guys, you know, both have fathers is that it's occasionally joked that their fathers hated their mom so much that they just ran away.
Where's your father?
You tell me!
And this is only brought up under the context of punchlines, and it's never even really called upon that these two characters have pretty similar origin stories. It's just like that they both have the same consistent joke that's pulled from when it comes to, like, their moms and their dads.
He told me I'm one of a kind.
Yes, and my dad once told my mom he was coming back. So moving on.
One final thing I want to mention about this show, and I really meant to joke about this in the last video, but I just forgot. The entire time that I've been working on this project, okay, that I've been writing all these bits and recording it all, I've constantly had this, like, sinking fear in the back of my mind that while I'm working on this project, one of these actors is gonna get canceled, right? Because, like, I've been working on this project for like 9-10 months now, so it's completely realistic for me to, like, have this long recorded written segment where I'm just praising one of these actors to the high heaven, and just when I click post, just when I hit the post button, that actor does something fucking terrible. People are gonna be mad that I said this, but Gibby's always the one I worry about. Because Gibby's the one in the cast where if he got canceled, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. And then you'd go back to making your coffee. You wouldn't even think about it. And, you know, people are going to be really, really upset that I said that. And they're going to be like, why Gibby? Why are you singling him out? Okay, let me explain myself here. Let me explain myself. I have an explanation. Noah Monk is a male Nickelodeon sitcom star who then became a YouTube gaming comedian, which are the two main categories of milkshake ducks. Statistically, the only way he could be more likely of getting canceled is if he hosted Jeopardy for a week. And again, I'm not saying that he is canceled. I'm not saying I have evidence that he should be canceled. I'm saying it's like one of my fears that he will be canceled and I won't be able to, like, enjoy Gibby compilations anymore. And I feel that way about the whole cast. I don't want Jerry Trainer to get canceled. I don't want Nathan Kress to get canceled. I don't want anyone to get canceled. I want all of these actors to never do anything bad so I can continue to enjoy this show that doesn't have a creator. Okay, is there anything else? Something about iCarly that we logically should have talked about, but we haven't. Nope, I got nothing. Okay, let's continue forwards. Okay, guys, welcome to the very first victorious intermission. For those of you who skipped my iCarly and Fred videos, I started a tradition with those where I like to occasionally take a break from the main analysis to talk about little side tangents that wouldn't fit into the main season discussions. And as our first official order of business, what do you guys think of my haircut? Now that I think about it, I guess you guys have seen my haircut before. I don't know. Sometimes these projects get confusing to film. Real quick, I actually do want to talk about something that is completely and totally off topic, and it's basically like my entire year, basically. I've had this really weird coincidence going on in my life, and this is the first real time that I've had the opportunity to talk about it. At the exact same time that I have been working on this rewatch project, about 3 shows from my childhood which are unified by a shared universe. My father has been working on his own rewatch project about 3 shows from his childhood which are unified by one shared universe. I have been rewatching iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat, and my father has been rewatching The Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, and Green Acres. And so every time that I've seen my dad in like the last 6 months, we've basically just immediately started talking about what's going on in our respective little universes and our respective shows. Like the funniest thing that's happened most recently is, I started telling him about how I just hit like the big crossover, the big iCarly Victorious crossover, and he started telling me, well, I just hit my crossover too. It was a Thanksgiving special and hijinks were to be had. And I don't know, it's just been a really cute special thing we've shared. But one big thing I've realized is my dad is having a lot more fun with his project than I am with mine. And there have been points where I stare at him and I go like, why aren't you making a video about your thing? 'Cause you're having way more fun than I am. Anyways, on to the meat of this segment's actual content. One thing I've done with pretty much all of my mega videos is talk about merchandise connected to whatever franchise I'm talking about. I did it with B-Movie, I did it with Fred, I did it with iCarly, and I guess there's an expectation that I'm going to continue that further. So let's go ahead and get this over with. Like iCarly, Victorious also had its very own Happy Meal box set, and like iCarly as well, I have all of those in a plastic bag. Okay, starting us off, we have like a really tiny Victorious handbag. There's a bunch of Victorious bracelets, which I think would fit me if I kind of broke my arm and folded it in half. Look at this, we got like a bunch of Victorious pinky rings. That's pretty cool. I got a Victorious hairband, I think. I don't know, it's kind of designed weird to be a hairband. Maybe it's like a choker. And then we got a little microphone that is also a doll hairbrush. And finally, a star with hair growing out of its ass. Look, I gotta say something, okay? This is a bit of channel lore. I've mentioned this before, but I just want to get out there again. When I was really little, okay, I had long hair, and you guys are used to me having long hair, but it was bright blonde and I was really tiny and I had kind of soft features, and so I would walk around with this long blonde hair and everyone I met in my life thought I was a little girl. This is not something I'm making up. When I show old photos and videos of me looking like that, those are actually images of me. And so often I'd get babysit, or I'd be kind of left at the kids' table at events and some adult would go to get McDonald's. And I would sometimes forget to tell them I'm a boy. And so they'd go out and they'd get me girl toys. And I would always get so mad. Because, ladies, how did you put up with it? How did you put up with this? You know what I mean? Like, the boy toys at McDonald's were always like the coolest thing. Sometimes McDonald's will release like the coolest toys of the month. Just in their Happy Meal sets for free. And meanwhile, the girl Happy Meal toys were like, hey, here's a mirror so you can look at your face. Hey, here's a doll hairbrush. Do you have a doll? Go get a doll. I actually researched this. The same time that McDonald's was doing Victorious as the girls' Happy Meal set, they were doing Young Justice as the boys' Happy Meal set. Can you imagine? Your mom goes out to McDonald's, she gets your brother a Batman toy, and then you get a star with hair growing out of its ass. Would you be happy with that transaction? Sometimes McDonald's would do this thing where to really truly experience their Happy Meals, you had to go at least twice because they were usually like 2 toys that would play really well together, okay? And I think it's clear that this is a really great example of this set right here, because you had to get the star with hair growing out of its ass and the hairbrush. Look at this. That's a play feature. That's a play feature right there. They're a little girl. She could do this for hours and never get bored. Never get bored in a million years. This choker joke is either going to land really well or it's going to get me canceled. So the same year that Happy Meal set came out, 2011, Victorious also had a popular line of Victorious Barbie dolls. Now I'm calling them Barbie dolls. That's because all of those dolls are Barbie dolls to me. but they're actually, I wrote this down, they're Spin Master dolls. And these dolls creep me out. And in fact, early in working on this project, I kind of made this promise to myself that I wasn't going to buy any, right? Because I thought they were so creepy that it would lower my points, you know, in terms of getting into the afterlife. I thought someone at the pearly gates would open like a video screen of moments in my life and they'd see me holding one of these creepy ass dolls and they'd be like, that's not going to bode well for you. But what ended up happening was there was an eBay bid on 3 of these dolls, the main 3 that people remember and seek out. And I put on a bid on that eBay bid that was like absurdly low. And I was like, someone will outbid me. And miraculously, no one did. So I ended up buying 3 out of the 4 of the characters that they released. The only one I didn't get was Trina. I have actually kept these in the bubble wrap and careful protection that they came in. And there's 2 reasons I did that. Reason number 1, some of these are really valuable and I could potentially resell them. Reason number 2, I'm not joking. I don't like looking at these. They creep me out. A body. Dead. Wrapped in plastic. I'm hoping I can just hold this thing up, okay? And I'll hold it up, and you guys will be like, okay, no explanation needed. I get why you don't like these things, okay? I don't like this. This is weird. I don't know, do you want... There you go. It's Tori. There she is. It's Tori. Let's move on. This is the most valuable one. It's the one they've most carefully wrapped. This is Cat Valentine, because that's her name. There's an obvious reason people want this one the most. I'll talk about it later. Next, we have the 3rd doll and the final one, which I personally own, and that's Jade. This is the one I like the most because it's the least creepy to me, and it's got some cute accessories. She has like a little skull and crossbones on her wrist, which I think is just charming to see on, like, you know, a Barbie doll. And yeah, this just looks like a Barbie you would see on the shelf today, so it doesn't really... It's not as weird as the other ones. I don't know if I'm being unreasonable. I just don't like these dolls. Immediately, you know, when I look at Victorious merchandise, I want to compare it to the iCarly merchandise that we've looked at over the last 2 videos. And to me, the big difference is that iCarly merchandise was kind of purposefully dopey. Like, think of like the iCarly dolls that I've had on my set for like forever now. Like those iCarly dolls set up in that little corner, the ones I showed off, those are so cute to me because they're so exaggerated, they're so cartoony. They don't even necessarily look like the actors, but they feel like the characters, right? And they're very ugly toys, which is why I find them charming. And meanwhile, over here, I think what creeps me out about these so much is that there was an earnest attempt to make these dolls attractive. And because of that, to me, these approach a kind of uncanny valley. That's the best way to explain it. I think these dolls look kind of uncanny. I'm going to be totally honest. Usually when I work on a project like this and I collect merchandise, I get anxious that I'm going to need it for some reason. So I typically like keep it in a box in my closet. With these, I really think I'm going to flip these. I don't want to keep these when this project is over. I want to get rid of these stupid things. Check out this epic, unprecedented play action. You can take this doll, and you can take this hairbrush that comes with her, and you can brush her hair. Is this all that girl toys were? And that's it. That's all the Victorious merchandise that I could find. You know, it's worth pointing out, obviously there were big changes in the toy industry in between, you know, when iCarly started and when Victorious started, and that affects, like, the output of merchandise that was made for each show. But there's also another element to this that we should quickly discuss, and that's the fact that I'm sure there were other pieces of Victorious merchandise that are notable enough to mention, but I couldn't find those things. Because despite the fact that Victorious is not really a relevant show today, the merchandise for the show can be extremely overpriced and extremely rare for one specific reason, and that's the fact that Ariana Grande remains today, a decade later, one of the biggest stars in the world. So for reference, if you go on eBay right now and you play your cards right, you can get the Victoria Justice Barbie doll for like $20-$30 tops. But the Ariana Grande Barbie doll? Those sell for hundreds of dollars, in some cases $400 to $500, and it's like a weird, surreal miracle that I was able to get this set for like pennies compared to that. I did find out through my research that at one point Victoria Justice had a set featured at Build-A-Bear Workshop, so I went ahead and made my very own Victoria Justice Garfield. Now isn't this just not the same? Okay, so there are a few other examples of kind of Victorious spin-off media that I want to talk about in this video, but I'm going to try and save those for the second or third intermission. So for now, it is time for us to leap back into the Victoria saga by looking at Season 2. Now the good news is that from here, the average amount of Victorious episodes per season decreases substantially, meaning that it's not going to be another 2 hours before you and I talk again. I say that like Intermission Quinton is a separate entity, like wholly unconnected from regular Quinton. So with much further ado, and whatever else I say during the segment, here's Season 2, bye. Okay, so in the last half an hour or so, we have reached quite a few significant milestones, all in rapid succession. We have reached the exact halfway point of Victorious in terms of total number of episodes, we have reached the exact halfway point of Victorious in terms of number of seasons, and we have successfully exited from the mainstream NSU Prime, so we can now voyage into Victorious media of different shapes and sizes. As per usual, we're going to take this moment to have our mid-season intermission, and I've picked the topic already, and when you guys see what we're going to be talking about, I think you're going to be really excited. But first, I want to take an intermission from our intermission. I want to take a break so breaky that we just stop talking about Victorious at all for a few minutes. Firstly, I want to talk about a big issue with this miniseries as a whole, and then I want to talk about Garfield for like a good few minutes. Just gonna talk about Garfield for a bit because I want to. And then I'm gonna use that to get back on track to Victorious. It's all gonna loop back around. In theory, to be honest, I don't give a shit. I just want to talk about Garfield. Think about it this way. I've been working on this miniseries now for 10 months. That has been 10 months of me standing in a room talking about Nickelodeon sitcoms. And I wanna talk about some stuff that's been on my mind. And I also wanna kind of reach out and see if you guys can help me with a couple personal searches that I have been doing. So in between finishing Season 1 of Victorious and Season 2, I decided to take a little bit of an elongated break to instead work on finishing the video that I arguably should have been working on the whole time, which is iCarly Part 2, aka the end of iCarly, aka the video that came out before this one. So I took some time off from this video, finished that video obviously, and worked really hard on it, was really happy with the results, was really happy with what my editors could pull together, and it was a lot of work to turn around in the time we did, as per it usually is, and I got it posted it to YouTube, decided to take a few days off, went to visit my family, we went out to dinner, and then it was gone, and the video no longer existed, because while I was out at dinner, Viacom decided to take it down. And so that video just stopped existing, and it was really difficult for me, not only because I had put so much work in, but because I also knew that people were segmenting that video. They weren't watching it in one go. So I knew that there were all these people who were enjoying the video but now couldn't finish it. And the weird thing about it is that it was a manual claim. So it wasn't an automatic claim. It's not like it took 2 days for an automatic claim to go through. It was a manual claim. So someone went to that video on purpose and took that video down, which was weird to me because I was like, why would you take down iCarly Part 2 but leave up iCarly Part 1? And obviously, the obvious conclusion a lot of people had was because iCarly Part 1 is heavily nostalgic in how I present it, and iCarly Part 2 is heavily negative because the end of the last few seasons of iCarly are bad. I don't know if that's actually the case, but it was just really confusing to me. Like, why would you take down one of my videos about this topic, but not the other one? That doesn't make sense to me. But what a lot of people didn't realize when that video got taken down is that there were still 2 places that you could have watched it even though the video was supposedly blocked. And the first place was my Patreon, because I had a test edit on my Patreon that was 100% done, but was unlisted on a different channel. And I posted on my Patreon so people could see it early. And I guess the logic is that Viacom didn't want to pay me money to go to my Patreon to find the link to block the video. So that video never got taken down. And so that whole time that video was gone, you could have just gone to my Patreon and watched it there. And the second place is Canada. I don't know why this is, but when Viacom blocked that video, they decided, hey, we're going to leave it up in Canada, because those Canadians seem like cool people, aside from, all the genocide and everything. So we're going to let them watch iCarly Part 2, but no one else in the world can watch this video. Only Canadians. Because again, for some odd reason, only Canadians are allowed to watch my videos. Once again, my link is nordvpn.com/QUINTON. The reason I'm going on this tirade is to say, in the very realistic situation that this video, or any video that I'm working on right now, gets taken down after I post it, the first thing you should do is go to my Twitter, see what I've posted there, see where the video is blocked. If the video isn't blocked in some specific country like Canada or Norway or whatever, then you just use a VPN, set yourself to that country, refresh the page, and you can continue watching the video. But if it's blocked worldwide, then I probably have an edit on my Patreon, which has not been affected by a manual claim, and you can just subscribe to me on Patreon, give me $1 or $2, and get to watch the video regardless of what anyone has to say about it. I'm very lucky that within like a 72-hour period, I managed to get the video back. Even though it set it back, I got the video back, and I credit that entirely to you guys just bothering Viacom. Because as I've always said, bullying works. And so I just wanted to put this little side tangent in the video so we're all on the same page about realistic ways to get around copyright takedowns. Anyways, I'm going to talk about Garfield now. So in my last video, I previewed a brand new Patreon goal, which I hadn't really publicly shouted out before, which was that if we hit a certain number of Patreon supporters, I would do a video reviewing every single Garfield video game ever released, of which I think my tally is now at about 140 or so. Now, I set that Patreon goal really, really high because I thought it would take us like a year to reach it, but within 3 or 4 days of me posting that video, we skyrocketed past that goal. And obviously it was entirely because my video got taken down and Patreon was a great way to watch my video, but nevertheless, we reached the goal that I was considering like one of my final Patreon goals ever within like 48 hours. And I want to encourage you guys to go down and support me on Patreon, but I can't keep making these new subscriber promises and these new Patreon promises of I'm going to make this video and that video and this video when I'm still right now working on the original sin, the first promise that I made. So instead, I have added 2 new Patreon stretch goals, which are dedicated not to videos on the main channel, but potential videos I want to do for the second channel. For those of you who don't know, I have a second channel. It is called Quinton Re2s. Yes, that is the best one I could think of. I think it's pretty good. And I like to post behind the scenes stuff, little goofs, and I'm trying to use it more often now. But the idea is my next 2 Patreon goals are 4 videos that I would theoretically post to Quinton Re2s. So the first goal is a video reviewing every single Heathcliff video game. Pretty basic. The idea is on the same day I would drop the Garfield video games video on the main channel, we'd get the Heathcliff mini video on the second channel. Pretty basic. Not a goal that's not that far away from where we are right now. But the second goal, which is the one that really excites me, is that if we reach 3,000 patrons, I will make a video chronicling and reviewing Garfield knockoff merchandise. That is Garfield merchandise specifically made without the knowledge of Paws Incorporated and without the permission of Jim Davis. Those of you who follow me on Twitter know that this has been kind of a recent hyper obsession of mine. I've basically been going through and trying to chronicle as much information as I can about this completely, unresearched topic. and trying to save all the info I can, and even going out of my way to try and buy quite a few pieces of Garfield knockoff merchandise and memorabilia. But what I've discovered is that in some cases, Garfield knockoff merchandise is harder to find than official Garfield merchandise, because official Garfield merchandise is mass-produced. It's shipped all around the world. You can find it, at your local Goodwill. But knockoff Garfield merchandise, typically produced for a short window of time under the hopes of not getting caught, sold on specific shady websites, often without shipping to the United States. And the really cool, interesting stuff has a listing, but will be sold out by the time you find it. Some of the absolute highlights in the category of Garfield knockoff merchandise that I want to own but I can't find anywhere include this Indonesian plushie, which is very clearly the cat from Bob the Builder, but with Garfield's face stapled onto the front. This Chinese Garfield plushie, which is not shaped like Garfield or indeed any cat in the slightest, but very clearly has all of Garfield's characteristics filled into the spaces. And finally, my personal favorite, this Chinese Garfield dressed like Spider-Man. I call him Andrew, and there are a good 10 other funny jokes I can make about that if I can find this fucking thing. So I thought I'd do a little public service announcement, not only to announce, that you guys should support me on Patreon to help pay for my editors and support this miniseries and this and this and that, but to also kind of say, hey, what you bitches got? One of y'all motherfuckers has the Bob the Builder Garfield knockoff plush, and you don't use it, and you're like, I was gonna sell it, but now you know what to do with it. Basically, if you have a Garfield plush that you think might be a knockoff, or that you just think, is kind of neat, I recommend emailing me at contactquintonreviews@gmail.com. And before any of you guys ask, hey Quinton, have you seen the one on Amazon that's a big meme that's all ugly? Yes, of course I have. I've bought 4. I dressed this one up in the iCarly Build-A-Bear outfit. Do you want to know why I've done that? The only way you're going to find out is if you go down to Patreon and you pledge $1 and you help me reach this goal. This thing really is kind of gross. So some of you probably think that I'm going to be done talking about Garfield now. You are probably new here. As we discussed in the last video, I set up the Patreon goal that if we reach that magic number, I was going to start working on a video dedicated to reviewing Garfield video games. And the first thing I have done since the moment we reached that goal is I have started going out and buying Garfield video games to have physical copies of. So this is my Garfield video game shelf. This is all the Garfield video games which have arrived so far. There are a few more coming in the mail. I had to import a few. Now, as you can probably tell, I've actually run out of room. So I have a bunch more games that are supposed to go here at the start, but the shelf is completely full. So the funny thing is, up on this shelf, I got all these different Garfield games from, 20, 30 years of history. And then down here, I just got the Garfield kart games. And then over on this side is Warfield. Now, some of you will probably question why I need a physical copy of games that can famously very easily be emulated. And the answer is that I find, as a videographer, that having a physical prop to show the camera does so much in telling the story in the proper way. I personally think that being able to hold this up and say this is the first Garfield video game that was ever released, I think that says a lot more than just showing you a screenshot on archive.org. I mean, this little disc tells so much of a story. Just holding this up, you can start talking about the video game crash of 1983 and how that stopped Garfield from reaching home console, and how that crash was partially caused by the sudden innovation of relatively cheap home computers which were competing with consoles, which is why the first Garfield video game came out on a home computer. Just stuff like that. And so my goal has now become to own a physical copy of every single Garfield video game ever released in physical form. And I am very happy to say that including all the games on my shelf and all the games that are coming to me through the mail, I now have only 3 games which I cannot find. The first is a 1989 video game called Garfield Trivia Game, which was an Apple II game, I believe, that was released again on a floppy disk, and I believe it was a mail order, and thus it's really, really rare. The second is Garfield Labyrinth, which is really infamous because it's a retool of a Mickey Mouse game from Japan that was also released as Ghostbusters 2 in America, and was also an unlicensed knockoff of a PC game. The point is that the Garfield version of this game was released only in Europe, and so far finding a copy with the box intact has proved to be entirely impossible. And the final game that I'm looking for is actually one that I already own, and that is the famous and the infamous Garfield and Sonic pack. I almost dropped it there. That would have been scary. This was sent to me by a fan, and so far, it is easily the coolest thing that a fan has sent to me. Because this is obviously an incredibly famous game. I see this reposted all the time. People don't think that the Sonic and Garfield pack is real. It's entirely real. It was a PC release that Sega did in 1999 to kind of repackage a bunch of their games together. And it's become really infamous for this surreal cover, which is absolutely beautiful. So if I already have it, why am I mentioning that I'm looking for it? The answer is that with a lot of video games that have cardboard box releases, you get the game, you just throw out the cardboard box. And so all that I have is the game in a jewel case. There was no slipcover, and I don't have the box. And while I love that I have this, I would really, really love to have a copy with that famous box art, included. And one of the main reasons I think about this all the time is this is on my shelf, but because it doesn't have a cover, from the side, it looks like this is nothing. It's just black. And obviously, the box art for that game is what people love about it. So if I could get that somehow, that would mean a lot to work on this project, and it would make me really, really happy. And again, I'm remembering as I'm going on this rant, this is a Victorious video, but... So basically, once again, I know that it's annoying that I'm talking about this in the middle of a Victorious video, but it's kind of my way to alleviate stress from the stupidity of this whole saga. And it's also my way of saying, hey, I got this other stuff that I'm trying to build up in the background, and I'm looking for this stuff because it'll help me out with these videos, and it'll give me dopamine if I can get some of this fun stuff. And I've had this thought in the back of my head this whole time, so many people are watching these videos for a reason I can't understand, and somewhere out there's someone who has this thing I'm looking for and is maybe willing to sell it to me or to give it to me as a gift. I mean, if you've got the Sonic and Garfield pack, or if you got a weird Garfield knockoff, or if you got the Spirit of 76 statue or whatever, just hit me an email at contactquintonreviews@gmail.com. Remember to look up how to spell my first name, and we'll see if we can make something work. I would really appreciate it if you guys help me out with that voyage. What I've loved about researching Garfield video games as a topic is that it's given me a chance to look into a certain subgenre of video games which people don't take seriously unless they don't research, they don't talk about, and that is disposable gaming. Gaming which was meant to be enjoyed, played for a second, and then almost instantly forgotten and disposed of. And that is a category of gaming which defines 2010's Nickelodeon TV shows. Many of you guys will remember that in my last 2 videos, I wanted to do a segment reviewing iCarly video games, but I couldn't find the time, and I couldn't make it work thematically. Well, I've got news, people. With Victorious, I found the time, and I've decided it's definitely, hopefully, going to work out thematically. Yes, our second Victorious intermission is going to be dedicated entirely, ignoring the Garfield stuff, to the topic of Victorious video games. We have a surprisingly high amount of ground to cover here. So without further ado, let's get this ball rolling. So when discussing Nickelodeon video games around the beginning of the 2010s, one thing very tempting to skip over is video games that were hosted exclusively online, whether that be on nick.com or the individual websites for some of these different shows. But in my eyes, these games were often the most important because they were the easiest to access and often some of my personal favorites. As we've established, Victorious heavily featured the use of an in-universe website known as the slap.com. And apparently, there are video game developers who go to this school, because whenever the site is open up on screen, you can very clearly make out what seems to be a Games tab. And that Games tab existed in the real world as well, and was one of the biggest draws of the site. Now, online right now, you can find this thing called Flashpoint, which is a community-run software dedicated to archiving Flash games in a playable format. But for some odd reason, while iCarly and Garfield have basically been 100% archived by this team, Victorious hasn't been so lucky, as only a handful of titles and oddities have made it onto the freeware. So I'm going to be relying partially on fan-made run-throughs and that sort of thing, and if I can't find out a lot about a game, I'm going to tell you guys flat out. But with that, let's go ahead and cover every Victorious browser game to ever exist. Starting us off is Andre's Date Defense, couldn't get this one to work. Next is Beck and Jade's RV Racer, couldn't get this one to work either. Then we have Beck Escapes Hollywood Hotties, nope, this one doesn't work. Alright, yeah, you may be stunned to get the picture. 90% of the games on this site do not exist anymore. They are hosted on shady gaming websites that basically steal and republish games, but they still need Flash to function and thus do not work. Clearly, someone has the capabilities of making these games playable, but that person is not me. But in a way, I feel like that Flash games can be so basic that sometimes the titles alone can be the most entertaining aspect. Jade's Prom Wrecker, Kwaku's Sushi Tower, Sinjin's Locker Game, Tori's Mustache Bash, Wanko's Warehouse Stacker. So yeah, at this point I'm gonna go through all of the games which have been archived or have YouTube walkthroughs from back in the day, because going through the numerous games which have no visual evidence whatsoever would be just kind of boring. Starting us off is The Slap Cookie Wrap. This game is pretty simple. We're playing Cat and we have to make cookies for the school's yearly showcase. Because of course, when you're having a showcase of the biggest talent at Hollywood Arts, have Ariana Grande do the catering. Cat will become easily confused, so you have to help her make orders. Now, personally, I was never good at this when this was my job, so it took me a few tries to get this game right. Every time you finish a section, you unlock a new option in the recipe board, and of course you have to get it all perfect, lest some kid's mom have a mental breakdown because you got her a white plate instead of a red one. In the bad ending, Kat says that she's more confused than before, and in the good ending, she gives you a kiss for helping out. One odd thing which is archived on Flashpoint is a personality test which would define which character in the show you were most like. And I figured, while this isn't really a game, it might be fun to play real quick and see which Hollywood Arts kid I really am. You forgot to do your homework and Psychowitz pulls a pop quiz. What do you do? Well, Psychowitz teaches a theater class, so I guess just do panto or some shit and hope he grades on participation. Which adjective describes you? This one's hard. I can't be serious because I'm a YouTuber, I can't be genuine because I'm a YouTuber, and I can't be colorful because I'm white. I guess I'm misunderstood. Boy, I just realized that the mouse cursor on this screen recording is way off from where it really is, and I don't know why. Okay, so I got Robbie, but then I went back and changed all my answers until I got Andre, which I think is a real Robbie move. Cat's Alien Wipeout and Cat's Winter Alien Wipeout are two puzzle games released to the website. They're pretty simple and have nothing to do with the show, the kind of thing you'd find on the Apple Store in the first few years of that being a big thing. Cat is having a nightmare where aliens are attacking her favorite animals, pigs in the original and penguins in the Winter remake. You have to destroy all of the aliens without harming a single innocent cat-favored critter. That's the game. Skate with Cat is another winter game, which is once again pretty simple. You skate around as Cat, picking up candy canes, boots, and coffee, and all while avoiding elves and penguins who will do you damage. So penguins are bad guys now, that's inconsistent. I'm pretty confident that the plot of this game is that Cat is stealing from the North Pole. Think about it, you're picking up iconic things from Christmas, but running into Christmas authority figures deals you damage. Anyways, I played this one for way too long. I really didn't need to. There were 2 games from the slap.com which do not have a functioning archive that I was able to find YouTube Let's Plays for. The first is Rex's Dunk for a Buck. The game stars Rex, who you would control to try and knock the regular cast into a dunking pit. Pretty simple stuff, as the walkthrough guide angrily notes in the video.
That was the whole game. That was the whole game.
The second is Locked Up, and is basically an explanation of how Tori and the gang escaped from prison at the end of the Season 2 Yerba episode. And yeah, it turns out Tori is just straight up Batman. That's how she got out. Don't know why she was afraid of doing that stunt fall, but isn't afraid of parkouring from one rooftop to the next without thought. But hey, at least now I got a pretty good idea of what happened to those boys at Alcatraz. I think they walked into a squid and then died instantly. Our final game is a unique one, as it actually comes from near the end of Victorious' shelf life. I'm talking about Nickelodeon Block Party, once hosted on Nick.com. You can probably guess what this is without even seeing footage of it. It's Mario Party, but with Nickelodeon characters, and played on a browser instead of with Bowser. The game is a pretty interesting relic of its time. If this had come out in 2007, it would have been released on console. If it came out today, it would be released on console, but this was put out at just the perfect time where that didn't make sense, and so it was exclusively a browser game. It's pretty simple stuff. You pick a character you want to play, 2 characters you want to play against, and then pick a board from a specific show that you want to play on. There, you run into characters, play mini games, gain or lose coins. Again, it's nothing original. I find this game fascinating because it's so easy to forget this awkward middle child era of Nickelodeon synergy. Oh boy, when I think of Nickelodeon, I think of the Penguins of Madagascar, I think of Fanboy and Chum Chum, I think of Planet Sheen, I think of Tough, Poppy, truly the greatest lineup of shows to ever hit the network. So yeah, obviously I played as Victoria Justice, and I picked the Victorious level, and I played it out just to see how it would go. You know, I've always wondered, if Beck from Victorious and Fanboy from Fanboy and Chum Chum met, what would they say to each other? Huh. This is a really weird game to play with the live action choices, because while the 2D and 3D characters are one-to-one with the art style you would see in the TV show, with the live action stuff like this, it's like, yep, that's definitely a girl. Good work, game developers. With all that out of the way, it's time to move on to the actual topic that probably got you at home excited to hear about this segment of the video, and that is Victorious console releases. As we've discussed many times, one of the defining aspects of Victorious is that it's supposed to be fantasy material, making you wish that you went to a school like Hollywood Arts. And the main purpose of these 3 main Victorious releases, each game different from the other, and each game released on a different console, was to give you a chance to explore that fantasy. In other words, what we're talking about with these games are Victorious-themed RPGs. And we are going to start things off with the canonical first game in the trilogy, Hollywood Arts' debut for the Nintendo DS. And it's really cool that the first game we're talking about is for the Nintendo DS, because there's one other thing that I was saving to talk about until we got around to this segment. And that is the official Nintendo DS gaming accessory kit themed around Victorious. See, this is what I'm talking about. We got the props. You're tuned into the fucking story. So here it is, our official Victorious gaming accessories kit. I've bought a few of these in recent years, and the funny thing is, every time I get one of these, it's always still in the box. I never find one of these, like, out of the box used. And the big thing I feel like that says to me is I don't think gaming accessory kits were marketed to children. I think they were specifically marketed to like uncles that don't understand kids but want to be the cool relative. So as a kid, you would get this for your birthday or for Christmas, and then you would just be like, well, whatever, I don't want this. And then you'd throw it in the closet. Because realistically, if you had a DS, you were putting it in your pocket. You didn't need like a big wallet for it. And if you had a DS, you probably had a bunch of styluses already. I hate these big plastic cases because I never know how to open them up. I guess I'm just going to try and kind of run a box cutter along the side here. Nope. Okay, I found some scissors. Let's do this. Fucking ouch. Ouchie wouchie. As a parent, this is like the least safe thing you can expect your kid to open without help. Okay, so here's what comes in this set. First of all, you get this Victorious DS case that has like this cool 3D effect going on. Do you see that? And you open this up and you just got a lot of nice room in there for some games in your DS. And then the other thing this comes with, which I think is the main steal of the set, is the official Victorious DS stylus. This is shaped like a microphone, very unique stylus in terms of the DS, and a cool accessory to get in this set. And here's a quick comparison between the Victorious DS set and the iCarly DS set. I'm kind of split on which one of these I like more. I feel like the Victorious case is more practical. You got more space, you got a cool 3D effect there. And the iCarly set, meanwhile, is a little smaller, a little harder to squeeze that thing in there. But it comes with a lot more stuff, and you got a lot more pouches, and, I mean, that accessories kit came with so much cool stuff. You have little packs for your games, and there's, like, headphones that came with there that I lost. But yeah, that's the whole thing. And so I want you guys to know, as you watch me review some of these Victorious DS games, I am playing them with an official Victorious DS case and an official Victorious stylus.
Victorious!
Don't look at me. Okay, so as we've set up, the first game we're going to play is 2011's Hollywood Arts debut. This is a very interesting game to play for a series of reasons that we're about to obviously get into. The game starts with a character creation screen, and while we're a girl by default, we can change to a guy with a simple click of a button. Take that, Netflix comedians! Other than gender, you can swap the hair and skin color, but the only other option at this point is stretching or skewing the character's body shape. Once I made my guy as stretched out as possible, I started my adventure. We begin the game with Tori approaching us in the halls, as she welcomes us to Hollywood Arts. She tells us that the school consists of a lot of friendly, talented people, except for one person, Jade, who approaches and we talk to after Tori leaves. Took you long enough. Okay, first mistake, why were you talking to Tori? I'm the only one worth talking to in this school. And my boyfriend, but you can't talk to him. Jay tells us that it's time for Mr. Siekowitz's class, but that there's a tradition that people who are new must wear silly outfits the first time they go to class. We find a wig in the Black Box Theater and head to class, where Mr. Siekowitz gives us a star for dressing up so fancy. Jade erupts, revealing that she was trying to play a prank on us, but as Tori notes, it apparently backfired. Siekowitz then challenges us to a breakdancing competition. Wow! This is just like the show!
I'm amazed!
After this, Tori suggests we go over and decorate our locker, like she had to way back in episode 2. And I think I know just what I want to do. A little bit of this, a little of that, here and there we go, Van Gogh's Starry Night. And now, as a special bonus, I'm gonna draw a gigantic Garfield attacking the town. And he has a big spliff, and that is where the smoke is coming from. And there, perfection. Now that we've finished chapter 1 of the game, let's move on to episode 2, the bird scene. Tori approaches us and says that she's doing a play called Moonlight Magic and wants us to audition. However, Psychowitz butts in and reminds Tori that before we can take part in any school play, we have to pass the bird scene. Tori tries to help us prepare, but is obviously banned from giving us too many clues, and there are several things blocking our path forward. Tori tells us that Cat will be able to make us a perfect costume, maintaining continuity to Season 2. However, Cat is currently handcuffed to a railing in the hallway, something that Tori actually did in Season 1, although she insists that it wasn't her this time. She notes that Cat looks like she needs to go to the bathroom, so we'd better free her fast. In order to free Cat, we have to go talk to Festus, the owner of the school food truck who has a pair of cutters. However, in exchange, we have to look over his food truck and serve students coming to eat there. And so starts our second mini-game. It's a little hectic, but you get the hang of it. You turn these little knobs to prepare a certain kind of food, and then you make people's orders and then send them out. For instance, here Robbie wants a taco, Cat wants a burger, St. John wants to... So wait, Cat? Cat? What the fuck are you doing here? Where are you going? Get your skinny ass back here! So yeah, we finish the minigame, Festus gives us the cutters, and we free Cat, who promises to make us the best possible bird scene costume before she runs away. We then have to get Andre to perform a song with us, because the bird scene requires a pop song, apparently. Now, I want to lift the curtain really briefly to just explain something to you guys. I couldn't find a DS with a capture card for this project, so I'm recording this video with an emulator. But the thing is, this title is based entirely in minigames designed for the DS stylus. So when you play these games with a computer mouse, it's fucking impossible. So I spent this entire run through just royally failing to perform in the slightest. And it's actually kind of surreal to have the tables turned on me so quickly. Now I'm on stage struggling to perform a song, and Victoria Justice is looming over my shoulder giving sarcastic commentary about how I suck.
Oh no. Yeesh.
After this, we meet back up with Tori, who has brought in a bird for us to train to do the scene with us. And suddenly, the gameplay completely changes. We are now playing as the bird, as we see ourselves training the bird by teaching it breakdancing moves.
Oh no.
We do the play and Psychowitz says he hated it and asks us if we agree. If you select no, you obviously win the mission, as anyone who has seen the show would probably anticipate. Now, so far this game has done a phenomenal job of replicating memorable moments from the show without necessarily overwriting them. However, from here, the game suddenly pivots direction. Starting with episode 3 and through episode 10, every single level is an adaptation of a specific TV story, mimicking the beats of specific season 1 and 2 episodes so closely that the game cannot coexist in the same universe. However, what's interesting about these levels is how they diverge from the main timeline in interesting ways. There are two main limitations to this game. Firstly, the developers created perfect replications of several sets from the show, but only those at the school. So places like Tori's living room or Psychowitz's house are totally off limits. Second, you are intended to be the main character of this game. And because you weren't in the original episodes in question, accommodations have to be made. Very often, characters will approach you and begin describing B-plots of certain episodes which don't happen at the school and thus take place off-screen. It starts to give the game a kind of surreal energy, like you're a time traveler who knows about all of these events and is trying to pick up on context clues for where you've landed in history. Hey, you guys hear about that Zodiac killer? For instance, episode 4 is based on the Birth Week episode, but because the Birth Week episode is mostly set in Tori's house and in a recording studio, most of the level is Tori in a hallway describing the episode to you. Trina then approaches you and asks you to help design the cover to her debut album. Oh boy, I think I know what I'm gonna draw. And done. Episode 5 is based on Jade Dumps Beck, and is perhaps one of the more interesting in terms of changes because it adds an entire B-plot to the story just to make the gameplay work a little bit more. In the story, like the episode, Jade has broken up with Beck over a disagreement. But in the game, Beck has since gone missing. As Trina approaches, we find out why. Beck is considered one of the most connected students at Hollywood Arts, and Trina believes that if she becomes his girlfriend, he can help her get a role in the new Resident Evil movie. After Trina leaves, Beck reveals that he's been hiding from Trina in a large cardboard box, and comes out to talk to you. The entire point of adding this to the game is giving you something to do in an episode that you were never supposed to be in. Throughout the level, Beck has you run errands and do petty tasks for him, all while you overhear snippets of the main plot happening in the sidelines. Throughout the rest of the game, you do such things as perform as a backup dancer for Tori's songs, play an instrument in Andre's songs, clean up a room that Jade feels too lazy to do herself, and dress up a set so Tori can perform scenes on stage. All in between running errands for the main characters to try and ease along storylines going on in their personal lives. Partway through the tedious list of all the things I was doing for these people I barely know, it suddenly struck me. I'm not the 9th member of this friend group. I'm the 2nd Sinjin. Throughout this run-through, I kept trying to change my costume to make my character look more like an asshole, but I eventually realized that the furthest I could possibly get was Sharpay's brother. Episode 7 is based on Roborazzi and is overwhelmingly one of the most divergent stories. Instead of adapting the incredibly bonkers plot of that one, the level is actually a sequel to the episode, basically starting from where it ended and writing about 5 to 10 more minutes of material. At the beginning, the gang are discussing how Robbie has turned Roborazzi into a cooking show, and how he's quit his drama content because of the dirt that they have on him. Robbie then approaches Tori and says that he's actually gotten bored with cooking, and that he's decided to turn Roborazzi into a prank show. He then asks us to do a series of small favors for him, which are, in fact, setups for pranks. We firstly go to the lunch area, where we witness Cat and Sinjin breaking up after briefly getting together at the end of the original episode. Sinjin's credit card apparently is for emergencies only and can only be used with parental authorization. And Cat was only dating Sinjin to steal his credit card. We, I believe, record this conversation, and Robbie posts it online. We then hide a bunch of ketchup inside of Andre's locker, which I believe explodes, making a mess. Tori, Cat, and Andre immediately accept that we were tricked into doing these things, and they decide to tell on Robbie to her grandmother, which apparently does the job. One interesting B-plot the game invents is an extension of a running joke in one episode that Andre has never been stung by a bee before. In the original, it's just a joke they tell a few times, but in the game, there's a conclusion where we actually trick a swarm of bees into attacking Andre. The bees then begin attacking everyone, and we have to do a choreographed dance to slap them away. You'll remember the episode about Melinda Murray, the famous actress who gets Beck fired, who Tori puts in the hospital after trying to make things right. Well, the interesting thing is that in this game, you have a few different options as per how you want to try and make things right. But no matter what you pick, things end with Melinda going to the hospital. So at some point, that wasn't even Tori's fault. God made that decision. The final chapter based on a TV story is episode 11, I Scream, You Scream. That's not what the episode's called. In the story, Tori has been locked into a demeaning contract with her older sister, which she can only get out of if she gets a pop star to sing at her house. Luckily, an ice cream company has been running a competition where letters can be found at the bottom of different pints of ice cream. Whoever can spell the word scream wins a private concert with, quote, a huge surprise pop star. I wonder who it is. They begin going through ice cream, and at some point, Robbie says he's going to take the leftover stuff to a local playground to give to kids, as he did in the original episode. Robbie then runs back to the school as he was mistaken as a pedophile and chased there by a group of parents. He suggests that you dance to make the parents forget why they came there in the first place. Real quick, can you imagine if you were a parent and this happened to you? You chase someone who you think is a pedophile into a high school, and you stop a student there and say, hey, a pedophile just ran into your school, and their response to that is just, and somehow that makes you forget why you came there. The final episode is all about you preparing for the big showcase. You do a song, do a dance, get a really low score, but somehow get declared the breakout artist of the competition. As the credits roll below, a newspaper clipping is shown from Teenage Star magazine, which reads, TV Talent Show Celebrity, which is funny for many reasons, the biggest one being that this means that in this version of the canon, I became famous before anyone else in the cast. Hollywood looked at this lovable group of teens, and they said, hey, that guy. So we finished Hollywood Art's debut. Now let's move on to the second Victorious game, released on the exact same day. Victorious, Time to Shine for the Xbox 360 Kinect. Oh no! So for those of you who weren't around or invested at the time, the 7th generation of consoles was briefly ruled by a mysterious entity known as the Nintendo Wii. I remember video games still having a kind of contentious air in the mid-2000s, partially caused by news media insisting that they were the cause of all of society's problems. And I recall the Wii being a big hit because it was almost marketed to purify gaming's image. Wii was a fitness console you had to exercise to play a huge chunk of its most famous games, thus the Wii was good for kids. Little Timmy asked for an Xbox for Christmas, you get him a Wii. It's like slipping broccoli into his mac and cheese. But I think the Wii got away with all that because it was legitimately fun to play, and a lot of its most famous games had a ton of effort put into them. And this was all reflected in the fact that the Wii, for a time, outperformed both the PS3 and the Xbox 360. And so, in the years after the Wii came out, Microsoft and PlayStation ended up trying to release knockoffs of the same basic idea. First with the PlayStation Move, and then with the Xbox Kinect, both in late 2010. As a partial outsider, my hot take has always been that the nicest thing you can say about the Kinect and the Move is that they did not represent the entire purpose of their respective consoles. So when the gimmick of motion control games faded, which it did almost immediately by the way, you could still sit down and play those normal old school games that would slowly turn you into the Joker. Now, I haven't used a Kinect since I was in the 6th grade and I played Just Dance at some party. So I went on eBay and I bought one, and then I went and bought an Xbox 360. The person who sold me this Xbox offered to throw in like a bunch of well-remembered games from that era, and I just didn't have the heart to tell him what I really wanted this for. Yeah, we're gonna be standing up for this. We're gonna be standing up because when I wanna get around to gaming, I wanna do it standing up. Y'all ready for this? We're gonna play Victorious and we're gonna become a big pop star. It's what I've always wanted. I settled on TV show reviews, but really, being the next Drake is my #1 dream. Man, using the Force is a lot harder than you would think it is. Like, using the Force seems so easy in the fucking movies. Man, being a Jedi fucking sucks, dude. Wow, it's like I'm really there. Okay, so you guys might be wondering, what could a Victorious game on the Kinect possibly entail? Well, it's actually pretty simple. The game includes a selection of songs featured in the show, and for each and every song, you have a series of Kinect-themed mini-games that you can complete. The narrative within the game is that Hollywood Arts has decided to fund a student-produced music video. You are the newest student at the school, and you're picked to be the lead because of how talented you are.
You might be crazy. Have I told you lately that I love you? You're the only reason that I'm not afraid to fly.
My personal headcanon is that this is set in the same universe as the DS game, but that I'm playing a completely different student. After my original character became famous, he left Hollywood Arts to pursue a career in the industry, leaving behind the rest of the cast to dwindle in their total desperation. I can't think of anything that would make the cast of this show more frustrated than the idea that one of the supposed no-name dialogueless background characters would become famous before them. And it is my goal to punish them to this fate over and over again. For the first round of minigames you play through, the game also shows you fully rendered cutscenes, where one of the characters from the show will break down that specific minigame for you.
I call this drive-by acting. Ooh. I will give you a request, and you have to position yourself in the correct pose.
That's not what that means in the show.
Doesn't matter. Go!
The first level is called Act, and features you being taught by Mr. Psychowitz. There, he instructs you to take on various different poses. Basically, if you try and imitate whatever Robbie is doing in the background, you'll do well enough. In the second level, we're instead being taught by Andre, who is teaching us how to play some instrument featured on the song.
This is what a video game is? I've been playing it wrong the whole time.
Typically, towards the end of the performance, some cool effect is adapted by the instrument, especially if you're doing well. For instance, here, this electronic keyboard suddenly starts blasting out volts of electricity, and several instruments literally breathe fire. This school doesn't have, like, a great budget. Whenever you finish one of these levels, the game shows you a collage of photos it took in the middle of your gameplay, basically serving as a wake-up call for how much of a jackass you look like if you play with the Kinect. Has anyone ever looked good in these photos? I mean, if there's someone out there who has, I just want to say, I'll see you in hell. Next comes my personal favorite part of the game, the singing portion.
Hey, that's the kid Andre was talking about.
He was talking about me? I'll kick that guy's fucking ass.
Hey, you're lucky. Tori is really talented. You should learn a lot from her.
I'm so sick of it, your attention deficit. Those are the real lyrics to this song. Cat Valentine, fabulous, described your performance. Thanks, Cat, but who cares what you think? It's not like you sing or anything. Sinjin likes it. Sinjin likes it. Hey! Sinjin likes my song. He's the only person I care about. Sinjin says my song is good. All right, we're doing good.
Okay, so here's the great thing about the singing portions. Originally, at the start, I was trying to really put effort into them, but as you guys saw, I still missed quite a few notes here and there. However, I eventually realized something totally critical to my goal of finishing this title. The Xbox Kinect is so stupid that if you put the speaker of your TV up next to it, it mistakes the vocals coming out of the TV as you singing. Initially, I thought I'd have to still lip sync to make this work, but eventually I realized that as long as I was standing in front of the motion detector while the song played, I would pass the level automatically. For the only Ariana Grande song in this game, I ate a pizza during the minigame. Perfect score, automatically. I literally could not have done a better job if I had tried. Next comes the dance section, which sadly we can't fake so easily. We have to go ahead and at least try this section seriously, because we can flunk it, trust me, I tried.
I don't think we can get away with playing the music for this one, so I'm just gonna mute it and sing whatever I want. And this one is for the champions. Ain't one since I've been down. Funny how you say it was a Yale. I told you young ago, Monroe, I got what you're waiting for. You was never really rooting for me anyways. When I hit back at the top, I'm gonna hear you say, you coming from long ago. I never said I was a dancer. Was that? Oh, that wasn't it. We're still going. We've entered the twilight zone. I'm high on fucking expired milk. We're off on a wild goose chase, and we'll be no strangers to danger. The squadron will show no fear. Da 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 da. We're off. Fuck. They call this a new era in video entertainment. I call it very, very dull.
And finally, we have the music video level, where we're treated with a big surprise.
Welcome to my layer of cosmic lights. I'm lighting director, St. John, and this is where you'll learn to direct your video. The better you perform, the cooler it will look.
St. John's here. Holy shit.
The music video level is supposed to be a combination of all of the previous levels, with you singing, dancing, and even briefly doing the pose acting we practiced with Psychowitz.
You're awesome!
Traditionally, the final 2 levels of every song feature you transcending the sound stages these levels are based on, as some kind of surreal visual comes into play. This can be something as simple as a bouncing postcard-style illustration in the background, or something as complex as the room ripping apart, sending you cascading among impossibly tall skyscrapers until you end up at the visual of a gigantic Rex attacking the buildings. Full disclosure, for the first song of this game, the one that I was still trying to take seriously, I had absolutely no previous knowledge that the visuals were going to change at all. So when it happened, let's just say, I wasn't exactly prepared.
You might be crazy, have I told you lately that I love you? You're the only reason that I'm not afraid to fly. Crazy, that someone could change me. Now no matter what it is, I have to. There's a giant fucking Mr. Psychowitz's head in the fucking ball in the background. How can I shoot a fucking music video? What the fuck is that? What's going on? I'm having a mental breakdown. Am I high on fucking drugs? What is this? No, I didn't do a good job. Did they capture when I start freaking out? I think it's right there. Wow. What the fuck is this game?
And yeah, that's basically the whole game. It's just those few levels repeated for every single song with different backgrounds every time. My favorite thing to do during this game was to just sit down halfway through, because in the eyes of the Kinect camera, it was like I had just teleported away and it never knew how to handle that. Like, look at the amazing shapes that I made this poor character model twist itself into. Isn't it beautiful in some odd way, like a priceless piece of art being twisted into nothingness at a recycling plant? Here during this song, Tori glitched out and started T-posing, and as some kind of weird act of solidarity, I joined her for the entire thing. Every Kinect game I've ever played feels like it never leaves the tutorial. That's the best way to explain it. It feels like I played the same tutorial level over and over again for almost 4 hours, and the whole time I was kind of anticipating when the real game was gonna start, and then the credits rolled. Here's a random compilation of a bunch of mildly funny moments from the playthrough.
You're awesome, but not as awesome as Law.
I just figured out why I like Trina. She's Miss Piggy. It's so obvious now. Those endorphins are gonna hit any time now. This is the reel that I'm the most proud of. I just had to do it to him. I know you're pining. I've unlocked legs.
Dressing time! Hey, if shorts are called shorts, why don't they call pants longs?
Man, Cat, you honestly just fucked me up. I need a break now. That fucked me up.
It's pretty sad to say that the best part of this game, unironically, is the menu screens. Because each menu screen features 2 kids from the show, and if you linger around, you can overhear conversations that the characters are having.
Another sunny day at Hollywood Arts.
Hollywood Arts rocks!
What's the deal with hotel soap? Why is it so tiny?
I think it's cool that the school is gonna fund a music video. Hey, spring break's in a few weeks. Any vacation ideas?
I used to be scared of everything, including guacamole.
I haven't been insulted in 3 minutes.
Have you seen the new student yet? We should totally say hi.
My voice always sounds so great in the shower. I should really turn my bathroom into a recording studio.
Go for it! Did you see what was on the slap last night? That was crazy.
Yeah!
I had 3 main takeaways from eavesdropping on the menu screen conversations. First of all, Cat is always funny and adorable.
Here, little guy!
Second, Beck is definitely trapped in an abusive relationship with someone who doesn't value him at all.
If I was gonna be on a deserted island and I could only bring one thing, I'd bring my parrot. Please.
Really? Is this supposed to be entertaining?
Jade is angry at me again. She took my car keys.
I would expect you to run in fear when I smile, not smile back.
And thirdly, there is some weird ARG shit going on in the background of this game.
Psychowitz is acting extra strange lately. I wonder what gives.
Have you seen my doppelganger walk by?
I think they're after me.
I wonder what's for lunch today.
You know what, Rex? I appreciate our friendship.
Oh, touching.
I was told that there were loitering students. Have you seen
Looks
them?
like I won't be able to make our double date on Saturday.
Pull for me.
I want to wrap things up here with one last clip, which I really think was the total highlight of this playthrough.
Oh my god, St. John, are you okay? I'd help you, but I'm remixing.
Anyone?
Nope, sorry man, I'm remixing.
I'll just hang out.
Yeah.
Up here.
Hope you don't die, I'm too busy remixing. You see, he's going to the hospital, but I'm ambivalent. I really am a Victorious character now. It's brilliant. This is such an immersive experience.
The fact that this game even got made is so very strange to me, because I just can't imagine that there was this huge crossover between people who watched the sitcom Victorious and people who were jumping ship to get a Kinect. I mean, this kind of teeny bop shovelware was always meant for the Wii, and I just feel like Victorious fans were probably more likely to already have that console. And so it's hardly a surprise that the very next year, Nickelodeon decided to return to releasing games on the Wii, leading to our very final Victorious gaming venture. Victorious, taking the lead. Okay, so, kind of like a brief pause right here as kind of like a detox from the whole, like, Kinect gaming experience. So directly before I recorded this segment, they announced the voice of Garfield in the upcoming 3D animated Garfield movie. And it's Chris Pratt. Again. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take this shit down and like to take all this apart. And I've decided I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop making jokes. I'm gonna stop making jokes because every time I do, the world becomes a little bit of a worse place to live in. Now, a quick correction before we get into this. Earlier in this segment, I told you guys that there are 3 Victorious games which were released for home console. But now that I have reached the other side of this voyage, I can confidently say that there are, in fact, 4. And the reason for this discrepancy is that I initially believed that Victorious taking the lead for the Wii and Victorious taking the lead for the DS were the exact same game. I mean, look at them. Don't they look like the same game? However, having now finished both of these, I can now say with ease that these two are so totally, completely different that considering them to be the same release would just be stupid. As far as I can tell, 2 completely different video game studios, one known for focusing on handheld releases and one known for focusing on console releases, were both given the same basic 1-sentence prompt and were then told to just go completely wild with it otherwise. Both games feature you playing as some character from the show, they both feature you putting on a play as said character, and they have almost nothing else in common. I don't even consider them to be the same basic genres of video games. Taking the lead for the Wii is a point-and-click puzzle-solving adventure, where you walk around the school, pick up objects, and try to use said objects to either further the narrative or just goof off on the side.
Cat, wanna hang out? Why are you yelling at me?
At the end of most levels is typically a motion-controlled rhythm game where you watch one of the characters do something amusing. Meanwhile, Taking the Lead for the DS also features a collection of rhythm-based mini-games, all of which totally unique to this port, but there's not really any other kind of gameplay to be had. Outside of the rhythm games, the best way to describe the title is that it's like a Victorious-themed light novel that you just kind of click through until it's over. You'll note that while the Wii version uses 3D models of the characters left over from the Kinect game, the DS version mixes elements from the first DS title with stock images of the actors next to text. The Wii version also features extensive voiceover work from the main cast, while the DS game only uses voiceover for folio in the mini-games. But I would say that it's hard for me to pick which one is truly better because they're both so different and I've learned to appreciate them for different reasons. I would say that Taking the Lead for the Wii is the Victorious Gaming title that had the most thought put into it. They were very, very careful with this game, and it's not a short game. It takes a long time to play, and because of that, one might call it kind of a magnum opus. On the other hand, Taking the Lead for the DS is the most charming Victorious game. It's the shortest one by far, but it's also the one that features most of the elements that I think people really wanted out of a Victorious Gaming title. As I mentioned, both versions of Taking the Lead completely abandon the idea of you being the main character and instead feature Tori as the playable character. Kind of. You see, while the Wii version indeed features you playing as Tori, with Jade being your obsessive antagonist throughout, the DS version does something a little more creative. It gives you the choice of either playing the game as Tori or as Jade. This immediately opens up a ton of creative elements within the story. The game only has 2 save slots, and the clear intention is that they want you to experience the story from both aisles, one time playing as Tori and one time playing as Jade. So the plot of the DS game, which I again insist has nothing to do with the plot of the Wii game, is that Hollywood Arts is going to be hosting a brand new play directed by Mr. Sikowitz, an adaptation of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, with the small changes that it's now a musical. Oh, and also Juliet is now a vampire and wants to turn Romeo into a vampire as well. You can probably tell that the narrative vibes a little bit more when you're playing as Jade. So Tori and Jade both want to audition as Juliet, and they get into a competition over this. The interesting thing about Tori and Jade's storyline in this game is that a good handful of scenes play out exactly the same no matter who you choose to play. So in other words, Jade has the same dialogue when she's the antagonist as she does when she's the protagonist. This is all carefully done to make sure that the two aren't simply swapping personalities. And in both versions, it's very consistent that Jade is the person obsessed with Tori and is always instigating fights, while Tori just wants to be nice. However, my absolute favorite detail surrounding this gimmick is that choosing between Tori and Jade not only changes the outcome of the narrative, it changes the title of the game. When you play as Tori, the game is called Victorious. When you play as Jade, the game is titled Jaded, basically giving us a canon confirmation of what this show would be called in a world where Victoria Justice was never born. There are, however, 2 notable minigames in this section dedicated to other characters. In the first, you play as Rex, who is flirting with Northridge girls and trying to stop Robbie from screwing it up. In the second, you play as Sikowitz, who is high as fucking balls, and thinks he's in a dancing competition with a chair, whom he is losing against.
Left, right, left, right, left.
Left, right, left.
Eventually, Tori and Jade audition for the role of the vampire queen Juliet, and they both make it to callbacks and face off 1-to-1. In the Tori path, Tori is cast as Juliet, and Jade swears revenge and quits the play. In the Jade path, Jade is cast as Juliet, and Tori says that she's fine with that and decides to work backstage with Sinjin. In both versions, Beck is cast as Romeo. The next day, several technical things go wrong at practice, and Jade/Tori openly accuses Tori/Jade. In the Tori run, Jade openly admits that she sabotaged the practice on purpose, but in the Jade run, Tori says that all of the glitches were completely accidental. Robbie calls Tori out on this, recalling her tech theater exam where she received a higher score than anyone else in the history of the school. In this version of the run, it remains unclear if Tori really did sabotage Jade, but all that matters is that in both versions, Beck storms out of the play because he can't deal with the two fighting all the time. This means that the role of Romeo is now going to go to Beck's understudy, Robbie, who only took the role for the big kiss at the end. That night, Tori and Jade both have the same nightmare, where they're being haunted by images of Robbie wanting to kiss them the night of the play. They meet up the next day and agree that they have to put their differences aside and try to act like friends, a big theme of season 3. They do a public dance performance together, and this convinces Beck that they're totally amicable now, and he comes back to do the part of Romeo. Although, I will remind you, it's a very weird adaptation of the story.
"Oh, vampire queen, transform me into a creature of the night so that I can live by your side forever."
"All it takes is but a kiss, and you shall be transformed."
"Then a kiss it shall be. Give me the kiss of a sweet, undying death."
In both versions of the game, the play goes perfectly. Psychowitz meets with you afterwards and pitches a play about a man who falls in love with a coconut and asks you to be the coconut. He then asks who is going to stay after to help him clean up, causing everyone to leave. He mutters, "teenagers," and then we fade to the credits. The taking the lead DS port is a very charming thing. I think it works because it's so short. It's only about 40 or 50 minutes, one way or the other. And at the end of the day, it isn't actually about Tori or Jade winning over the other person. It's about these two coming together and finding common ground and trying to find some peace there. And meanwhile, taking the lead for the Wii is the direct opposite situation. This game is so complicated and so long, and even if you know what you're doing, it is a 4 to 6 hour playthrough situation, which is a really long amount of time to invest into a point-and-click adventure for the Wii, because it's kind of like, hey, my arm is getting tired, can we just stop? And I know what you guys are thinking. Quinton, you sat through 5 hours of Victorious-themed content? What are you, a fucking loser? One thing I tried to do while I was playing this is kind of put myself into the minds of the people working on this game. Because I was just thinking about it, and it's like, video games based on TV shows and movies used to be everywhere. And I mean everywhere. Every time like a kid's property came out that was a TV show or a movie, it was like guaranteed that there was going to be an immediate video game adaptation. I mean, think about like DreamWorks, right? Think about like DreamWorks movies from like 15 years ago. I mean, I'm talking about like B-Movie, Shrek, Over the Hedge, Megamind. Every single one of those movies had like a shitty like PS2 shovelware game that came out immediately. I think while the movies were still in the theater somehow. And nowadays, this just isn't a thing, and mostly for good reason. But I find myself just relating to these developers so much, and here's why. These were fully grown adults. Like, these were adult men and women who were forcing themselves to become hyper-invested in pieces of children's entertainment which were not really culturally relevant, and they had no reason to watch otherwise. And that's what I do. And the vibe that this video game gives me is that there was someone who worked on this title who probably also worked on the Kinect game, who went like totally overboard with their research for that. I'm talking about someone who watched like every piece of Victorious media ever made in preparation. And then one day someone goes, hey, did you know they're ending that show? Like they're filming the last season right now? And he goes, I am not going to get to the end of this and find out that I memorized all of this useless information for no reason. So we're making a new game. We're making a new one, and we're putting it out this year. And we're gonna pick a specific point in season 3 where it's set. There's not gonna be no character creation screen. It's not gonna be no dancing game, because I'm gonna put in every piece of information that I have learned about this show into this game. And it's gonna be set at that point in season 3 that we choose, and it's gonna be fucking canon. I am making the ultimate victorious gaming experience! And this level of detail is evident from the moment you boot up the tutorial level. In the opening section of the game, Tori is in detention with Jade, who talked her into skipping class. And the door to the detention room is being guarded by none other than Otis. Which begs the question, who is Otis? Well, remember way back in season 1, episode 3, when Hollywood Arts had a cop/security guard? Well, Otis is a reference to that security guard, a character at the school so obscure that he hasn't been seen or referenced in almost 40 episodes. Although, it's worth noting, things are a little bit confusing here. It's very clear that Otis's role in this game is an allusion to the character from episode 3. But that character was named Derek and was played by Robert Christopher Riley. Otis actually originates from an entirely different episode, as he was Melinda Murray's security guard whom Tori sneaked past. And that character was played by Rodney J. Hobbs, who also voices Otis in this game. Out of universe, I'm presuming that this character was supposed to be Derek, but they couldn't track down the actor, so they went with a similar security guard that's pretty easy to mix up. In universe, I'm guessing that Otis was fired from his job after Melinda was injured on set due to his negligence, and maybe Tori hooked him up with the new job at Hollywood Arts. But either way, I feel strongly that the creators of this game intended we would notice this and start a massive fight about it, because this game is a shitstorm of continuity and in-jokes, and it only gets deeper from here. So after Tori and Jade get out of detention, they wander the halls and find Sikowitz putting up posters for his next big play, a very non-vampiric adaptation of Romeo and Juliet.
Prepare to weep for the most famed of star-crossed lovers. Man, I love the theater.
Tori says she wants to try out for the lead, but Jade says to get real, as obviously she will be getting the part. And Jade, honey, have you looked at the poster that Mr. Sikowitz just put up? He might have a bias.
Tori. I take it you know all about the greatest play ever written.
Cats?
The next day, Tori meets up with Sikowitz and manages to pass a pop quiz about Shakespeare, which allows her to audition for the play. Her script, however, is blown through a window throughout all of the school, but once she gathers all the pages, Trina offers to help her read lines. I just described like 3 levels. One of the things I respect the most about this game is its ability to come up with B-plots that feel entirely authentic to the source material, while still seeming to be original. For instance, early in the game, if you talk to Robbie, you'll discover that he's become depressed because he thinks he needs a new talent, consistent with him bombing as a stand-up back in season 2. If we find a magician's hat and then give it to him, this will inspire him to begin training in the art of magic. Something that becomes a long-running joke throughout the rest of the game. And again, as far as I can tell, the game developers made this up, despite it absolutely feeling like something that could happen in the show. Paradoxically, I think some of the side quests get kind of pedantic and start to really weigh the game down. In the third section, you're trying to convince Beck to feel sad so he can connect to Romeo and nail the audition, so you run all over town trying to find something that will make Beck sad, and it turns out the thing that'll make him sad is a CD that Jade has borrowed, meaning that it was 1 foot away from him the entire time. Beck, this is bullshit. If I wasn't so insanely good at parkour, I would be so mad right now. Anyway, skipping through a lot of filler, Jade rips up Tori's script. Tori has to find it scattered throughout the school again. She tapes it back together, and then she does the audition. The next day, Sikowitz comes in and announces that he couldn't choose between Tori and Jade, and thus they will have an audition off where the guys in the class will vote to see which girl they like the most.
Beck, Andre, Robbie, and that other one, Sinjin.
And here's where we really diverge from the DS game. So at the beginning of level 1 of chapter 2, we try to talk to Andre, but find that he is totally unresponsive. It turns out that Jade has given Andre the gift of a brand new pear pad, and he has become totally absorbed and addicted, becoming mentally incapable of interacting with the real world. We find out that Jade has only bought pear pads for all of the boys, and everyone believes that she has done this for bribery, or worse, hypnotism. Now this is the kind of boomer bullshit that I look for in my teen sitcoms. Tori eventually is able to click on the right series of objects and plays a guitar so badly that it offends Andre into consciousness. Now totally awake, Tori asks if she can have his vote, and Andre says that he'll vote for her if she can do him a favor. After he got his pear pad, his grandmother ran out of the house and is hiding somewhere on campus. If she can find her and convince her to let him keep the pear pad, Andre can go home. We find Miss Harris in a bush by the outdoor cafe and attempt to sway her opinion. Eventually, we make Miss Harris a fake pear pad out of cardboard, which she believes to be totally real. She says that she loves it and Andre can come home. The next level is set at the Karaoke Doki from the Season 1 two-parter, and features Sinjin having become a pear pad zombie as well. In the story, Trina is trying to do a stand-up routine at an open mic, but is bombing because she's run out of jokes. Tori agrees to help, presuming that this will somehow help her get to Sinjin. She's given a joke book by Mr. Sikowitz and delivers this to Trina, who tells a joke so funny that Cat spits all of her water all over Sinjin, frying his pear pad. Sinjin immediately blames Tori, saying that she broke his pear pad and now she has to fix it. We dry it out using a hairdryer from Tori's house, and then we get Andre to power it back on at school. Sinjin is happy and agrees to vote for Tori at the auditions. Next we have the Robbie zombie level, which is easily the trickiest so far. Since he has been given his pear pad, Robbie has become obsessed with a mobile gaming app which he has been playing for 12 hours straight, much like I have been playing the RPG action-adventure game Raid Shadow Legends every day for nearly 2 years, with thousands of champions, new exclusives coming out every single day, and a dupe system which will never be implemented. For once, Tori is totally stumped on what to do, as Robbie is such a unique person. We asked Sinjin if he would be willing to hack the game and shut it down from the inside, but this is something that he immediately turns us down on.
I would never violate another man's gaming experience. That's just wrong.
However, I think the solution to this one is rather obvious. I mean, what is missing from this picture? What is missing from this image of Robbie right here? It's obvious, right? Rex, the puppet. Clearly, Robbie has become so immersed in his pear pad gaming experience that he has forgotten about Rex and has left the puppet somewhere around school. So all we have to do is find Rex and bring the puppet to Robbie, and this will wake up the subconscious part of Robbie's brain, which is Rex, as we've all agreed. And look, right here, there's a backpack sitting by the lockers in the hallway. I wonder what's going to be in there if we investigate.
I was running out of air in there. Tori, you may have saved my life.
You see, there we go. Now we got Rex, and we can go over to the other side of the school where Robbie is, and...
Yeah, Rex is alive. I'm glad we all had this talk. For the rest of this level, we get to carry Rex around, and you can use him to click on stuff and he'll say things. And it's very overt that Rex is just capable of talking and existing on his own without Robbie being around.
Look, Sinjin, it's Rex.
Hey, Rex?
Hey, yourself. What's up, Beanpole?
Whoa, how is he talking?
What do you mean?
Yeah, smart guy. What do you mean?
Nothing. Never mind.
We take Rex to Robbie, and despite our best efforts, we just can't wake him up that way.
Wake up, you idiot!
Pow, bam! Die, alien scum!
But there's a backup plan. Robbie is easily distracted by dancing ladies, so Tori gathers up Cat and Trina, and they all dance right next to him, causing him to drop his pear pad.
Oh man, I dropped my pear pad. I guess the internet was right.
They do spontaneously combust.
Tori asks Robbie if he'll vote for her at the auditions, and while he's hesitant, Rex answers for him.
Of course you will, you idiot. Because I say so, and because you left me in that backpack that smelled of stale sandwich.
Oh, sorry, Rex.
Robbie agrees and then offers to show you his latest magic material. In yet another rhythm game, which ends in Rex floating up from Robbie's magic hat in an incredible spectacle. The next level is called Beck the Zombie, and is easily the weirdest one in terms of direction. At the start of the level, two weird things immediately stand out to Tori. Number one, Jade is acting extremely nice and cordial, and number two, Beck is not a pear pad zombie. He hasn't been sucked into an app or lost his free will, he's totally the same old Beck unchanged. Except in one small way. He believes that Jade is trying to turn over a new leaf and didn't gift the pear pads to bribe anyone, but just to be nice.
Jade is nice now. You just have to learn to be nice back.
Despite the fact that nothing about the situation seems to affect Tori in any way, and the fact that she easily has enough votes now to become Juliet, Tori becomes obsessed with proving to Beck that Jade is still a bad person. This entire section feels like it's written by someone who doesn't like Tori and wants to highlight that she's not a good person, which again implies that whoever made this game is apparently a really big fan of this show. So Tori borrows a miniature recorder from Andre and tries to coerce Jade into breaking character on tape, much to no avail. After this fails, she meets with Sinjin, who has his own plan.
You could just do what I do.
I'm going to regret this, but what is that?
I just record Jade saying lots of things, then edit it so that she says how much she loves me.
That's creepily brilliant!
Just get her to say, I bribed everyone with a pear pad.
She wouldn't say that.
She just needs to say the words bribed, everyone, and pear pad. In any order. I'll do the rest.
Sinjin, you're a genius!
And so Tori begins approaching Jade and baiting her with various questions and items, all to get her to say the specific phrases that she needs to falsify evidence against her. During this brief section of the game, the other characters in the level will suddenly change their tone to that of fear.
Tori, are you sure that Jade's the mean one? Wait, you don't have to make me angry now, do you?
I gotta be honest with you, Tori, you're scaring me right now.
You eventually piece together enough audio, you show it to Beck, and he immediately calls you out on your bullshit.
That sounds like some good splicing by Sinjin.
And then the level ends. Literally, the only point of this was making Tori look bad. Next, we have the final level of Chapter 2, where Psychowitz asks you to gather all of your friends to do a test before the audition. This involves going around the school and doing favors for people so they'll be able to help you out. Now, my favorite thing about this level is that the game developers didn't want to add walking animations, so instead the characters just... Yeah, literally whenever someone goes somewhere without you, they just start waving and then fade into nothingness. Literally, they peace out. Tori, the accident wasn't your fault. You have to move on. You do the audition yet again, and this time it's the balcony scene, and while my Wii lags the cutscene, Tori's announced the winner. However, the next day, Psychowitz comes in with some bad news. Despite all their hard work, the play has been cancelled, and while all of the kids want to know why, their teacher is too broken up to explain it any further. We go into the hallway where Cat tells us that Jade might know why the play was cancelled. We ask Robbie where Jade might be, and he makes an admission. He accidentally used his magic to banish Jade from reality.
Right. Really?
Yeah, apparently Robbie's magic has gone too far this time, and Jade is just gone. We ask him where Jade might be, and he notes that he's heard theories about, quote,
dimensions that exist on top of ours.
I take this to be a clever fourth wall joke, as the game often takes a bird's-eye view of events, and thus the universe on top of Robbie's would logically be my living room. This once again implies that we're not quite back in Kansas, but maybe I should have guessed that when I pulled Rex out of a backpack and he offered to end the game early for me. Incredible speedrunning tactic. Anyways, we find some glitter for Robbie and he does the same magic performance on us, sending us to the janitor's closet. Jade reveals that she's hiding there to make Robbie anxious as a joke, and she does know why the play was cancelled after all. It turns out that the gang were so caught up about the casting that they forgot to sell any tickets, and so Vice Principal Rob Riggle cancelled the show. Vice Principal Rob Riggle, by the way, is a character we're going to meet in Season 3. He's in a single episode. That's not his real name, it's just what I call him. Tori decides to try and sell the rest of the tickets, starting off with a bake sale that causes a strong number of tangents, before she throws a party with a memorable number of throwbacks. And eventually, she's able to literally just give them all away. She summons Vice Principal Rob Riggle, who says he will only meet with her after she passes out 3 random detentions to her friends. After we do so, Riggle is enraged to find out that we've been attempting to continue the play against his will, as we learn that he actually cancelled it because Romeo and Juliet is overdone. Tori explains that they've modernized the text, and to prove this, they do another performance set to a rhythm game, specifically the final scene of the play.
What the heck? Romeo is dead! Oh, he must have poisoned himself! And he drank all the poison! That totally sucks! Maybe there's poison left on his lips!
This is the greatest suicide-themed rhythm game I've ever played!
So yeah, the play is on, but a brand new series of issues suddenly arise. Psychowitz gives Jade the stage manager role, and she gives jobs to all of the wrong people, down to having Trina be in charge of music. When Psychowitz hears this, he immediately gives the stage manager role to Tori instead, and she fixes everything. And this continues throughout the rest of the game as Tori tries to prepare for her part, but continuously has to do everyone else's jobs instead. Trina gets put in charge of concessions, we make the drinks. Robbie gets put in charge of set decoration, we gather tools and materials for him. Andre gets the music role, we have to instruct all of the members of his band what kind of music to play. Jade eventually decides to make peace and works on the fog machine for the play, but accidentally stains the costumes which Cat spent so much time making. They're able to use the fog machine to get all of the costumes back to normal. Around this point is also my personal favorite rhythm game, the one where Jade shatters the fourth wall and begins making fun of you for playing the game.
What's this? Oh, some sort of game? So, am I just supposed to stand here?
Victorious!
Let go of the button. This is the best you can do? Oh, is that your score? I guess it's not bad.
One thing I want to point out really quick as a side thing, have you noticed that in each and every single one of these games, they make some big thing out of reminding the audience that Cat enjoys making costumes, right? Like in the first game, they directly pointed out in like the first act. In the second game, Cat is the person in like the select screen for customizing your costume. And in this latest game, Cat is the person who makes the costumes for the play. So it's so funny to me because it represents like a difference in approaching Victorious from the showrunners versus the video game developers. Like, to the video game developers, as soon as that was mentioned on screen once, it was like gospel. Like, that is the Bible, that is canon, that is text. Cat is into making costumes. And I imagine if those people sat down with the people running the show and they brought that up as like one of Cat's character traits, the people running the show would be like, "What are you talking about? I don't remember this. Did we do this? I don't remember this. Cat doesn't make costumes. Cat is an idiot. That's what Cat is." You know, and it's this very subtle thing, but it's such a massive difference between the Victorious creator and the Victorious fan. Opening night comes, but one final thing goes wrong. There is a sudden electrical shortage and the smoke machine breaks. Vice Principal Rob Riggle announces that it was sabotage and that it was either Jade, St. John, Psychowitz, Andre's grandma, or the school cop.
It's the cop.
It turns out it was the school cop, and he admits that he accidentally broke the fog machine and Jade is given detention.
What? What did I do?
Anyone else have anything to say?
Nope.
No, Mr. Robot.
This matter is settled.
The play is saved, and we repeat all of the previous Romeo and Juliet rhythm games, but now in sequence and with proper costumes and sets.
I'm totally dying.
That's it. That's the whole game. It's hard to explain it just in the description there, but I actually really did enjoy playing this game. I don't know, maybe it's that it made me kind of nostalgic, because I do kind of miss that, like, genre of early 2010s, like, TV-related video games that kind of fit into the continuity and almost served as, like, an extra season of material to kind of throw into the middle of your binging experience. It really makes me think like the adventure games. I don't know how many of you were around for that. But that was a big part of the early 2010s for me, so I don't know, I had fun with this one. I think the only unkind thing that I would say about the Wii version, specifically when compared to the handheld counterpart, is that the DS game is just paced like a regular episode. It's so short and quick, and it has a bunch of natural beats that, again, do feel like kind of swapping back between A-plot and B-plot. And the Wii game just doesn't fucking stop. It ain't got no breaks. It's just going and going and going and going and going and going. It is so long that it's kind of ridiculous. Speaking of that sentiment, on the topic of this intermission, I feel like I went a little bit overboard with this one. Just a smidge too far with this specific intermission. That's the thing about this project. I keep using words so much that they lose meaning. Like mini-series. Yeah, it's 13 hours long, but it's a mini-series. That's how I feel about this intermission, where it's like, is it really a break from the main content of the video? When this intermission is now probably longer than, like, my season analysis for the previous season. You know what I mean? Like, intermission, come on. But hey, you know, I figured we've been here a while, and you guys are probably kind of comfortable with hearing me talk about this specific arena of conversation. And I figure if you've watched this far, you'll probably watch me talk about just about anything. So I thought we could round this out by talking about some of my other video game interests, starting with this. So the very first video game that I ever played was Jak 2 for the PS2, and in my opinion, Jak and Daxter is one of the greatest video game sagas ever told in the digital age. So there's so much to say about Jak and Daxter. It's very contentious because it has this massive tone shift in between the first and the second game, which a lot of people find to be a little bit off-putting. But obviously, because I started with the second game, I don't really mind that at all. In fact, I think it's the most interesting part of the saga, that it goes from this, like, lackadaisical, you know, comedy thing into something that's rather lore-oriented. Hey, where you going? Hey, come back! Wait, hey, where you? Hey! What, don't you want to hear? I can talk about metalheads? Hey! Alright, so this is the 5th transition we've done in about 20 minutes, but here we are. Intermission number 1, or number 3, or number 8. Or maybe it's actually higher, because I was doing intermissions in the Fred video, I just wasn't calling them intermissions. This is a intermission. There are intermissions, and this is one of them. Intermissions are breaks in the video unrelated to season analysis. They let you compartmentalize the information and blah 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 blah, you get the gist. So a lot of people have been kind of asking me recently, how do I pull off projects like this? How do I make 5-hour videos in relatively no time? And step 1 of the process is to develop a caffeine addiction. This is tea. Now step 2 is quite simply that I hire a lot of people to help me. Make no mistake, when it comes to absorbing this material, writing these scripts, and recording them, that is 100% me. But I don't have time to edit all of those segments myself, so I like to hire people to come in and work on the editing of those segments while I move on to the next chunk of the project. Now, as an exception to this, so far in this video I've actually done about 50% of the editing myself, and that was just because it was like, it got to this point where it was Christmas season, and everyone was busy, and I just didn't like the idea of calling up someone and being like, hey, can you edit on Christmas Eve? So instead, I edited on Christmas Eve. But the first hour of this video, edited by other people, and I can confirm that after this intermission is over, most of the season 4 material is going to be edited by other people while I just focus on finishing this bit. The reason I'm saying all of this is that, like, if you like my videos because they're long, and you want longevity to be an ongoing part of the channel brand, then I really recommend supporting me on Patreon, because Patreon has basically become like my editor's fund. Like, you know, sometimes I use it for oddities and knickknacks for an intermission or whatever, but for the most part, I look at that as like, I get my payout, and now I can be confident that I can afford to pay my editors. You know what I mean? And the cool thing is, as this project has gone along, and more you guys have gone over to my Patreon and pledged $1 to see bonus and early material, as you guys have done that, I've been able to start paying my editors a better rate, because I have that consistent income, and I think that's a really cool, positive thing that I want to keep plugging so we can keep moving in that direction. Especially because there's this thing I've caught on to where people really expect that I'm going to keep upping the ante, right? Like, I'm not only going to do a 5-hour video, I'm going to do a 6-hour video, and I'm going to do a 7-hour video, and so on. I see people all the time asking me, when's the 10-hour video, you know? And it's like, when I'm looking at these projects that I'm considering, where I'm like, this is a 4-month commitment, this is a 6-month commitment, this is a commitment of a year or 2 years, it's like, it will be really helpful to just be sure that I have that passive income, where I don't even need to worry about getting a video out or putting out a quickie or whatever, because it's just like, the Patreon's there, you know, I got the editors on deck, we're all good. And, you know, we're pretty close to being in that kind of position, so I just want to keep plugging the Patreon, like I said, so we can maintain the course, as W would say. There's a lot of interesting perks to the Patreon, but the most recent one that I'm really happy with is that I've decided I'm going to start doing, like, sponsorless edits that are sometimes extended. So, like, right now, if you go to my Patreon, you're going to find an edit of Victorious Part 1 that doesn't have the sponsor read and has, like, I want to say 5 minutes of extra material, and it's just like little gags that I cut for time and like a rant or two that I just made up when I was shooting that I was like, this isn't good enough for the video, but I'll throw it into the extended edit. So if you enjoy watching these videos to fall asleep, or while you're doing chores, or while you're driving or something, then I really recommend you go down to the description or the pinned comment and just check out that Patreon link and consider pledging $1 or $2. So as a recap of the situation that we're in right now, we have just finished a brief glimpse, what the fuck? So as a recap of the situation that we're in right now, we have just finished a brief glance into the future of Nickelodeon sitcoms after Victorious, and because of that, we aren't really in the right headspace to begin Victorious Season 4. As I said earlier, we are currently stuck in the future, and we need to get back to current year 2012 if we're going to continue our little journey. And long story short, I have a plan on how to get us there, but we're going to have to take the long way round. Because in this intermission, we are going to be covering the only piece of Victorious media that we have basically skipped over up to this point. That being the show's official tie-in website, theslap.com. So in my last video, I said that in this video, I wasn't going to be saying the word iCarly a lot, because iCarly and Victorious have earned not being compared. But fuck that, apparently. The Slap.com was a very clear attempt to recapture the lightning in a bottle that was iCarly.com, the feature website of Victorious's older, more popular sister program. At a brief glance, the two sites are very similar. They both feature video games, weekly updates from the characters, and videos. But once you move past those superficial quirks, iCarly.com and theslap.com are most fascinating in the ways that they differ, because they both represent completely different eras in internet content. iCarly.com was inspired by typical internet experiences in the mid-2000s, when the internet was heavily decentralized. What this meant is that instead of 99% of internet content being hosted on 5 websites, you really had to search out kind of weird and wacky domain names to find the good stuff. Comedy sites, travel blogs, fandom archives. These were often personal pet projects run by eccentric people on their personally owned domain names. Which is why it made sense at the time that when the characters would start making internet content, they would do it on their own personally owned domain name. But by the early 2010s, things had started to change with the emergence of hyper-connected social media websites where people, and especially teenagers, started to spend most of their time online. So instead of the Slap being a site owned by the main characters, it was basically illustrated as a school-specific social media site with all the different pieces of the social media sites of the day being implemented. Like Facebook, the characters send each other friend requests and update their relationship statuses on their homepage. Like Twitter, they send out daily tweets which are consistently described as tweets, and like MySpace, I actually don't know, that was before my time. This is a fucking hot jacket, I tell you what. Okay, now here's how the Slap worked in the real world before it was suddenly taken down in 2018. Back in the day, you'd go to this website and you would basically find a bunch of social media profiles run by characters from the show. On these profiles, you could find in-universe tweets, kind of giving a unique glimpse into these characters' lives outside of the hustle and bustle of their general sitcom antics.
I really wanted to sleep in today, but I woke up at 7:15 exactly. I have the world's most annoying internal alarm clock. Mood, sleepy.
At the Asphalt Cafe, just watched a guy in a chicken suit ride by on a unicycle. This school isn't normal.
I hate when my brother plays hide and seek with the police.
Well, add one more person to the list of those who snub Robbie, the Easter Bunny. Beck's wearing a fedora today and some girl told him he looks like Johnny Depp. So I tried it on, and now Rex keeps calling me Johnny Dork. Yes, I know my left butt cheek hangs lower than the other one. Can you all please stop pointing it out? I was thrown out for taking pictures at a funeral. The guy might have died, but I really liked his outfit. Is that so bad? Mood? Stylin'. It's not weird that I have a life-size cutout of Cat. I have life-size cutouts of all my pretty girlfriends. I asked Jade for a ride to school. Not sure why we're currently driving through the desert, and why she has a shovel in the back seat.
You get the idea. Now, despite the tweets from the Slap being insightful, they are not the main thing that the website is known for today. Because alongside the characters constantly tweeting out every single thought that they happen to have, they would also regularly post in-character video blogs.
Hello. Welcome to my page on the Slap. My name is Sinjin, and I'm a student at Hollywood Arts. I'm into women.
These vlogs would be posted regularly on the profile pages of the victorious cast and lasted from the beginning of the show's broadcast all the way past the series finale. And take a random guess, just a random guess, at how these videos were displayed on the Slap website. Don't even guess, I changed my mind because I'm going to tell you how. They were displayed like this and like this. Now, doesn't that just make you angry in an irrational way? Okay, so I want to talk about something real quick as like a little bit of an aside here. Do you guys remember in my first iCarly video when I did like an entire like brief intermission about iCarly.com and the videos that were on iCarly.com? And I made like a big deal out of the fact that despite the fact that I remember going to this website as a kid, and I remember certain videos and certain like story arcs that were going on, I could not confirm or deny my own memories because I could not access all of the videos that were once hosted on this website, okay? Because there was no official archive of the videos from the site, there was no fan-made archive of all the videos from the site, and most maddening of all, there was no list of the videos that should have existed anywhere on the internet, because the videos tab on the website was not archived on archive.org. And there was no like blog anywhere where someone was like, okay, so like the first thing they posted was Spencer video, blah, blah, blah. Then they made a sequel. Then Sam had a video. Then Spencer made a third video. And then Sam made a sequel to her video. No one did that. And because of that, not only did I not have all of these videos, I didn't even know what I was looking for or what I was missing, because I just didn't have like a list of the videos that should have been there. That is exceptional in this circumstance, because not only was I able to access a list of the videos that were on this website, but I was able to archive 100% of the videos that were once on theslap.com. Now, that was through a couple different means that I'm going to talk about in a second, but the main way I was able to do it is just that a lot of these videos were just like screen recorded and uploaded to YouTube, which is weird because that same thing wasn't happening with iCarly.com, consistently, right? And some of you are going to be hopping up and saying like, oh, it's because Ariana Grande had this pop career, but like maybe, but so many of these archives also date back before she really blew up in the mainstream. So it's really like a weird situation where like more people were archiving this stuff in 2011 than 2008. And the conclusion I've come to basically is that there's nothing about Victorious that makes it spectacular in this way that led to this happening because it's Victorious. But what instead happened is that there was just like a series of like social events that led to all of this material being archived on YouTube by accident, right? Okay, so here's my theory. In 2010, around the same time that Victorious was starting, the iPad was released by Apple. Now, the iPad was a very interesting invention because it wasn't a phone, so you couldn't make phone calls with it, and it wasn't a computer because most of the websites designed for computers did not work on it. So it was kind of a terrible invention, and we all owned 2 of them. Now, back in those days, most everything on the internet ran on Flash, and Flash did not work on iPads. Like I said, terrible invention, and it just happened that YouTube did work on Apple devices, because back in those days, before Google was an Apple competitor, YouTube came as a pre-installed app on Apple devices. And so what ended up happening is that all the special little kids who got iPads for Christmas got on a computer and went to their favorite websites that didn't work on their tablets, and they would screen record videos and upload those to their YouTube profiles, not for archival purposes, not for longevity, but because they wanted to watch funny videos on their iPads. And if you were a content creator on a competitor website around this time, it was probably really, really annoying that this was happening, but 10 years later, it is such a godsend that all of these 12-year-olds were accidentally archiving online material, just for fun. But the content on theslap.com is also kind of infamous because it's really, really weird. I mean, you haven't seen much of it, but as a bit of context, if you think the show Victorious is weird, the show Victorious was being produced with so many regulations, other adults were watching these shows and checking to see if they were appropriate for kids, and there was the FCC and all this stuff. The Slap.com was made with none of that, with no regulations, but made by the same people, so you can only imagine it's like 1,000 times worse, okay? And because of that, the content has remained infamous, and so quite often, Viacom will go through and just randomly block videos, right? So content that was archived 3 years ago, it's just gone now. So I had a couple of weird situations where there was this piece of content that was once on the Slap website got taken down, but there was an archive on YouTube, but then the archive on YouTube was blocked by Viacom in almost every country in the world. And it was well, how do I go about seeing that video now that it's blocked in almost every single country in the world? And I was able to get around this thanks to, you guessed it, Frank Stallone. No, but with all honesty, I was able to get around this issue, ironically, because of Viacom. Okay, so I was talking to this guy on Twitter, whose bio says he is a developer for OBS. That's pretty cool. I'd put that in my dating profiles. But Okay, so I was talking to this guy, and what he basically was able to figure out is that even though Viacom took down the slap.com, they've accidentally left up their media servers. So he was able to access and download some of these videos through embedded links. I don't know how I couldn't get this to work, but thanks to him, I now have, I believe, all of the videos that was on this website. A side note though is that basically he was only able to access videos that were uploaded to the mobile version of these websites because like the desktop version of the slap used Flash and Flash was embedded in all the videos, so he couldn't get the download to work. But because the mobile version didn't use Flash, he was able to get that download to work, which means all these videos look terrible. But I'm just kind of grateful that I have them all, so, you know, there's going to be some, like, mixed quality in these, so just anticipate that, you know. The full archive of these videos is about 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm planning on uploading this to Google Drive. I was going to do Vimeo, but I think they have an upload limit, and I not only encourage you guys to download that archive, I encourage you to improve the archive, because I guarantee you, I messed up somewhere. It was a one-man project. I guarantee you there's something wrong with this archive. And if you can fix it and then share it with other people, that sounds great to me. Hey guys, Weezer Quinton here from the future. If you're wondering why I shaved, I was asked to do a scene for Shrek 2 Retold, and that's going to be out sometime in the next 10,000 years. Look guys, I know that I'm ugly. I know, I went to high school, I used Tinder, I know, but you're my fans, you're supposed to pretend, okay? Anyways, I have to record this interjection to my past selves intermission to make a small correction. So if I've done this right, about a minute ago I was telling that story about the guy on Twitter who figured out a way to download like really low quality copies of all the videos from the slap using the official archives. And I edited this whole segment basically using the copies that he sent me, and then I uploaded them to my Patreon. And he apparently got on my Patreon, watched my test edit, and said to himself, this isn't good enough, I gotta one-up myself. So I want to say about 2 weeks before I would have naturally gotten this video out, he DM'd me and he was like, yo, here's everything in like high quality. So it's not 1080p, but in my opinion, what he sent me is the best that I could have asked for these videos to look. And I had to insert this because if I spent like a huge chunk of this section hyping up that these videos look like shit and then they looked completely fine when you watch the rest of the segment, you'd be like, what was Quinton talking about? So as a quick comparison to show you what I was talking about, this is one of the videos that he sent me in his first batch, okay? And this is the exact same video from the second batch. Do you see how much of an incredible difference that is? And how much, like, that second video might as well be like an official Viacom release? And I just want to say, people in my circle will tell you this, I'm making a big artistic sacrifice here, because personally, I thought when these videos looked like dog shit, they were a lot funnier that way. Like the way the compression couldn't figure out what Ariana Grande is supposed to look like was so funny to me. Like it was every 10 frames it figured it out, and then any other frame it was guessing. And I just found that so hilarious. But now that I've got copies of these videos that look good, I gotta use those, and I know I gotta use those, so I'm gonna. Anyways, I'm gonna use my victorious calculator to time travel back to the end of season 4. I'll see you guys when we get there. The way that I would describe the slap, having now sat through 4.5 hours of content, is that it's like a victorious variety hour. So like, do you remember when Sunny with a Chance ended because like Demi Lovato quit, and instead of replacing them, they were like, hey, what if we just turn the show into like a skit program, like a half-hour variety show that's in universe with all the same old characters? The slap is like if they tried to do that with Victorious. So it kind of feels like there's like a recurring Tori bit, and there's a Cat bit, and there's a Jade bit. And because of that, it almost feels like a completely different TV show. And so when you're watching this video, it's probably going to feel like in the middle of this review, I'm just talking about a completely different show with the same characters. But I think it gives a really unique and fun glimpse at like a different take on the Victorious universe.
I love coffee. Yeah, I know a lot of people say they love coffee, but they just mean they like it a lot. I love it. Like, sometimes I swear I want to marry coffee. One time, my grandmother said to me, Jade, when you grow up, what kind of man do you want to marry? And I said, I want to marry a man like coffee. And she goes, but what does that mean? So I said, hey, get out of here, Grandma. I love it.
I want to mention something real quick before we get into like the heat of this stuff. So when I finally made this archive, I didn't work on this video for like 3 weeks because I was just dreading doing this segment. Because the one saving grace of like iCarly and Victorious is that like these shows are easily accessible, right? So if I see an episode that's like fucking nuts to me, I can find someone else in like my circle who's also seen the episode, and we can both be like, what the fuck is this episode, you know? But I can't do that with the slap because I had to hunt down most of these videos. So I can't go up to like someone in my friend circle and be like, yo, have you seen the 17th video from theslap.com posted to Tori's profile? Because they'll be like, no one knows what you're talking about. So I was like, great, this is just a me thing. I have to go about this alone. And then I was like, wait a minute. No, I don't. No, I do not. Because I remembered I have a goddamn Twitch that I've never used. So one day, literally randomly, I set this up like an hour after it came to my head. I just started streaming from my Twitch, and for about 3 days, we streamed all of the content from theslap.com. And no one at Viacom noticed or cared. To me, it was kind of a gray area because it's web exclusive material. And throughout the course of this video, you're going to be seeing a lot of those live reactions because I felt I couldn't replicate those. So it's better to just present my live reactions to this stuff because a lot of it's fucking insane. And the main reason I'm mentioning this here is to be like, about a week after I post this, I think I'm going to be streaming again, working on another thing for this mini-series. So if you guys didn't know that I had a Twitch, because I forgot that I had a Twitch, then I suggest, following me on Twitch or subscribing or whatever they call it there. And that should be in the pinned link in the description or, somewhere like that. It shouldn't be hard to find. My description's pretty organized, I think. So, like with a lot of things I review, the best way to talk about my thoughts on the slap is to talk about my expectations going into it, right? So, this is not a bit. My expectation going into this content was that the slap was going to make me understand Victorious. And I should be specific there. I don't mean understand the show, because I think at this point I understand the show. I mean understand the Victorious fandom and their weird, completely unique relationship with the show. Because I've talked about this discrepancy several times, okay? The Victorious fandom has a version of Victorious that seems to exist exclusively in their own minds, okay? Because the Victorious show that is discussed by the Victorious fandom has nothing to do with the version of Victorious that actually hit the airwaves. And so my true expectation going into the slap was that this was going to be like a bunch of little puzzle pieces that was going to explain some of these false memories that people have about this show. And so what I was thinking basically was like, this is 4.5 hours of content. The writers surely didn't have time to script that all themselves. So what probably happened here was that they expected the actors to ad-lib the material, causing the actors to portray not the versions of the characters we saw on screen, but the versions of the characters that exist inside their heads. Meaning that we got a little bit more of like a wholesome take on the universe, and the actors occasionally breaking character to like support each other in the ways that they do in the real world. Nope! Ain't none of that on the slap. Because like, the slap is obviously still written by the same writers. It is just as mean as the TV show is, if not more mean, because it is more explicit in the ways that it is trying to be mean. And while there are like a handful of videos where the characters have a cute moment, or they break character and clearly portray the actors instead, for the most part, it's all the same stuff that we've seen before. Okay, let me give you guys an example, right? Beck and Jade. The Victorious fandom is convinced that there's this like wholesome energy with Beck and Jade. That like they love and support each other and they're totally couple goals and all this stuff, and it's like none of that's true in the show because they hate each other. And I counted, in the Victorious Slap content, there are 3 moments in the 4.5 hours of material which could be described as wholesome Bade moments.
Say you love me.
Magic word.
Please.
I love you.
Okay. Tell me something you like.
Like or love?
Love.
You.
Aww.
If you don't know what noogies are, it's when you grab a person's head and then you rub your knuckles on it.
I will call the police if you give me noogies.
You ready?
Don't.
3, 2.
Beck, don't!
1.
No, Beck! Stop!
Oh, it's great!
I will call the
Oh, it's
police. Stop
fantastic!
it. Do you want me to bite you? Do you want me to bite you? I will bite you. Stop! You have
Oh, your
sharp
hair is so
knuckles.
soft.
You have sharp knuckles. You know what? Please stop. Please stop. I will come in and call a teacher. I'm going to call a
This is so
teacher.
great.
Mature people don't do this.
Happy birthday, no charge. Really, it's great.
Stop! Oh my God, Beck!
If you resist, it only makes it worse. It only makes it.
Those 3 clips are drops of water in a desert of content where the only joke in their relationship is that they hate each other and they're literally the worst couple.
On my last birthday, which was on a Sunday, he didn't call me till 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, we're gonna have that fight again?
Not unless you started.
You were the one who, you know what? Let's just forget it.
Sure. I'm so glad you can forget it.
Here at Hollywood Arts.
They know where we are.
Yeah, why are you in a bad mood?
Maybe because you didn't call me till 2 in the afternoon on my birthday.
That was 7 months ago.
Yeah, but you never explained to me. I don't understand how a person could...
You guys making a video?
But that's not to say that the slap is totally useless in our grander understanding of the show, because it's actually really great at illustrating the many ways that these characters have evolved or devolved over time. Take, for instance, Cat's ongoing infantilization. At the beginning of the slap's content, Cat is illustrated basically as a completely normal teenager, to the extent that Ariana often forgets to do the Cat voice, and she basically just talks in the exact same way that she does in the real world.
A lot of people ask me if this is my natural hair color. No, it's not. I make it this color because I love red velvet cupcakes, and this is the exact same color of a red velvet cupcake. My dad is always telling me that I say way too many words. He thinks that I say around like 9,000 words every day, and he thinks I should cut back to around 15 words a day.
Hi, we're bored. Cat's here spending the night. Hey! Alright, I'm about to show you guys a video.
Insane video.
So insane.
This is insanity.
Okay. You don't go to Hollywood Arts. We have this teacher, Psychoid, who's just so abnormal.
In a good way, though.
Oh, we totally love him.
He's an awesome acting teacher.
We love him. He's the best.
Yeah, you rock, Psychoids.
Love you, Psychoids.
But by the middle of the slap's run, Ariana is fully in character all of the time, as her character just gets stupider and stupider, increasingly making you worry about the character's well-being.
Hello, computer people! I'm Kat, and I just got a new chair! It spins! I didn't know we had the technology! Is it possible for a teenage girl to drink water upside down? It's not possible! You know what I love? Clouds, because they're nice. Sometimes. Other times they make mean faces at me, and they know they can get away with it because they're so far up in the sky. One time, I looked at a cloud, and it looked just like this other cloud that was mean to me the week before. Do you think it was the same cloud? Is it following me? Uh-oh. I'm freaking out again.
Another more obscure evolution that we see highlighted here is what I like to call Beck's douchebagification. At the start of the slap, Beck is just one of the guys. He's chill and not too outrageous. But throughout the run, he starts to get a little more conceited over time, ultimately culminating in a segment where he dons a fedora and presents himself as a pickup artist.
Now, I get a lot of messages from my Slap followers who need some help with the ladies. Now, I can't answer them all one by one, so I thought I'd make a video to help you guys out. Always make eye contact when you go up to a girl. Give her a look, a nice smile, and then walk right up.
Another expectation I had going in was that the slap was, quite frankly, not going to be canon. I'd compare it to the stance of iCarly.com, which I can confidently say at this point is not canon to its respective source material. The reason is that Neville appears extensively in the iCarly.com material, sometimes as a site collaborator, but whenever Neville shows up in the TV show, they typically recap the last time that they've seen him, meaning that there is no space in the official Neville timeline for the web-exclusive material. But on the slap, they are very, very careful to make sure that every little piece fits, and in fact, in Season 4, they even start referencing slap-exclusive skits on the Victorious TV show, basically confirming that the skits are intended to be canon. The only contradiction worth complaining about is that sometimes certain members of the cast will feel kind of out of character. For instance, in the show, Andre is kind of a straight man with anxiety issues, but in the slap, he's almost kind of a devious trickster, and it kind of comes across like he's maybe a pervert as well?
Since I'm still kind of new here at Hollywood Arts, everyone's been bugging me to make more videos and post them here on my slap page. You're sniffing me.
You wear a new perfume?
No, but I ate a salad with ranch dressing.
Zesty ranch?
I think so.
I knew it.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of stuff like that on the slap, now that I think about it.
I'm gonna check my requests.
What requests?
You know, it's that thing I do here in the slap. I take random requests from people and then I make a video doing whatever they ask me to do.
I have a request.
Shut up.
But at the end of the day, I don't find that one too worthy of being annoyed about, because it kind of makes sense that these characters are one way in real life and one way on social media, because with a lot of people, that's just how it works in the real world too. Okay, with that, here it is. Here is my review of the 5 hours of content that was produced for theslap.com.
Theslap.com! Theslap.com! Theslap.com!
The first web-exclusive piece of Victorious content was uploaded in late March 2010, being a trailer of sorts featuring the characters discussing the website and explaining it to the audience. If you've watched the show recently, this one will be kind of familiar to you, as a portion was also played during the credits of the pilot episode. Like with iCarly, this was a very common way for the show to advertise the web-exclusive material in the early seasons. Directly after this, each character from the show uploaded a brief vlog to their profiles, introducing themselves in a unique way that reminded the audience of their respective personalities. For instance, in Tori's profile video, Trina attempts to take over the vlog to sing her version of the opening theme song, which weirdly enough doesn't sound that bad.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you'll be the main attraction.
Tori then tells her sister that she was off pitch, causing Trina to beg her not to upload the video.
Well, then you can't post that on your profile on the slap.
No, I think I'm gonna.
No!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna.
Tori, you can't embarrass me.
I'm kidding!
Promise?
Yes, I won't post this video on the slap.
You swear you won't?
No one will ever see this video.
Okay.
This short segment quickly reminds us of the characters' respective main traits in Season 1. Trina is insecure and tryhard, and Tori is a bag. I said skunk bag and then bleeped it, and you can't prove that I didn't. Jade's profile video is filmed at her home and features her reinforcing her character's edginess while insisting that she doesn't even care about social media in the first place.
See this piercing here? And this one here? I got both of them about 45 minutes after my mother told me I wasn't allowed to get my face pierced. Sorry, Mom. I'm 16, I'm smart,
I'm deep. I like mochi ice cream. I don't like bananas.
We then move on to Beck's profile video, where we're reminded of his main character trait in Season 1. His girlfriend's lack of boundaries.
Doing my video profile thing for the slap.
I know, go ahead.
How did this turn into a two-person thing? I take acting really seriously, but not like in a pretentious way. My favorite movie of all time is probably On the Waterfront.
We've been dating for 2 years. We've been exclusive for about 1.5 years.
Is that necessary?
Is what necessary?
For you to say that all?
What did I say that would make you ask me, is that necessary?
This is my video profile.
Which is supposed to let people know what you're about.
But you're making it about you.
Us.
I wasn't in your video profile.
I asked you to be in it. You said you were too busy hanging out with your dad.
He was in the hospital.
So?
I'm gonna do my video profile some other time.
Because he doesn't want me to be a part of it.
That's not what I said.
Then just use what we've already shot.
What, of us fighting?
We haven't been fighting.
So you want me to use this as my video profile?
I'm fine with it.
Incidentally, according to the dialogue, this is set directly after the Season 1 episode where Beck and Jade briefly break up, which actually didn't air for another 2 months. This basically confirms that despite the couple reconciling at the end of that episode, it did not take a very long time for them to start fighting again. Regardless, so far these character videos have stuck pretty closely to the show's depiction of the cast. But there are 2 big exceptions. The first is Robbie. Now, in the show itself, one thing that is featured shockingly rarely is Robbie's talents as a songwriter and musician, with him only singing original music in 4 or 5 episodes of the first 3 seasons. With one episode even saying that Robbie's main talent at the school is supposed to be stand-up comedy. But on the slap, Robbie's music is his main recurring characteristic, and in my opinion, that's most likely because Matt Bennett was probably using these skits as a chance to share music which he had written in his free time. I'm actually kind of embarrassed by how much I enjoy Robbie's songs. I feel like I shouldn't vibe with them so much, but I totally do. Take, for instance, the very first song he ever uploaded, Rub the Frog's Head, included in his original video profile.
You can play with a balloon, you can lick a rubber band, you can eat a tasty prune, you can slap your mother's friend. If you wanna pet a frog, it's as easy as a log. Just take your hand and rub the frog's head, yeah. Find a frog at your local pond and rub its head. Girl, you gotta rub that frog's head.
Now, the first time I heard this, I kind of jumped out of my seat and was just in shock. Because I was just like, is this Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head? Okay, so there's this band I love called They Might Be Giants, probably my favorite band, but I also like breathing, so there you go. But They Might Be Giants had this song called Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head, which was on their first album, and the first song of theirs to get a music video. I don't think I can play anything from it because, copyright, but it basically goes like, put your hand inside the puppet head, put your hand inside the puppet head, put your hand inside, put your hand inside, put your hand inside the puppet head. Anyways, I did a little bit of research, and it turns out that Matt Bennett is like a closeted They Might Be Giants fan, something he talked about when he was a writer for Nerdist, and I feel like this just explains a lot about him. And it's kind of fitting that his first song for a Victorious project was such an obvious tribute to Put Your Hand Inside the Puppet's Head because, well, I also think there's a lot of Weird Al and Matt's music on the show, but not like the Weird Al songs that you guys probably know. I'm talking like pre-1982 Dr. Demento Weird Al, like when he was this 16-year-old kid who skipped a few too many years of high school and was just recording demos in his college dorm and sending it into his favorite radio show.
If you're new in town and you wanna look around, but you don't know where to begin, well, there's Bubblegum Alley and the local car rally, not to mention the toilets at Madonna Inn. Take me down to that good old slow town.
I'm rambling at this point, but it's my channel and I'm allowed to. Anyways, Matt Bennett's songs are kind of an interesting curiosity on the Slap because they're typically one of the few segments where the other cast members simply refuse to stay in any semblance of character. Because in the show itself, the characters all kind of hate Robbie, and specifically whenever he starts singing his music, they act like it's bad, because they're assholes. But on the Slap, the other actors just can't hide their optimism about Matt's music, and so in these little snippets, they tend to just play themselves jamming along.
As your father and your mother. 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 Don't trust strangers you already know, even if you met them a long time ago. Don't trust strangers eating in house and street. Don't trust strangers eating deli meat. Eating deli meat. Don't trust strangers eating deli meat. Don't you trust the strangers? Don't you strain no.
Now, the second character with a very unique Slap profile is, of course, Cat Valentine. Cat's videos from the Slap are easily the most popular and the most famous, partially because Ariana Grande is the most popular and the most famous, but also because there's this earnest, sporadic energy to so many of these videos.
Okay, my video profile by Cat. That's me. Okay, I just turned 16, which means that I'm one of the youngest kids in my class, but I'm mature, so whatever, you know. And I love to perform, and I love to sing. Okay, here are some of my favorite notes to sing. La!
I get the general vibe that Ariana was probably the one who was most commonly allowed to just make up material during these segments because it really does help the flow. And this off-the-cuff feel is present to the extent that, just pointing this out again, Ariana keeps forgetting to do the cat voice.
This person wrote, "Hey, Cat, what's wrong with you?" I wish I knew.
Cat's videos have one eternal quality that sets her videos apart from all of the others, that being the lore. Up to this point, Victorious has historically not been a show obsessed with a dedicated lore. It hardly explores the past of any of the characters or even tries to hold continuity to a golden standard. This is notably different from the writing of iCarly, again highlighting that one show is serialized and one show is episodic. My point is that when you put a camera in front of Ariana and tell her to rant endlessly as Cat, what she immediately starts doing is listing her personal headcanons about her character, all details which are not known to the show. This includes, puzzlingly, the character's full name.
Hey! It's me, Cat. Actually, my full first name is Katerina, but nobody calls me Katerina except for my grandmother, who makes awesome fudge. But I can't eat it because she puts nuts in her fudge, and my doctor says that I'm allergic to nuts, so technically, I can only eat nutless fudge.
One of my favorite obscure Cat facts comes from Tweet Time with Cat number 2, where Cat at one point says that her hair color isn't natural, and explains why she chose the color red.
One time I came home really late at night and my brother thought I was an intruder. So he picked up a big glass vase and smashed it on my head, which started bleeding, and then when I looked in the mirror, of course I was really bummed about the fact that my head was bleeding, but I loved the color. So I took some of my bloody hair to the drugstore and I asked... Okay, next tweet.
Cycling through the other characters real quick, there's Andre, for one. As you'll remember, my hot take has always been that when the show first started, the writers forgot to give Andre a personality. So when he sits down to record his Slap profile video, it is, I shit you not, just a list of things he likes and dislikes, and that's the whole thing.
I like trees, but not as much as I like bushes. Let's make that clear. I like boxer shorts, I don't like tidy whities. I like orange juice.
In this same video, Andre also says that he is in the 11th grade. This is a continuity error and is incorrect. I'm going to record a segment explaining why, and then speed it up by 500%. Alright, good luck with that, nerds. Then of course there's Rex, who was a much more prominent character back in Season 1. If Rex's cameo in Game Shakers didn't convince you that he was an entirely separate entity from Robbie, Robbie and Rex clearly having vastly different mic quality will surely do the job.
It ticks me off that most clothing stores don't sell clothes in my size.
I'd take him to the small and short store.
I shouldn't have to go there, man.
Also, according to the Slap, Rex is actually the same age as everyone else in the cast, a detail which now seems obvious but has never occurred to me before.
My name is Rex. I'm 16 years old. I spend a lot of time hanging out with this guy, mostly because I feel sorry for him. I like R&B music, some rap, rock and roll. I do not like the Euro synth pop music. I don't tolerate that chiz.
Now, Trina's first video uploaded to her profile actually wasn't her profile video, but an open letter, which is quite depressing to say the least. In it, she tells the story of a boy who took her out on a date, only to go to the bathroom halfway through and climb through a window to escape from the situation. She attempted to get in contact with him later, only to find that he had essentially faked his death.
The next morning, I drove to your house. I rang your doorbell. Your little brother opened the door. When I asked him what happened to you, your brother informed me that you had moved to Australia and would not be returning to America anytime soon. However, as you know, just yesterday, I saw you at the Green Meadow Mall. Yet, when I called out your name, Kevin, you shouted, "Kevin's dead," and ran the other way.
And this pretty much represents what Trina contributes to theslap.com. It's just really, really sad, which is supposed to be funny because you're supposed to hate her, but I kind of don't, so it's just depressing. Trina eventually does upload her own official profile video, which is a live stream Q&A where no one shows up, and again, it's supposed to be funny, but it's not, it's just sad. St. John Van Cleef also has a Slap profile, which we sampled earlier, but I'll save details about his videos until we come upon them naturally a little bit down the line. Besides the 9 teenagers in the show, Lane Alexander, Festus, and Psychowitz all have profiles on the Slap. But none of them ever uploaded unique videos to said profiles. Psychowitz does contribute to some Slap videos in minor ways, mostly through voiceover cameos. This includes this memorable line from the end of the very first video from theslap.com.
My mother tells people I'm dead.
Now that we've covered the first few weeks and we've been introduced to all of our characters, from here on out I'm going to be splitting the Slap into 4 unique seasons, each lining up with the seasons from the actual TV show, just to kind of give us a contextual boundary as per what point in the series we're currently supposed to be at. With that, let's get into The Slap, Season 1. So now that the Slap has carefully established the main character traits of all of its leads, it now has to find digital content for all of these kids to actually make. Something that feels on brand with the TV show, while at the same time feeling dissimilar from the content of iCarly.com. And the 2 most memorable examples of how this was accomplished can be found in the profiles of Cat and Jade respectively. Starting in June 2010, Jade's profile began uploading a regular series under the title What I Hate. Rather than featuring Jade trying to do a skit or a performance, What I Hate primarily featured Jade, by some interpretation slightly buzzed, ranting about everything she can think of that she personally hates.
I hate it when I go to someone's house and their dog jumps all over me and the owner says, "Oh, it's okay, he's friendly." Guess what? I'm not. Get your dog off me. Girls who wear skirts over their jeans. What do I feel when I see that? Here's a hint. Hatred. You listening, girls? Wear a skirt or wear jeans. But if you wear them simultaneously, whatever, go for it. As long as you don't mind me hating you. I hate people who complain when I chew ice. Does this bug you? Good.
The problem is that the writers apparently had trouble coming up with more than a few videos worth of ideas, so eventually Jade will either get mad at things which are entirely ridiculous, even sometimes being stuff she just makes up, or she will tell stories that kind of make her sound like an entitled asshole who isn't the good guy in those stories.
Beck takes me out to this, sick, fancy restaurant, and I order the penne with shrimp, and when I go to eat it, I see that the shrimp have tails still on them. What? So I say to the waiter, dude, is the chef taking a nap? What, was he too busy to take a knife and slice the tails of my shrimp before he dropped them in my pasta? And so the waiter goes, but the chef says that cooking the shrimp with the tails on adds flavor. So I pick up my plate, walk it over to a trash can, and dropped my shrimp tail-infested penne in the garbage.
This will become one of the longest lasting segments on the website, and one of many to outlast Season 1. Next we have Cat's Random Thoughts, which is, you guessed it, Cat sitting on camera and saying literally any thought that comes into her head.
One time, I was with my family having dinner at BF Wang's, and the electricity went out. No lie.
Or sometimes she just makes a noise. Which is just as fun. Then we have drive-by acting, the main contribution that Sikowitz brings to the website. Drive-by acting is pretty simple. Sikowitz will run up to some of the characters using a handheld camera and announce a surprise improv session where they aren't allowed to break character. He'll then randomly give everyone different roles, and we get to see how it all plays out. In one segment, Beck is cast as a person trying to order food at a restaurant, and Jade is cast as a disruptive male employee without personal boundaries.
Excuse me, I'd like to order a number 3 turbo combo.
Holy cripes, you are like ridiculously handsome.
Thanks, but can I get a,
I swear on my mother's face, you are like 9 different kinds of attractive. Look at you.
What comes on a double cheeseburger?
You are better than a double cheeseburger. I swear you are like so gorgeous I can't even stand myself right now.
I appreciate that, but...
Who are your parents? Is your father some kind of schmancy Greek god, and your mother, what is she? Some kind of exotic animal like a fantastic lady antelope that one might see in a safari somewhere?
Is there someone else I can order from that...
So I have a standing theory about this one. In this skit, once she's in character, Jade begins immediately praising every aspect of Beck that she can think of, something that she almost never does in real life. I kind of feel like this is some kind of psychological thing, where Jade has built up stern boundaries around Beck, and thus can never communicate to him properly. So the moment she's allowing herself to be another person, she just starts gushing because it's the only opportunity she ever has to allow herself to speak about Beck emotionally. Or maybe it's a dumb skit, I don't fucking know. Other memorable episodes of drive-by acting include one where Tori plays a teenage girl who lost her phone at the mall, and Robbie plays someone who is an expert at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
I lost my cell phone. Can you please help me?
Sure.
Sikowitz! He was really giving me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
Right.
And then there's the episode where Andre is playing a man who can only speak in loud noises, and Cat is playing someone that loves biting people.
Ow! Ow! Cat!
Don't break character!
She just broke my skin.
That's true, I felt my teeth go in.
Army Hammer. Now, one character that the slap rather predictably had trouble gauging was our old pal, Robbie, who, depending on the skit, is either a very talented comedian and musician or a sex offender. And so throughout the course of Season 1, a few different running gags are tested with the character. The first idea was to have Robbie be really into personal improv, leading to the increased presence of the baby voice skits. Basically, Matt Bennett apparently has like a weird Elmo impersonation, and so a few early skits involve Robbie acting out scenes with this character.
Who peed on my computer bag?
What?
Who peed all over my computer bag?
I don't know, Daddy. I'm just 8 months old, so I don't know who peed all over your computer bag.
But you were the only person in this house all day.
Yes, that's true, Daddy. I was the only person in the house all day. But I swear to gosh, I didn't pee on your computer bag.
Don't you lie to me, baby.
Daddy, I would never tell a fib. Especially not to my sweet dear Daddy.
If you didn't pee on my computer bag, then who did?
I don't know, Daddy. Maybe it was Justin Bieber.
That's a dirty lie, baby!
Touchstone stuff, right? This gag culminates in a video where Robbie goes over to Tori's home and coerces her into joining the improv, playing the baby's mother. At which point, it becomes extremely clear that this whole act is a fetish that Robbie has.
I went into your purse and I took in your lipstick.
Well, that
Bad.
I knew about it. I think I need a new diaper.
Okay, this is over. Come on, it was just getting good.
Over.
Don't turn it off.
Too late.
Tori, wait, I just want to...
With the baby bit milk dry, it's clear Robbie needed something new, leading him to his next segment, which I like to call plagiarism.
Hello, I'm Robbie, and this is a continuing segment I do called Robbie's Reviews, as you can see by the sign I made.
Hey Dad, do you still know that time-traveling lawyer? Robbie's Reviews is a short-lived series, but one that's pretty easy to explain. Remember Food Battle? From Smosh? It's that, but with one person. Robbie will select an item, like a rock or a bundle of noodles, and he'll perform random challenges to see if said item is qualified to perform those tasks.
Epic fail.
Some of these are rational, and others, not so much.
I don't think we can fully evaluate a large rock without checking to see how it performs as a self-defense weapon. Let's find out!
No! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I think we have to give this rock an excellent rating in terms of self-defense.
What the fuck, Robbie? I wasn't even paying attention if Robbie killed someone. That man is dead!
Problem solving. So, I sold my buddy a guitar, but he still owes me half the money, and I can't seem to get him to pay me back. So what do I do?
What if Robbie kills another guy with the rock? And he's like, I know the solution to this one. Several early videos exclusive to the slap give us an interesting reminder as per when in the series we are supposed to be, while also occasionally giving us a parallel view of certain events. For instance, in September 2010, Tori uploaded a brief video showing Melinda Murray's injury as filmed on her Pear phone.
What are you doing? Haven't you done enough? There is an arrow through my hand. Get that thing out of my face. Get her off the set right now.
This is, of course, an event from Season 1 that we all know very well, but we've previously only seen it contextualized in a very stiff, artificial soundstage setting, so it's weird to see it filmed in such a completely authentic way, as if this were a real thing that happened in 2010, and this is the only visual evidence. Also included on the site was a series of skits and promos filmed with Perez Hilton for the airplane bottle episode. Once again, I have no idea who was excited about the prospect of Perez Hilton being on a Nickelodeon sitcom, but for the people that were, this is some fun extra content. And if you're really a fan of Slap exclusive media which tied back into the TV show, then you're going to certainly enjoy this extended Robbie number that we all know very well.
It's fun to run, it's fun to play, it's fun to make things out of clay, it's fun to fill your car with gas, it's fun to break things made of glass. Broken glass can cut your hand, then you'll bleed across the land. Ask any woman, child, or man, the dangers you'll pass with broken glass. With broken glass.
Now, at this stage, we're approaching what I would call the end of Season 1, so we only have a few brief snippets left to introduce. The video Beck and Jade's Relationship Advice features the titular couple presenting a Q&A of sort, where they answer questions sent in by viewers looking for relationship advice. The joke, of course, being that Beck and Jade fight so much that they can't even get through the basic structure of the show.
I'm Beck.
Jade, I'm his girlfriend.
We've been dating for 2 years.
Longer.
Huh?
It's been longer than 2 years, but it doesn't matter. Just keep
I
going.
thought we officially started dating.
It doesn't matter.
So, a lot of people we know come to us for relationship advice.
So we told people, if you have a relationship-y kind of question for us, just send it to my page in the Slap.
Or mine.
And maybe we'll answer it.
Okay, first question is...
Don't read that one.
Why not?
Read the next one.
Why can't we just start in the first
Why
question?
pick a fight with me?
At this point, Kat was given yet another running series of her own, Titled Cat Interviews Cute Boys, the content featured Cat interviewing numerous boys in her bedroom. In every case, the boys are completely stupefied by what is happening, as Cat has invited each of them to her home under false pretenses.
Martin came here to be interviewed.
No, you said you're gonna have a party.
This is kind of like a party.
I'm the only one here.
So?
The impression given is that these boys are incapable of figuring out why a girl their age would want to hang out with just the two of them, and each boy fails to pick up on Cat's overly flirty demeanor.
And now, we dance. You're a good dancer.
One person who has been almost non-existent on this site is Andre, who shortly after this uploaded one of his first videos to his profile. The video features Andre interviewing his grandmother and trying to get her to explain several text messages that she has sent to him. While the show itself is typically ambiguous about what issues Andre's grandmother suffers from, videos on the Slap seem to make it almost certain that she suffers from schizophrenia. A puzzling detail considering that this is still played exclusively for comedy.
Grandma, you wrote, "There's somebody in my refrigerator."
There was!
Who do you think was in your refrigerator? A bank robber. A bank robber? Why do you think a bank robber was in your refrigerator? No, wait, come back.
Now, at this point, I'd say we're in for a treat, because we're about to talk about what is, without a doubt, one of my favorite ongoing segments on the Slap website.
Go!
Oh, hey, it's me, St. John. I noticed a lot of people here on the Slap put up really creative videos, but I don't really have many. So, I thought I'd make a cool, funny video to put up here on my page at theslap.com.
St. John's first non-profile video is titled St. John's Sock Puppets, Lady Gaga, and features an insightful yet slightly disturbing glance into the mind of Hollywood Art's favorite student.
Whoa, you're Lady Gaga.
That's right. I sure am Lady Gaga. Who are you?
My name is St. John. I go to Hollywood Arts High School.
No way! That is so impressive.
Yeah, well...
Say, why don't you come over here and sniff me? Well, do you like my odor?
Sure. You're the best smelling pop star I've ever sniffed.
Oh, St. John, you're gonna make me blush.
Whatever. I gotta go.
No, wait.
What do you want?
You. I want you, St. John.
Normal one. The Slap is having a normal one.
This has been a St. John Van Cleef production.
Dude, that's creepy.
Just get out of here.
You'll be simply ecstatic to learn that St. John's Sock Puppets is not only going to return, it's going to become one of the site's most consistent running gags. And speaking of puppets, let's now introduce Rex's main recurring segment.
What's up, people of the Slap? My name is Robbie.
Get to the point.
Could you show me 1 ounce of respect?
What is there to respect, man?
This one is pretty easy to explain. Occasionally, during weeks where nothing more exciting was coming out on the site, Rex would upload videos of himself performing covers of popular songs from the show. These would be accompanied by St. John in the background, who would perform interpretive dances.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you be the main attraction. I may not be a star, I'm not driving the sickest car, but I know I can make you happy, baby. So tell me that you love me, yeah, and tell me that I take your breath away. And maybe if you take one more, then I would know for sure there's nothing left to say. Tell me that But you love me anyway.
And with that, we've now seen most of the content of the first year of the Slap.com. Emphasis on most, because there is something we haven't covered yet. Hey guys, so the screen has no visuals right now. It's just black, and that can only mean one of two things. Either I'm about to deliver a really speedy punchline to something, or I'm about to say some series of off-the-cuff stuff that I'm not sure how to visualize. Sadly, in this case, it's the latter of the two. A big theme of this project to me is the utter paradoxical nature of trying to do something like this, like with these specific shows, trying to watch one of these shows because there's this big elephant in the room, you know, that's just looms over, you know, and just is always there. And I've taken a little bit of pride in the fact that I've been able to save so many of the details surrounding that for a standalone video at the end of this miniseries. And I've also taken some pride in the fact that, like, I feel like we don't have to talk about the elephant in the room because you can just always feel it. The further we get into this, the more weird it gets, the more shocking stuff gets, and the more it just feels like there is this big elephant-shaped shadow that is just looming over everything. And, you know, the reason I'm talking about all this right now is I'm about to show you guys 4 videos, which are from the beginning of Season 1, and all 4 of these videos were posted in a row. And I watched them all in a row. And these 4 videos represent, perhaps, the worst thing I've ever seen put into a piece of children's media. Just like, individually, it's all weird, but the fact that it's all in a row, 4 videos in a row, it dumbfounds the mind and curses the soul. And the reason I'm going on this spiel is not only to give you guys a content warning, to be like, if you want to shuttle forwards, that's fine, but to also just kind of say, I'm in a weird position where if I don't represent this content, it will be an inauthentic representation of what the Slap.com is known for. But at the exact same time, when I present this content, I'm not going to be delivering closure in relation to it. We're not going to go through a therapy session and go out understanding why all this is here. We're going to look at some awful stuff. We're going to process that there's something very, very wrong. And then we're going to move on like we have so many times before. Are you guys ready? 'Cause don't say I didn't warn you. So the very first video we're going to be highlighting was very early in the history of the site. In fact, being the very first episode of Cat's Random Thoughts. During said episode, this very weird thing suddenly happens.
Sometimes I call my hairdryer baby. Like,
Hello, baby. Who's my hairdryer? You are. That's right. You my baby hairdryer with pink tape on it.
have you ever tried to get your whole big toe in your mouth? Check this out. Look, I'm upside down.
What the fuck was that? Why the fuck do I do this? What am I fucking gaining? As I said before, this is already an extremely weird, awful moment, and it's perhaps the worst thing that we've seen in this project so far, but it's made worse by the video that came out directly after this, which is equally weird and in the exact same way. We are now going to be talking about the only ongoing series introduced in Season 1 which we haven't talked about before. That being, Tori Takes Requests. In the very first episode, Tori, who has recently joined Hollywood Arts as a new transfer, says that she wants to take requests from the audience about what things she should do so she can then upload that to her profile. While she goes in expecting requests about the performing arts, singing, dancing, and whatnot, what she receives instead is awful.
Tori, please pour ketchup all over your feet.
Okay, what is wrong with people?
Just do it.
But that's not performing.
Come on, just do it. Spread your toes, girl.
Woo! I still say this is not performing.
All right. Well, let's turn on some music and make your feet dance.
What?
I'm gonna minimize this. Okay. I talked about this yesterday in my stream from yesterday, but like a big thing about doing this project, right, is so often I would, specifically in like early iCarly, I would see something that was like so fucked up that it like disturbed me. But it would be like, I can't even send this to another person, right? Like I can't take a screenshot of this and send it to another person because it would put me on a watch list, right? So I can't do that. But this is on fucking Netflix, right? You know what I mean? It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's getting worse before it gets better. It's getting worse before it gets better. It's gotta get better sometime. Whoa, 2 of them in a row.
Read the comment or relax. Okay, first comment says, Tori, I would love to see you as a hamburger. Let's read the next comment.
No. Tori. You said you'd do whatever they wanted.
Oh, come on. Being a hamburger isn't performing.
It's kind of like performance art.
Yeah.
It is.
But I don't want to... I mean, I'd sing a song.
And we begin.
First, I'll put a bun under Tori's belly.
Oh, it's gonna be more ketchup shit. We can all feel it, right? We can all feel this coming, right?
Tomato!
Some onions?
No, they smell!
Pickles!
No, I don't even like pickles on my burger. No condiments. No condiments.
More ketchup.
And now, the top half of the sesame seed bun.
Okay, I'm a hamburger now. You happy? Freak?
Hey, Cat. Guess what time it is?
What time?
Are they gonna start eating the food directly off of Tori's stomach? Is that what's gonna happen?
Dinner time!
They didn't show it. Oh, they didn't show it. Thank you, Lord. They didn't show it. Vindication. They didn't show it. I'm gonna be down here for a while. Quinton, are you okay? Someone said, Quinton, are you okay? What does it mean to be okay these days? I mean that in the sense of the world and in the sense of my life. There is no God. Before it was a fucking hunch, now it's a fact. So I'm fine. Because the world makes a little more sense today. And so after all that, after 3 awful slap videos in a row, right after another. I just needed a break, right? And the next thing up on the docket was a Robbie song. And the song's title happened to be Robbie's Big Toe. Red flag, right? Not to me. For some reason, I was convinced that the song we were about to watch on this stream was going to be totally normal. Which, at first, it kind of was, despite a few odd quirks which are hardly alien to Victorious.
Now, Tori's nice to Jade, but Jade is mean to Tori. Where's the sense in that? Well, I guess it makes a good story. And Cat is bipolar, she can really do you in. There are crazy cast of characters, let's sing it all again.
So I told you guys, in the first few episodes, they literally say Cat is bipolar. That's how they describe it. So many people in the comment section of the first video were like, Quinton, you don't understand what bipolar is. And it's like, no, I do, but in the show, they say Cat is bipolar. They say that sentence out loud. Why is the song called Big Toe?
But the whistle starts when Robin takes his shoe off.
Oh no!
When this baby was born, who'd have guessed his fate? Robbie's got one big toe and none others have pulled his weight. It's awful hard finding shoes that'll fit.
I'm gonna become the Joker. You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. You're never gonna fade, you'll be the main attraction. Season 2 of Victorious premiered on April the 2nd, 2011. Kicking things off with Beggin' on Your Knees, the classic episode where a guy pretends to be in love with Tori so he can get her to do his homework. Now, I'll be the first to admit that it's possible that content on the slap and content that aired on TV weren't always perfectly lined up. Maybe some stuff filmed during Season 1 premiered after this on the site, and maybe some stuff filmed for Season 2 premiered before this. But I think splitting things up by the seasons in the TV show is just the cleanest way to keep track of things. Now you might be wondering, how do you tell apart the Season 1 production block and the Season 2 production block? Well, it can be difficult, but there's two main tells. Firstly, after Season 1 is when Ariana Grande first started getting into spray tans. So for every break in production, Ariana looks just a little bit more bronzed than before. But more glaringly, Season 2 is when the show first started using the pear-shaped phone props, which replaced the ordinary phone props that we had seen in Season 1. Speaking of which, a brief tangent here on a topic that we've surely not covered to death. During Season 1 of Victorious, the Slap website is shown in-universe several times, and in those scenes, it has a somewhat unique design that we never got in the real world. For those who haven't caught on, the Season 1 Slap uses a normal smartphone as the border to videos, while the real-world site was using the pear-shaped border even at launch. I think this detail is really funny because it implies that they had the website designed really early so they could feature it in the show, and they probably hired someone, right? And that person was probably like, oh, we should make the border to these videos a smartphone because smartphones are the same shape as 16:9 video. That's basically the entire appeal of smartphones. And they design it, they're content with it, it gets used in the show, and then like 1 week before launch, they get a phone call from the showrunner who's like, hey, we're filming Season 2 now, and the phones are pear-shaped now. And this random underpaid web designer is like, what the fuck does that mean? Season 2 of The Slap recycles a lot of material from Season 1, doing a good number of sequel videos. Some of this we'll be skipping because I kinda cheated in some cases and played Season 2 clips during the Season 1 analysis, just so you guys would get the gist. The first video posted during Season 2 was the second and final episode of Beck and Jade's relationship advice. And boy, if you love seeing these two argue about literally everything, you're gonna have a great time.
Hey, it's me and Beck.
What's doing?
I just made popcorn.
Yep, the little woman sure can cook.
Okay, that's offensive on like every level.
It was a joke.
Was it?
I'm Beck.
I'm his girlfriend, which makes him ridiculously lucky.
So lucky.
Oh, you're not lucky to have me as your girlfriend?
After this, we get another episode of Tori Takes Requests, and I'm happy to say that I think this is the first episode of this specific running segment that isn't a fetish. It's ASMR. Basically, someone challenges Tori to put glue on her hand and then have Jade rip it off. Now, it's possible that this actually is a fetish, and it's one that I'm not really aware of. If that's the case, please don't tell me. I'd rather not know.
Oh, that's a good one! That's a good one right there! Oh!
After this, we have basically a soft reboot of everyone's favorite video from Season 1.
Start!
Sorry. Hi, I'm Sinjin. I, wanted to put some videos up on the slap, on my page, because that's what most of the other kids at Hollywood Arts do. And my father told me that I should try to be more like other, normal people. So I'm gonna make a funny video.
To understand this one properly, we have to introduce a brand new ongoing segment, which I like to call Pointless Character Retcons from the Slap.com. So let's get started with Pointless Character Retcon from the Slap.com number 1. Sinjin is secretly deeply in love with Jade. This is something that originates in Sinjin's profile video, which you'll remember we skipped over a little bit earlier.
I also do a little something I like to call improv rock, which goes like this.
Yeah! Alright! Gonna take it downtown, gonna take it downtown, gonna take it downtown.
Did you hear that, Jade?
Sinjin's infatuation with Jade is something that, from my memory, doesn't come up in the TV show, but in the web material it is a continuous running gag, which even made its way into the victorious Wii game. Anyways, the big payoff to this is the second episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, which this time features Sinjin acting out a fantasy of Jade suddenly professing her love to him one day.
Oh, Sinjin, I can't fool you. You know that I think about you all the time.
Wow, Jade. Sounds like you've got a bad case of the Sinjins.
I do.
Then why do you keep dating Beck?
'Cause I feel sorry for him. I really want to date you.
You don't think I know that? You don't think I see the way you look at me? At lunch? In the halls?
Oh, Sinjin, cuddle me.
No.
Why not?
Because you belong to Beck.
Anyways, you guys want to take a random guess about who shows up right after this?
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I was just...
No, you are doing something. You have 2 sock puppets on your wrists.
No, I don't. I don't have any sock puppets.
Really?
I was just pretending.
This is not right, okay? It's not right for you to do this, okay?
I wasn't hurting anybody.
Is that supposed to be me?
I don't know.
Is that on?
No.
Is that on?
Yes.
Turn it off.
Why?
Just turn it off right now. Turn it off right now.
My camera.
No, turn it off.
There's going to be many, many more of these. After this, Trina uploaded yet another open letter, which you'll remember she had done previously about a boy who ghosted her. Trina explains that at the beginning of the month, she had previously uploaded a video of her singing an original song, which she didn't, by the way, but the point is that she claims that at the end of that video, she encouraged people to leave comments. She reads through those comments in this video, highlighting several cruel and personal things said about her appearance and singing talents. She then ends on this.
Thanks for the vicious cruelty. And to the one person who wrote the sort of nice comment about me, which had nothing to do with my singing, thank you. But no, I won't.
After this, we get our first original video of Season 2. The first episode of Jade with Tots. In this video, we learn that Hollywood Arts is directly across the street from a preschool, and Jade, desperate for a video to post, has decided to borrow a few kids to interview them. This segment is a really good showing of Liz Gilly's talents in improv. She's able to interact with these kids clearly in character without being too mean. She doesn't traumatize the kids or anything, but it still feels like Jade, and I think that's an interesting thing.
Gotta speak up, sweetheart.
Why do you feel that I don't have one decent friend that I can really count on?
Because maybe some people don't like you?
Now let's talk about this for a minute. Why wouldn't people like me?
You're kind of scary.
I'm scary?
Next, we have yet another brand new recurring segment, the Funny Nugget Show. This one's weird.
Okay. We need to be serious.
Yeah, serious.
Let's be serious.
Okay.
All right.
When we were watching this live on my Twitch, the Funny Nugget Show convinced my chat and I of 3 consecutive things. Number 1, Tori and Cat are much closer friends than they appear to be in the show. Number 2, Tori and Cat love getting high together and recording videos in the middle of the night. Number 3, Tori and Cat are gay. This is the only way to explain the Funny Nugget Show. Tori and Cat are high and gay, but only in this single recurring segment.
Very serious. There's a Marvin in my shorts. And the most important thing that you will all always remember is that hats. Oh no!
I literally don't know how else to describe the Funny Nugget Show segments, and there's so many of them. It's literally just them acting high in the middle of the night. It's like kind of odd. I guess one interesting note in passing is that in the very first video, Ariana overtly breaks character, but they just keep it in as a gag.
I want to start over. No, there's no do-overs. No do-overs? There's no do-overs. Nope, not now. Not ever.
Next, let's quickly highlight Tweet Time with Cat. This is a 2-part video series which features Cat reading tweets sent to her on theslap.com. It's a Q&A series of sorts, with the gimmick being that Cat will only allow herself to talk about any given topic for 10 seconds at a time. We've shown a few highlights from this before, so let's just keep moving. In July 2011, Andre uploaded yet another video to the Slap featuring his grandmother. Although this time, you could argue he had somewhat good intentions. Andre's grandmother, apparently, is passionate about the game Mahjong. I know how to say this word, but I can't. Andre's grandmother is apparently passionate about the game Mahjong, so he tries to get her to do a tutorial explaining how to play. However, loud noises near the school cause her to freak out time after time, flipping the table and losing all of the pieces. Most of the skit isn't interesting and is just a repeat of the typical jokes with this specific character. However, one single exchange between the characters, which at a surface level is meant to be throwaway, is perhaps the greatest revelation of this entire intermission.
We're gonna try this again. Right, Grandma?
When do I get lunch?
I told you we can stop at Good Burger on the way home.
I want cheese on my Good Burger.
We can make that happen.
Hold the fucking phone. Good Burger? Good Burger? That's all. That opens a whole fucking cascade in the NSU. Did he just say that he's gonna take her to fucking Good Burger? We're all on the same fucking page, right? Good Burger NSU? Good Burger NSU? Good Burger NSU. Holy shit. Speaking of the NSU, let's now talk about a video which is very out of place. Literally, because it isn't really a video from the Slap at all. You see, the web-exclusive material of iCarly.com had an established running series titled 3-Way Random Debate. And around this time, they uploaded a video featuring their show being invaded by the cast of Victorious.
Hi!
Who was that?
I think it was Ariana Grande.
From Victorious?
Uh-huh.
Really? Hey, Ariana.
Hey, Noah.
Shh! Ariana!
We're in character.
You gotta call him Gibby.
What's up, people?
As you can see, the joke of this one is that the victorious characters are not in character, causing the iCarly cast to break from their performances as well.
Hey, Jerry.
Jerry, no, I'm Spencer. Or wait, is she playing Cat right now?
No, they're just being themselves.
Shouldn't everyone always be themselves? Not when we're acting. Oh, are you acting right now? Yeah! Well, wait, now I'm not sure.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Daniela.
Devo!
Okay, so like the whole cast of Victorious is crashing this web segment?
Oh no, just us three.
Make that 4.
Hey, Rex. Hi, Rex.
How can Rex be talking when I'm nowhere near him?
How come you haven't had a date since your bat mitzvah?
Hey, is Rex in character? Are we supposed to be in character?
All I know.
Now, this video was posted to both iCarly.com and The Slap, but I think I won't cause a fight if I say that it feels more like an iCarly video. iCarly.com suffered from this unique issue where the moment Miranda Cosgrove decided that she didn't want to do the web exclusive content, there was basically no way for that website to keep any kind of brand synchronicity with the show being aired on TV. And by the 5th year that the show was on the air, they just really didn't care and were making it pretty blatant that the skits were just skits. And that is an interesting contrast to what we've seen so far on The Slap. TheSlap.com does feature all of the main characters. It does strive to find a consistency with the TV show, and it is still invested in the idea of the viewer seeing it as canon. Although, just because it's canon doesn't mean that it's not fucking weird. Okay, so next we turn to Jade's What I Hate series, also bringing us to pointless character retcon from The Slap number 2. Jade lives with a guy? Okay, so this is a guy that Jade lives with, and it's explicitly not her dad. It's also not a relative, it seems. It's someone that Jade refers to as this guy. It's almost like Jade doesn't know who he is. It's just a guy that she lives with, whom she has total control over because he is afraid of her. I don't get it either. I think this is the same guy who tried to hit on Carly in that one episode. Did I even mention that? I can't remember. There was this guy who was like an adult and was trying to hit on Carly while she was like acting as a third wheel for Sam and Freddy. Does anyone remember that? Or maybe he's like the Paraphone employee who has a mental breakdown because Gibby keeps talking to him. Did anyone remember that either? Anyways, it seems like whoever he is, he somehow ended up as like an obedient servant for Jade. I don't have any thoughts about this, it's just a thing. Next, let's talk about pointless character retcon from The Slap number 3. Cat is a Trekkie.
Hey, Mr. Spock. You are so Vulcan weird. Time for your nap, tomatoes.
Okay, everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. None of the stuff we've just gone over matters in the slightest. And do you know why? Do you know why? Because we have another St. John Sock Puppet episode to review. This one is actually about a historical figure, Abraham Lincoln, and trust me when I say, you have no idea where this one is going to go. Is he in Ford Theater?
Ho, ho, ho. I'm Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Wait just a minute. Oh, hello, young man. My name is President Abraham. Silence! Oh, you're bad. You're a bad president. But why do you say that?
What if St. John is like, just says something just racist?
Because you're nothing but a big disappointment. But I've done so many good things.
Oh, no! No! Oh, no! Oh, my God! What?
America. It's not enough. But did you hear me? No matter how many good things you do, it's never enough.
Holy shit!
I'm sorry.
Sinjin! Sinjin!
Hey.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Why is your sock being so mean to the Abraham Lincoln sock?
Because sometimes my mom criticizes me.
Can we all be on the same page about the fact that they knew what they were fucking doing? So that's the best video on the slap. It's all downhill from here. After this comes another episode of Jade with Tots, the iconic series where Jade continues to mistake preschoolers for her therapist.
Oh, there's a man, right? It's a man. Oh, it's your dad?
Yep.
Interesting. My daddy hates everything I stand for. He just wants to hang out with his new wife and her yappy little dog. And he's never kept one promise. Ever. So, what do you think about that? Yeah.
After this breakthrough, Jade uploaded yet another episode of What I Hate. And boy, at this stage is she scraping at the bottom of the barrel.
I hate aloe vera. You know that useless gel you buy at drugstores that's supposed to do whatever, but it doesn't really do anything at all? Yeah. Thank you, tube of sticky goo that does nothing.
Jade, honey, you're the whitest person in the show and you live in California. You should know what aloe vera is for. After this, we get another episode of Cat's Random Thoughts, because hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sometimes I wonder if you can get juice from a potato. I wonder if I pulled my hair back in a ponytail and then rubbed honey all over my face and then stuck my face in a big bowl full of popcorn. What would my face look like when it came out? Okay. This is an olive. And this is a tweezer. Now.
She's doing surgery on a grape. We then get yet another episode of Sinjin's Sock Puppets, this time reverting to the normal gimmick of Sinjin acting out fantasies relating to women from the show. In this one, Sinjin is a dentist who is chastising Tori for not taking care of her teeth. This might seem random, but there's this gag in season 1 that I never brought up in the first video, where Sinjin has a teeth collection, so that probably implies that him fantasizing about doing dental work on women is probably one of his things.
Just please clean my teeth. It's too late for that. No! Your teeth will be filthy forever.
Hey.
Why?
Speaking of which, before the content on this site is over, Sinjin will have acted out some fantasy involving every girl in the show, with one exception. That being Cat, who he never once makes a sock puppet show out of. This seemed like an odd detail before I realized that this actually makes a lot of sense. Sinjin would be somewhat unlikely to generate unrealistic fantasies about Cat because he and Cat already dated back in season 1, even if she was secretly just dating him to steal his money. What this means is that Sinjin probably has a hard time being invested in fantasies of something working out between him and Cat because he's already seen that the relationship just wouldn't last. Next, we have yet another episode of Jade with Tots, and the final one to be exact, as at the end, Beck enters the picture and shuts the whole thing down.
You're scary.
You think so? Because I can be way scarier than this. Okay, now tell me
Hey.
We're filming.
Jade?
What? You're butting into my Tot interview.
Yeah, it's not right.
What's not right?
You need to stop this.
I'm just talking to
Look,
them.
You can't be so hard on little kids.
No, I'm just asking them questions.
They're little kids. It's just not cool.
Beck and Jade then have a very cute moment together, almost making you forget that 8 weeks from now, the two will enter an ear-splitting shouting match and will break up mere hours later. You'll remember that Season 2 ends with a long blooper episode set in what I call the metaverse, a term that Mark Zuckerberg somehow managed to steal after I recorded that segment, but before I got to upload it. Anywho, to tie into this episode, several web-exclusive interviews with the Christopher King character were uploaded to Rex's profile.
You also have a younger sister.
Yeah, I do.
Tell me about her.
She's in high school. She's a really good student.
And do you know where she is right now?
No.
I do.
What do you mean? Where is she?
You don't need to know.
Where is my sister?
Don't worry about it. But... All right. We've chatted about your father, who's in prison.
He is not.
And we've talked about your sister.
Where is she?
Now, let's discuss your mother.
I've already shown a good amount of this material in my previous video, but one interesting exclusive I didn't mention is the Slap blooper reels, 2 of which did not air on TV. This includes one of the most uncanny pieces of victorious media to ever exist. The Psychowitz reel, featuring Eric Lange breaking character several times.
Come on, this isn't fair.
That's also mine.
Oh, I thought the circulation of my brain's getting cut off. I'm sorry.
But you've been depressed for days because you miss your ex-girlfriend's bunny.
Well, yes, but oh, you thought Bunny was a cat?
No, a rabbit. I thought it was a rabbit.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, yes, but oh, you thought Bunny was a cat? Sorry. Yep. Well, yes, but oh, you thought Bunny was a cat? I mean, really, what's wrong with me? Rabbit. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
With that, let's now quickly move into the 3rd season of Slap content. So as I just mentioned, near the beginning of Season 3, Beck and Jade have a nasty breakup, and because of that, the two really don't appear together in Slap videos from here on out. In episode 4, Cat uses the breakup as a means to get closer to Jade, something she's evidently wanted for a long time.
Yay, we're hanging out together!
No!
Cat's antics in attempting to properly befriend Jade are rarely seen for the rest of the season, but they are featured heavily in the Slap.com, and this leads us to the first original video of Season 3 and one of the most famous, Cat's bedtime story. Basically, in this one, Jade is staying over at Cat's house due to her house being fumigated. And while she's sleeping in Cat's bed, Cat wakes her up and begins filming a video, announcing that they are going to do an improv bedtime story.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl who always dreamed of being a princess. And now Jade will tell you the little girl's name.
Her name was Blotus.
I don't think that's a girl's name.
Her name was Blotus!
Throughout the course of the skit, Cat's side of the story keeps striving for a lighthearted fairy tale tone, and Jade's does the exact opposite.
Now, Blotus knew that to become a princess, she had to find a handsome prince.
Yeah, so Blotus tried to meet one through an online dating service, but when the guy showed up, he was 37.
Okay. But then, on Blotus's birthday, she woke up.
With cramps.
And she saw a beautiful rainbow outside her window.
Ow! Look at that. I pulled my fingernail off last week and I think it's infected. Does it look infected?
This will be somewhat of a running bit on the Slap, and I think this is maybe one of the reasons so many people ship Cat and Jade, because obviously this video just screams romantic subtext.
Yep, look at that. Look at that. There's pus coming out. That is infected. Look at that.
The end.
Cat at this point begins a new ongoing solo project, which you could argue is something of a twist on Jade's previous show, Jade with Tots. In the first video, Cat explains that there is a home for the elderly down the street from where she lives, and so, on occasion, she will borrow several of these jocular geriatrics to film a video.
To access a wireless network, we're gonna tap Wi-Fi.
Does someone have a photo of Ariana Grande with Joe Biden? In one segment, she attempts to teach the unresponsive group how to use pair devices, and in another, she attempts to make the old folk laugh, much to no avail.
Okay, this is a lady character I do.
Hey, Parnell. You look like the 4th of July. Makes me want a hot dog real bad.
I guess old people don't like Legally Blonde quotes. The old people in these skits are named Bill, Elaine, and Parnell. I'm only highlighting this because someone told me that in season 4, Cat actually refers to one of these characters by name. I'm not sure if this is true, but I guess we'll have to find out. After this, we get the final episode of The Funny Nugget Show, and a video called Cat Tells Jade a Joke, and it's interesting to highlight these two right next to each other. In The Funny Nugget Show, Cat and Tori are acting like total besties, laughing and giggling and having a good time.
Cat and I are gonna show. And now, Cat and I will pretend to be men who speak no English.
In Cat Tells Jade a Joke, Jade is basically treating Cat how she used to treat back, fighting with her about virtually everything and belittling her at any given chance. I know the fact that Jade is mean to everyone isn't exactly breaking new ground, but I just thought that was something worth highlighting. I feel like we've been talking about Jade and Cat non-stop throughout this entire intermission, so let's check up really quickly on two lesser-seen characters, Andre and Tori. In the first Tori Takes Request of Season 3, she's hit with a request that is specific but not too gross, and she jumps at the chance. The request asks that she makes a tutorial on how to shave off someone's mustache and replace it with a wristwatch. She borrows a social worker who lives near her and agrees to take the sacrifice for the segment. After shaving his stash off and gluing the watch on, Andre and Tori do a very quick test.
Hey Mark, what time is it?
I don't know. I can't see the watch.
Nope.
You sure can.
The slap is a great window into the idea that it's just like, if you knew these people in real life, you'd be like, these people are fucking psychotic. You know, like... After this, we got Cat's Random Freakout. This one's pretty interesting. Basically, it's an episode of Cat's Random Thoughts, but throughout the episode, she occasionally manages to talk herself into having an episode.
Well, wait, you won't see this until I post it on the Slap, so, I mean, for you, right now is in the future when you're watching this. But for me, right now means right now when I'm taping it. We have two different right nows. I think I just freaked myself out. I did. I just freaked myself out. I'm freaking out. I'm okay now.
Jade then continues with a few more episodes of What I Hate, but I feel like at this stage we've seen a pretty sufficient glance into how her social media content changes after her breakup. What I want to see instead is what Beck is up to right now. Starting off in June 2012, Tori uploads a special episode of Tori Takes Requests themed around Beck's hair. Basically, she's given a challenge to see if she can make Beck's hair look bad, which he braggadociously claims is impossible.
I'm warning you though, it's gonna be harder than you think.
Oh, come on, your hair is not that great.
She tries out a few options, which all seem to suit him, before she kinda gives him some cowlicks and he admits defeat.
I'd like to go home now.
Oh, you don't want to go to the beach or something? It is like 80 degrees out.
I'd like to go home.
Beck then actually uploads a video to his own profile illustrating his talents at cooking. The gag of this video is that women are so into Beck that even if he isn't great at cooking, they show extreme excitement at just the image of him trying, with him again being quite boastful of how the ladies swoon at his low-effort demeanor.
I usually just open the bag, because that saves...
At the end of the skit, Beck tries to make a can of soup, but instead of women being drawn to him, Robbie is.
Who's making soup?
I am.
This is awesome.
This is not what I was expecting.
Beck, why didn't you tell me you're making soup? You know your soup is my favorite.
It's just soup from a can, Robbie.
And it's delicious.
Okay, cut. We're done here.
Robbie bye, Beck homophobic. Anywho, let's move on to the penultimate episode of St. John's Sock Puppets, this time themed around Trina, who of course shows up to interrupt the show.
No! Not happening! You hear me? This is not happening!
I was just...
Oh, I know what you were doing. You were doing your stupid little sock puppet play where you make up lies about cute girls loving you.
No, this one was about you.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
This whole sock puppet show, not happening!
What if I just...
No, not happening!
Maybe I should...
Not happening!
Now you're just being...
Not happening!
After this, Cat uploaded a video discussing her understanding of George Washington, which, while misguided, contains a surprisingly high amount of totally accurate historical facts. For instance, Cat knows that Washington owned a plantation, was the first president of the United States, and that his teeth were not made out of wood, but ivory from a hippopotamus. Cat is outwardly disturbed to find out that Washington killed a hippo just to have teeth, among other things.
George Washington was over 6 feet tall, but everyone else was way shorter back then, so that would be like someone being 30 feet tall today. 30 feet is almost as tall as the building the judge told my brother he had to stay in every weekend for 6 to 18 months with time off for good behavior.
Now, it's been a while since any content on this website has actually tied into a specific episode or storyline, so let's talk about an ongoing series that does just that. In episode 6, the very story where Jade and Tori go out on a date, Robbie and Cat begin a shared hobby of telling people bad news through the art of music. At the end of that episode, their guitar is destroyed and their venture implicitly with it. But on the Slap, the pair would continue to post duets after this, all themed around other pieces of bad news that the audience at home might be going through. It's really funny to think about it this way, but if you were to compile all of the songs that Ariana Grande recorded for the Victorious franchise, probably more than half of them were done for the Slap, never recorded professionally, and never released on any album.
So pop that thing right out today, or else you'll get some tooth decay. You'll lose a tooth and you'll be unhappy. You'll have a hole right over here, and every day you'll shed a tear, and all your friends will call you Gappy.
These segments are really cute and are probably the closest thing on this site to purposeful ship content.
Good job, Katarina.
Same to you, Robert.
Our next video is a fascinating relic of its time, a joke so old that if it wasn't for chat reminding me of the gag while we watched it, I never would have guessed the point of this specific video. Okay, so do you guys remember Honey Badger Don't Care?
The honey badger has been referred to by the Guinness Book of World Records as the most fearless animal in all of the animal kingdom. It really doesn't give a shit. If it's hungry, it's hungry. Ew, what's that in its mouth? Oh, it's got a cobra? Oh, it runs backwards? Now watch this. Look, a snake's up in the tree. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. It just takes what it wants.
Honey Badger Don't Care is a classic viral video from a decade ago, narrated by a guy named Randall, and basically the joke is that most nature documentaries are boring, so this guy adds some flair by just highlighting how insane the honey badger is as an animal.
Look at this. There's the honey badger just eating a mouse, And then look, get away from me, says the snake, get away from me. Honey Badger don't care. Honey Badger smacks the shit out of it.
After this video went viral, people started kind of recreating it, applying the humor to different situations and characters. And around this time, Robbie uploaded a video titled Tori Don't Care About Nothin', which was meant to be a glance at Tori's life, with narration copying that of the original viral video, just not very well.
Tori Vega don't care about no stains on a plate. She's like, I'm gonna use this scrubby in a vigorous up and down motion. And look at her grit her teeth. She's like, bring it on, Grease. You're not gonna beat me. What do we have here? That looks like Trina Vega. Uh-oh, Tori. Trina Vega's gonna get that pizza. She don't care if it's yours. Why, she's quick as a cat when she's hungry. Tori sees it. Where did my pizza go? But Tori Vega don't care. Her pizza's gone and she smiled at it.
Truly a video that becomes less funny once you get the joke. I see this as a very good representation of 2012 internet. Something would happen, everyone would laugh, and then Jay Leno would recreate it, and we'd all pretend that it's still funny. And you know, I get the most ultimate mixed feelings here, because at the one hand, this was basically just the beginning of, you know, our modern meme culture, which is a very good positive thing. But on the other hand, this was also the beginning of that thing where all these, you know, computer algorithms were feeding us all the exact same stuff all the time. So we were all supposed to develop like a cached memory of the same recent events and experiences. And the next thing you know, you have to be on Twitter 7 days a week to understand whatever the fuck SNL is on about. But I don't have to talk down to you about how social media algorithms have changed the ways that we think and act. You're watching a 10-hour Victoria's dissertation because Tumblr told you to. As we've just learned, it's better to be fucking weird than boring as hell. So let's now quickly recap the final segment in the running series, Sinjin Sock Puppets. This episode is a very special one, as it features Sinjin recapping the allegedly true story of the time that he met Ryan Seacrest at a party. Let's take a glance.
Hey, Sinjin. It's me, TV and radio personality, Ryan Seacrest. Oh, hi. I have to leave this awesome Hollywood party soon, and I wanted to offer you your own reality show before I go. What would it take to get you to do the show? $1 million. Done. Per episode. Okay. Wait. One more thing. I want your girlfriend. Sinjin! That's crazy. I can't give you my girlfriend, but I want her.
Will you do this show for me, Sinjin? I will. On one condition. I want to fuck your wife. So this is the girl that Ryan Seacrest was with. This is the girl that Sinjin wanted. Sinjin told Ryan, put it all on the line. Give me her. We only have a handful of videos left this season, with a few that we've basically covered already. Starting off is the latest episode of Tori Takes Requests. In this one, Tori is given a long list of requests by someone on the slap who wants her to make specific sandwiches while doing certain tasks. For instance, the final challenge is for her to make a roast beef tomato sandwich while yelling at a plant in her home. She then texts the user, coming to a sudden realization.
Seriously? Andre, seriously, you're a sandwich guy?
I like sandwiches and I hate that plant.
Next, we have yet another episode of Cat's Random Thoughts. Cat likes sparkly things, Cat likes pajamas, Cat likes spaghetti. That's what you get out of this one. And now we have something that we've been basically building up to throughout the site's entire history. What Jade loves.
You know when it's really good to be mad? When lame guys try to talk to me. I get mad, and then they cry. And life is good.
Here we see the return of this random guy, and we're delivered a list of things that Jade absolutely loves. This includes pointless character retcon from theslap.com number 4. Jade has a pet bunny that she takes, like, really good care of.
I love bunnies. Why, you ask? Because look at him. Who wouldn't love this face? Who's a cute bunny? Who's a cute bunny? You are. You are. I love bunnies, and I don't care who knows it.
At some point, I've started to understand that the general appeal of the slap is that to a lot of people, characters like Cat and Jade are their comfort characters, and a select few of these videos deliver a kind of subversive private glimpse into their lives, giving us pointless nice-core exposition that the show never cares to deliver itself. Or maybe it's the Honey Badger skit. Maybe people just really like that one. Okay, so we have just finished The Slap Season 3, meaning that we have only one season left to go in this analysis. However, I'm starting to get the feeling that some of you guys might be kind of burnt out by this intermission. Maybe you feel like it's just been going on too long and it's been too much of a break since we've just gone out and analyzed something from the show. And because of that, I have decided I want to take a break from this break, an intermission from this intermission. In a sense, an interception. Yes, as you can see, we have returned to our absolute favorite place, the conspiracy board. Now, earlier in this video, I stood in this exact spot and analyzed each and every one of these characters, main and secondary, from season 1 all the way through the end of season 3. However, this time, there's only one character on this pinboard who holds my attention, that being the exceptional Burf. Burf is a character that I have not previously shown any real admiration or excitement over. I mean, he's a fine addition to the show. He pleasantly shuffles up the Sinjin segments in a way which I suppose is fun, but overall, I've previously felt like that he's just kind of a late arrival to an era of the show where it just felt like everything was already wrapping up. But now that I have binged through The Slap, my perspective on this has totally changed. Because now I realize that there was a great mystery with Burf. A mystery which is highlighted actively by The Slap's content. Okay, so Burf was originally conceptualized as a one-off character for the show, but not for the episode where he originally appeared. According to Darsan Solomon, the actor who plays Burf, his character was originally supposed to premiere in the early season 3 episode, The Worst Couple. You'll remember this not only as the episode where Beck and Jade break up, but also the episode where Sinjin, very briefly, has his own game show, and with all the many Sinjin sequences in this episode, there was probably more than enough room for a Burf breakthrough of some kind. However, Burf's scene ended up being cut before they even started filming, while the episode was still in its scripting stage. However, the showrunners made the unique decision of calling Solomon anyways and asking him to come in and audition for the cut scene. They then took a photo of him at this audition and uploaded it to theslap.com in an in-universe post done by Sinjin made to tie into The Worst Couple, making this the first public appearance of Burf in any Victorious media. Burf was then properly introduced in the episode Tori and Jade's Playdate, where he served a minor speaking role.
Light a candle, Burf. This place stinks.
I don't have a candle.
Then get a better haircut.
Shake it off, Burf. He's just in a mood.
My good camera died, and I can't find my charger, so we had to switch to the backup cam. After this, it was quickly decided that Burf was not going to be a one-off, and that he would instead be a recurring character in Victorious seasons 3 and 4, and also that he would gain a presence on theslap.com. Now here's where things get interesting. When Darsan Solomon was eventually brought onto the show, he was eventually informed by several people that Burf actually had a history stretching back potentially years before he was even cast. Essentially, he was told that early on in the history of Victorious, the actors on the show began a running joke that it would be funny to have a character on the show named Burf. Now, to explain that inside joke, here's a clip of Darsan on a very recent podcast appearance.
Liz Gillies told me that it was like a inside joke that was around for a while, and I said, really? And she's like, yeah, they didn't tell you? Like, the full name was Birth Defect.
Birth Defect?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was the inside joke?
Uh-huh.
So your character's name, you're telling me, was...
Full name is Bartholomew Defect.
Okay, so to recap, the cast of Victorious had an ongoing running joke that it would be funny to have a character on their show with the first name Birth and the last name Defect, and years later, the writers actually made that a real character, just for the sake of playing into this inside joke that none of the audience would have been informed about. An interesting fact, but probably not one worthy of its very own interception. Okay, so here's why all of this is interesting to me. Birth's main role in Victorious is being St. John's best friend who bounces his energy off of him. And the weird thing about that is that in the Slapverse, there was a character by that description years before this character came into being. I'm talking about the unnamed and uncredited character of St. John's Cameraman. St. John's Cameraman made his slap debut at the exact same time that St. John did. In St. John's original video profile, he can be heard several times bickering with the person holding the camera.
What do I say?
Talk about yourself.
By saying what?
It's your profile.
The cameraman has a distinct, exaggerated lisp, and at one point, St. John calls him Grady.
I top out at about 6'4".
St. John.
6'1". Some people say I have athletic legs.
St. John.
Just let me do this!
Time's up.
Then turn it off!
Several months later, St. John uploads the very first episode of St. John's Sock Puppets, and once again, he can be heard bickering with an unseen cameraman. Although this time, the cameraman seems to have a completely different voice.
Go. That's creepy. Just get out of here. Start.
Turn it off.
Why?
Turn it off right now.
My camera.
No, turn it off.
And this becomes a running thing, right? This cameraman character, who might be named Grady if he's the same character from the first video, but might also be an entirely different character introduced in the second video, he continues to appear in all of the St. John segments. But every once in a while, despite the clear intention that this is the same character, he will just randomly have a completely different voice.
Let me know when we're rolling.
We are.
Oh. Hey.
But then, in season 3, something happens. And it's something so subtle that despite the fact that it was always there, you probably didn't notice.
I was just... Oh, I know what you were doing. You were doing your stupid little sock puppet play where you make up lies about cute girls loving you.
No, this one was about you.
What did you say?
Nothing.
This cameraman character, with a distinct history and background, becomes Birth. And I don't want to say he's replaced by Birth. I don't want to say he's written out and Birth is written in, because it really feels like you weren't supposed to notice in the same way you weren't supposed to notice all the other times they recast this character. It feels like this character existed on the slap, and then he just anamorphed into Birth one day. Now, Birth's voice is very easily recognizable in that last video, but it's not until the next video that it's made official, and the cameraman is specifically referred to as the same character as Birth.
Hey, it's me, St. John Van Cleef. My buddy Birth is working the camera. He has gingivitis. That means his gums bleed sometimes.
There's spaghetti sauce on your face.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before I did this?
Now, that clip specifically highlights something very interesting that I immediately noticed once this transfer of power was completed. That being, Birth and St. John's relationship in the slap videos is totally and completely removed from Birth and St. John's relationship in the TV show. Because in the show, for a lack of a better way of putting it, Birth and St. John are just kind of vibes, you know? Like they're these two wacky best friends who enjoy spending time together and support each other, and they just kind of sit together and they're chill. You get what I'm saying? But in the slap videos, Sinjin is illustrated having massive ego and anger issues, and he's constantly taking these out on Burf. And the reason is that Burf is kind of quietly inheriting all of the character details and dynamics that were previously used with this unnamed cameraman. Now, Burf and Sinjin do have a recurring segment in Season 3, which is entirely new, that being Sinjin's Boot Camp. In this two-part video series, the pair attempt to make exercise and health tutorial videos, which they are held back on because they are not informed in these topics. In the first video, Sinjin asks Burf to do a sit-up, causing him to get a chair, sit, and get up over and over again. Sinjin tries to show him a real sit-up, but Burf argues that that would be a layup because he's laying and then getting up. Sinjin thinks this logic is sound, and they do sit-ups together. In the second part of this, Sinjin attempts to give a lesson about healthy foods, asking Burf to eat a bit of every food that is considered good for his body. Burf, however, begins to have an allergic reaction, and Sinjin, well, do I even have to say it? I do. He's ambivalent to this.
See that, kids? Those last 3 servings of fruits and vegetables would have protected Burf from the violent illness he is suffering right now.
Now, Burf does not appear in any slap videos after this, so we won't be seeing him again until we review the final season, of the actual TV show. And now that I say that out loud, it kind of makes me think, if the slap really is a totally separate universe from the Victorious TV show, I think Burf just died. Anyways, like I was saying, this character just leaves so many mysteries behind when it pertains to the extended universe. I mean, do you consider Burf and this unnamed cameraman to be the same character? And if you don't, do you consider Burf and the unnamed cameraman and Grady from that first video to be 3 different characters? And if you do consider the unnamed cameraman and Burf to be the same character, how worse does that make the Abraham Lincoln skit?
You're bad. You're a bad president. But why do you say that? Because you're nothing but a big disappointment. But I've done so many good things for America. It's not enough. But did you hear me?
But one of the final mysteries, one of the things I really don't understand, is what was the original context for the cast of the show coming up with the Burf defect inside joke? Why did they come up with that name? What kind of character did the actors think would have a name like that? Was that the name used for the unnamed cameraman? Or was it just a completely different joke, a completely different character the actors came up with, and that name just got recycled into Burf? I don't have any extrapolation to make or any conclusions to come to. It's a mystery because I really do not know the answer to these. Now, we're about to get into the 4th and final season of The Slap, and this batch of episodes is short. There's no getting around this. There's no other way to put it. With the first 3 seasons of The Slap, they were putting out, an hour and a half to 2 hours of content, per season. But with season 4, the writing was on the wall, and they just didn't put a lot of time into making videos for theslap.com. In fact, if you discount trailers for episodes and unedited clips from the show, there are only 14 videos which were posted to The Slap from the beginning of season 4 to the end of the show. That is 1 video per every episode of season 4. So let's go ahead and count down every single one. This is The Slap, Season 4. Okay, so do you guys remember how when I talked about iCarly Season 1, I was very selective in what I talked about because there were so many episodes and so many of them were good? But then when I got to the final season, I told you everything because there were so few episodes and so much of it was really bad, that same fundamental theory applies to the slap. Although I wouldn't say here that there's necessarily a drop in quality, but simply a drop in quantity. So instead of giving you highlights like before, I'm literally going to go through these 14 videos one by one in order of release. Video number 1 is the penultimate episode of Tori Takes Requests. In this one, Tori and Robbie are challenged with celebrating 8 holidays in 60 seconds, something that they do with relative ease.
Merry Christmas! Here you go!
Oh, a dreidel!
That counts for Hanukkah too.
So I spin it if it lands on this.
No time!
Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Happy New Year!
Okay, we did it just like you asked. Well, I hope you enjoyed me and my friends celebrating 8 holidays in 60 seconds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What did you call me? What kind of friend? I have this on video. I'm gonna watch this.
Video number 2 is the final episode of a different show, Cat's Random Thoughts, but not the last video to feature Cat. This episode specifically has the full title, Cat's Random Thoughts, Backwards Talking.
Hi, it's me, Cat. I'm talking to you backwards. Wouldn't it be weird if people talk to each other like this?
Video number 3 is a fake PSA. I haven't mentioned this before, but in each of the seasons so far, the Slap has done at least one fake PSA. The reason I didn't bring this up was because these are all kind of terrible, and I figured the main appeal of the Slap is character content, not meta content made by the characters. This one is a PSA about people who don't need glasses, but wear them anyways. A crippling epidemic in the current year, 2012. Okay, so this is voiceover Quinton from the Double Double future. So after I recorded and finished this entire intermission, I found 2 extra videos from the Slap Season 4, which I had somehow skipped when I was making this archive. Whenever I do a project like this, I'm often held back by the fact that it's just me, and I really don't have anyone else who's checking my work, so mistakes like this can be common. Now, I'm really busy right now recording the second half of the video, so instead of going back and re-recording every line in this entire segment, I decided to add back in these missing videos as if they were halfway integers, you know what I mean? So instead of calling this next video, video number 4, we're gonna call it video number 3.5. And that way, the continuity of this segment kinda matches up. And so just try and keep in mind that when I say there are 14 videos in this season, I actually mean that there are 16. So video number 3.5 is a bit of a confusing throwback to another throwback which we haven't actually seen yet. So you might say it's even a throw forwards to a throwback. Okay, so one single episode of season 4 features a handful of references to Robbie being a magician in his free time, which is interesting because Robbie is illustrated getting into magic for the first time in the Victorious Wii RPG. And because it ended up in the show, they also did 2 skits surrounding this topic for theslap.com. In this video, Cat and Robbie try to do magic, but it doesn't exactly go to plan.
Where's the rabbit? Cat, why are you holding the rabbit?
I don't know, you're the magician, you tell me.
I like to personally believe that they wrote this into the show and then the Slap as a quiet tribute to the game, which certainly captured the show very well. Video number 4 is called Beck's Lady Advice and features Beck giving advice on how to pick up women. In every segment, we are shown a good pickup artist and a bad pickup artist. Sinjin plays the good artist, immediately drawing the attention of the woman in question, and Robbie plays the bad artist, leading to him being beat up numerous times.
I said exactly the same thing and I got slapped!
Dude, I'm in the middle of something.
My last tip is to throw her a nice compliment.
I like the way that you smell.
That is so sweet.
I'm into odors.
Wait. He sniffs you and that works? This is an outrage! If I'd sniffed you, you would have kicked me or something.
Robbie took a good one right there. Remember, eye contact, nicknames, and compliments. Next time, we'll talk about flirting with girls in a self-defense class.
I'm not doing that!
He'll do it.
Video number 4.5 is yet another episode of St. John's Boot Camp with Burf. Remember when I said we wouldn't be seeing him again? That's because I found his final video after I recorded that camcorder shot. So in this one, Burf has decided to tape his hands to a pull-up bar and says not to let him down until he does a pull-up. St. John is then approached by none other than the weird, mysterious guy who lives with Jade, who says that he's decided not to be on St. John's boot camp after seeing the outfit that he would have to wear.
Look at me! Does anything about me say weird to you?
Pretty much all of you says weird.
In the background, Burf successfully does a pull-up, but when St. John turns back around, he doesn't believe him.
I did one. You can untape me now.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Don't lie to me, Burf.
I'm not lying.
That is exactly what a liar would say.
Video number 5 is a bit of a cheat, but I figure it fits with what we've covered so far. The video is titled Andre Sings Aquarius, and is actually the audition that Andre sent in for the Season 3 event episode, which you'll remember was a public competition that Tori somehow won.
I'm flying to a lake Aquarius. I'm flying to a lake Aquarius.
This song was never shown in the episode in full, and it's a cute thing to include on the site, even if it's weird that it was uploaded so long after this episode aired. Video number 6 is another episode of Bad New Songs with Robbie and Cat. These are cute, but they're all kind of the same, so I don't have anything to say here. Video number 7 is the only one so far that kind of spoils the plot to an episode we haven't seen yet, although it's a very, very small detail. Robbie and Andre are in pair costumes, mention the episode where they also wore pair costumes, and they try to see what activities they can do while dressed like this. Video number 8 is another episode of Bad News Songs with Robbie and Cat. These are cute, but they're all kind of the same, so I don't have anything to say here. Video number 9 is an interesting one in my opinion, because it's a really strong premise that doesn't see its full potential here. It feels like this video should have been posted in Season 1 with a handful of sequels over the years. Instead, this one stands alone, and it's alright for what it is. In the video, Tori says that Andre recently made a bet with her, that he could write a love song about any topic, and so she has decided to call his bluff. Trina comes out and pulls out several random words like it's a game show, and Andre has to use all of them in a love song. If he can't, then he has to admit defeat.
So you're telling me I gotta write a love song using the words yogurt, blubber, pimple, and fungus?
That's the idea, yeah.
Our love is coming to the surface. Our love is bursting like a pimple in the sky. You know the secret is among us, and
he slipped another word in there.
you know the secret is among us, and you know our love will grow like a fungus.
So yeah, this one's not perfect, but I feel like they could have done like 3 more of these and it would have been pretty cool. Video number 10 is the final episode of Jade Hates, which has a unique gimmick, as it features a special guest star.
Hi everyone! It's time for Cat's Happy Hour, my new show where I spread happiness for a whole season.
Alright, this is What I Hate, a video series where I tell you what I hate. It's not rocket science here, people. Look, I made a new sign. But then I destroyed it.
In this thrilling episode, Jade begins listing things that she dislikes, until Cat comes back and asks what she's doing. Jade explains that she's listing things that she hates and notes that it's very therapeutic and suggests Cat join her. However, it turns out Cat is even better at doing this series than Jade is.
Anyway, thanks, Cat.
You know what else really bugs me? Holes in bagels. Bagels are so delicious. Why would you want to waste so much? That's a lot of missing bagel.
Okay, Cat, you can leave now.
And where do the holes go? Oh, and you know what else I really hate? When people drink coffee like this. Ugh, it's so annoying. Learn how to drink like a normal person.
Well, some people can't help it. That's just the way they drink.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me. I hate when people are like, nah, I can't help it. That's just the way I drink. Wow, you're right. That was really fun. Bye.
I hate when people take over other people's videos.
Oh yeah, man, it sucks when that happens. Anyway, I can't wait to see what Ariana gets up to in this next one, sounding like she's on Quaaludes and everything. Oh, it's a Tori video. Fuck. Well, there better not be any feet in this. Here's video number 11, and play.
Hey, it's me, Tori, and I'm about to take a request from one of my slap friends. Sarah Bell writes, Tori, a black cat just ran in front of me, and now I'm totally scared that I'm gonna have bad luck. Can you please tell me that I'm just being ridiculous and that everything will be fine?
This is the true proper finale to Tori Takes Requests, and in this one, Tori is challenged to prove that bad luck is just superstition. In order to do that, Tori begins doing activities commonly seen as bad luck. Walking under ladders, breaking mirrors, that kind of thing. Every time, she boasts that nothing has happened to her. However, in the background, we begin seeing that bad luck has befallen Trina instead. Presumably, bad luck exists within the Victoriverse, but because Tori is literally OP, it transfers to her sister instead. Things start off firstly with just some wacky coincidences, before it eventually gets into some plagues of Egypt shit.
And now for even more bad luck, I'm going to break a mirror. Huh?
Tori, I think something is seriously wrong with me.
See, Sarah Bell, I am totally fine. Also, I just want to point out that I did all of this on Friday the 13th and nothing horrible has happened to me. Wow, sounds like Trina's having a bad day. Anyway.
Video number 12 is the final video to feature Sinjin, Trina, and Tori on the website. In said video, Trina is attempting to make some quick cash by selling Tori's embarrassing personal items.
November 14th. My big sister Trina is so pretty. I hope one day I'm as pretty as she is, but I doubt I'll ever be. She's just so great. I love her, and all the guys love her too.
That's not what that says. It just says Mrs. Tori Timberlake over and over.
Tori eventually finds them doing this and throws a fit, until she realizes that she can get in on the action.
I've sold over $200 worth of your junk so far.
Really? 200 bucks? Mm-hmm. Up next on Shopping with Tori and Trina, our mom and dad's wedding album.
Yeah, that's a good item to sell. You're not gonna be needing that pretty soon. Next comes our next to last video, Robbie's Magic Show, Disappearing Cat. In this one, Robbie is seen trying to record a video that will count for a part of his final grade in his magic class. Once again, however, things don't go right, and mostly because Robbie is depending on Cat to make sure all of the magic is going smoothly behind the scenes.
I'm sorry, do it one more time.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm sorry, I'll start over, do it again.
Okay, let's try this again.
Eventually, Jade emerges from the capsule and shuts things down.
Jade?
Yeah, I was watching your stupid magic show on my parapet across the hall and had to put a stop to it. So yay! Abracadabra. Ta-da. Trick's over. The end.
The power of magic.
And with all the showmanship and egotism behind us, it is finally time for the final slap video of all time.
I'm so dyslexic, I thought this said Cat interviews a school shooter.
I'm gonna record one of my videos where I interview a cute guy, and I know what you're thinking. Where's the cute guy, Cat? So what do you feel like doing?
I feel like trying out for soccer, and you said the sign-ups were in here at 4 o'clock.
How would you hug a redheaded girl after a date?
That's your important question?
Yes.
What does it have to do with soccer?
Everything. Now tell me or you're off the team.
But I'm not on the team. I'm here to try out for.
Cat keeps finding all these himbos that are somehow more stupid than she is.
Okay, what position do you want to play?
I was thinking midfield.
That's so interesting. That's the position that hugs the most, right?
I'm out here.
Well, you made the team!
So that was the slap, and I have mixed feelings about this, right? Because on one hand, this website was absolutely terrible to slog through, but on the other, I had a lot of fun, and when it ended, I kind of sat there wishing there was more. You know, I mean, this website took up almost 5 hours of my time, and this segment is almost 2 hours long. It actually might be more than 2 hours long by the time I'm done compiling all this, but I don't think it's felt like that. Do you? I think there is actually something quite mesmerizing about some of this content, which actually makes it, you know, something that I don't regret having watched at the end of the day. And I think that when you take out all the awful stuff, all the stuff that haunts your nightmares and eats up your therapy session, somewhere inside this content is the show that Victorious should have been. Anyways, I'm gonna put this hat down now. But sadly, we are not making a video about the perfect version of Victorious. We are making a video about the real deal, warts and all. Which means that it is now time for us to end things here and begin Season 4. The proper Season 4, that is. The Season 4 that aired on TV. But I want to stop and clarify something real quick. I am recording this intro for me, not for you guys. Because I've been watching Victorious now for about 6 months, I think. It might be 6 or 7 months by the time this gets out. You know, and it's been alternating between watching, writing, recording, you know, and sometimes editing. So don't think it just took me that long to watch the show. I mean, but despite all that, Victorious has become an ingrained part of my life. And there's almost this small part of my mind that doesn't really believe that the show can end. So when I sit here and I say these are the final 14 episodes of the show, there's this small part of me somewhere in my psyche that says, he's lying, and why is he lying? So I have to sit here and just record this, you know, say these words out loud to be like, this is the beginning of the end. And I have to accept that things are going to end. Because Victorious is going to run out of episodes, and I am going to go through an emotional withdrawal. As a quick recap of where we are in the series right now, in Season 3, Episode 10, Tori performs a hit song in front of millions of people. For Tori, things have finally turned out right, and in a big way, that means her story arc is over. And so it's my hot take going in that I think season 4 is going to mostly focus on group episodes where everyone in the cast is involved in one storyline, singular episodes that mainly focus on one character and finding some resolution for them, ship episodes which basically deal with whether or not you want two characters to get together, and of course finally a couple Tori-centered episodes, you know, just for an inclusionary sake. However, it's worth pointing out again that seasons 3 and 4 were aired in a very weird order when you compare it to the production. And so while that big Tori episode was aired as the 10th episode of season 3, it was actually produced directly before the 3rd episode of this season, so honestly, God knows when it's supposed to be set. God doesn't watch Victorious. Anyways, with all that, let's finally make our way back to the present, to September the 22nd, 2012, aka Victorious, Season 4, Episode 1. Okay, so we have just finished the 7th episode of Season 4. Now, as I have said many times, this season has 14 episodes, meaning that we are now halfway done with the final season of Victorious. Now, in my second iCarly video, which some of you apparently missed, I did this special thing where halfway through the final season, I did a kind of mini-intermission, which I called Things I Forgot. This was pretty self-explanatory. It was just me going on a bunch of like mini rants about things I forgot. And I thought it would be fitting if we kept that tradition, you know, moving along. Now, it might seem preposterous that there's anything I've forgotten in the last 10.5 hours of content, but I think you'll find there are a couple interesting things. Specifically, 10 interesting things. Starting us off with Thing I Forgot number 10. In this shot, Sinjin has cornrows, but in the voiceover, I called these dreads. Because when I write these scripts, I typically do it from memory, you know? And it was just like, I made this mistake, no one caught it in the scripting stage when I shared the script around, and then it got past the voiceover stage, and it got into the editing stage, and it was like, you know, these videos are so long that it's hard to not make mistakes like that. In fact, I think you could say that I make on average like 5 to 10 mistakes like that in every single one of these videos. And it's just like the sacrifice you have to make for absurdly long content. Anyways, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, Justin Bieber. I'm actually really sad that I missed this one because this would have been like such a fun aside in the season 1 analysis of that last video, but it just like slipped past me somehow, and I haven't really had room for it anywhere until right now. So in 2011, Nickelodeon did this thing called Crush Week, where the gimmick was that for one night, February the 5th, 2011, the station would do a series of premieres that were themed around characters having crushes. You guys have probably picked up by now that Nickelodeon loved doing event nights like this because it was like so good for marketing, but it was so easy. All you had to do was take a True Jackson VP, a Big Time Rush, a Victorious, and sometimes an iCarly if you had one, market them around some asinine shared element, and try to basically lie around the fact that that shared element really isn't there at all. For instance, this is where the Victorious episode The Wood premiered. Now, The Wood, as you'll remember, is the episode of season 1 where they're all on like a reality show, and it has nothing to do with the theme of having a crush or Crush Week, so the trailers literally lie.
And you won't believe who's falling for who. Will Tori and Beck become more than friends?
Hey, it's Beck. Hi, baby. You should come over.
My girlfriend's not gonna like that.
Yeah, this is a really funny element of Victorious that's easy to forget about if you're just watching the show. But basically, like, the showrunners didn't want to do ship episodes, so they just wouldn't do them. But Nickelodeon really wanted ship episodes because they were good for ratings. So Nickelodeon would just market non-ship episodes as ship episodes, and everyone would get pissed, but Nickelodeon didn't care because they got the viewers. I think at the time, like, the fan base really thought that Beck and Tori story were endgame exclusively because the commercials kept insisting that they were. Like the commercials of the show would have led you to believe that at any point Beck was just gonna cheat on his girlfriend with no prompt whatsoever, and everyone ate that shit up for some reason. Anyways, the whole reason that Crush Week ended up being a thing is that Nickelodeon somehow managed to get Justin Bieber to host a set of premieres on the station. And pretty much all of these segments were filmed on the set of Victorious, with the women from the show joining Justin and the five kind of just gossiping about their personal lives. And that was aired during the commercial breaks of this event.
Who was your first kiss?
We're getting down and dirty right now.
Let's just do it.
I want to hear all about it.
All of my
Every detail.
first handful of kisses were all on TV. And they were all awkward.
Mine too. Same thing for me.
I have a pretty weird story.
Oh, we need to hear it.
I was 11 or 12.
Yeah.
And we went to the snow hill, and we were really cold, so we were at the top, and it was nighttime, and we were just together like this, and then I'd never kissed a girl, and then I was just all right, I'm gonna go in.
I love it.
And yet, during this entire premiere event, they never get around to asking him the most hard-hitting, important question of all. Did Justin Bieber pee on this guy's computer bag?
That's a dirty lie, baby!
The real funny thing to me, the whole reason I'm talking about this, is that, when Justin Bieber came to their set, they took a bunch of photos with him, right? He's the biggest pop star in the world. You have to, right? So they took all these photos with him, and specifically Ariana Grande got a couple photos in. Now, many years later, Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande do a collab. They release a song together. But it's in the beginning of the lockdown, the quarantine. So they didn't record it together. They didn't do any promotional material. They didn't do a music video. They didn't do any of that. So despite the fact that Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber are big pop stars and they're collaborators, this remains the best photo of them together. So I constantly see gossip websites try and stir some shit, but this is the only photo they have. So I swear to God, I saw a gossip website that was trying to imply that Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande were cheating on their others, with each other, ooh, are Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande having an illicit affair? And it's I don't know, probably not, because the photo you're using is from 10 years ago on a Nickelodeon sitcom. Okay, so since we're talking about commercial break fodder, I suppose it's only fair that we quickly throw in thing I forgot to mention, number 8, the 2008 Nickelodeon Christmas idents. Okay, so over the years, Nickelodeon has shown kind of a fondness for making little universe-breaking, crossover Christmas commercials for the holiday season. One memorable example to me will always be their stop-motion Christmas specials from the early 2000s, which are very cute when they aren't being really weird. Anyways, in 2011, Nickelodeon repeated this by creating kind of a music video mashup of their most popular live-action shows, and some other shows as well, and most notably, this included iCarly, Victorious, and Big Time Rush, all singing Sleigh Ride. This is notable exclusively because it's a combination that's kind of uncommon. iCarly and Victorious crossed over so often that it lost all meaning, but you throw Big Time Rush in there and it's whoa, what's going on? I also think the shows How to Rock and Bucket and Skinner were included in this, but I literally don't fucking remember those shows, so I'll have to trust Wikipedia's word at that. But yeah, special Christmas music video, not canon, interesting representation of Nickelodeon synergy in 2011. Okay, let's move on to thing I forgot, number 7. The Lost Victorious episodes. For many years, Victorious fans have been led to believe that there are only 4 seasons of the show. 3 production blocks and 58 episodes, but once you hit the finale, there is nothing else left. However, this understanding was recently challenged, for a Victorious cast member has recently come forwards to reveal the truth. There are not 58 episodes of Victorious, but 78, as 20 episodes of the show were written, filmed, and edited and sit in the Nickelodeon vaults, never to be seen again. This one's bullshit. I know bullshit when I smell it, and this is bullshit, and we're gonna get into why in just a moment. Okay, so after the pandemic started, Matt Bennett decided that he was going to start streaming on Twitch. Now, he's not a full-time streamer, you won't see him often, but he does pop up time to time, and sometimes he even streams old episodes of Victorious, including this clip, which is one of the ones I have to play audio from, where he's watching the only episode in this franchise that has given me significant copyright problems. So I'm gonna have to get creative showing clips from that stream. Okay, so here's why this is all important. About a year ago, Matt Bennett was on a stream and someone asked him, hey, are there any lost episodes of Victorious? And he said, yes, there are 20 lost episodes of Victorious. That's the number 10 2 times.
Yeah, we have a whole season of unreleased episodes. Thank you for asking. Whatever happened to Baby Spice? But yeah, we did like 20 full episodes that, for whatever reason, 20 episodes that Nickelodeon just has on a hard drive somewhere. Nobody wants to watch more episodes. That's the unfortunate thing. There's just not enough of a fan demand for it.
In further streams, when he was pressed on this further, he went on to describe several episodes of the show, which were filmed and then lost. This includes an episode where Justin Bieber was a musical guest, an episode where The Weeknd was a musical guest, an episode where LMAFO cameoed, and an episode that was a crossover with Big Time Rush.
In at least 4 or 5 of the episodes that didn't air, there were some interesting musical guests. I mean, it was crazy. Ariana met The Weeknd when he was a guest star on Victorious, and now they have so many songs together. Is that usual to not air episodes from sitcoms? It is in our case. I mean, the one that I feel like we could have done without was the LMFAO cameo. They were really popular at the time. They'd wanted to get Black Eyed Peas, but like Fergie on a Nickelodeon show, not gonna happen. I told you the Justin Bieber one. I don't know if this counts because we had done the iCarly crossover episode. Nickelodeon. This wasn't what Bakery wanted to do. Oh, look at how cute! Nickelodeon. They didn't want to do this episode, but we did there was the Victorious Big Time Rush crossover episode that never aired.
However, he noted that the episode, which was the most tragic to lose, was one where Robbie meets a girl who herself has a female puppet, and the two end up spending time together, causing Cat to suddenly become extremely jealous.
The one that I always was like, I'd always pushed for, and they finally did, was the one where they introduce the female version of Robbie, basically. A girl with a puppet, with a female puppet. And it makes Cat very jealous.
So I'm just going to reiterate this again. Matt Bennett said all of these things. I don't believe him. I kind of think this is like a Mandela effect thing, but instead of affecting like a huge chunk of the general population, it's just affecting Matt Bennett. And by the way, I mean that in both ways. Like, maybe Matt Bennett is slightly confused and remembering things from his past incorrectly, or maybe our Matt Bennett and a completely different Matt Bennett swapped universes and no one has noticed. The point I'm trying to make here is, I don't think Matt Bennett is lying, I just think Matt Bennett is wrong. I just think it's kind of notable that a lot of the facts that Matt Bennett says in these clips kind of sound like facts that I know, but like filtered through a hazy memory. Like Justin Bieber being a musical guest. That kind of sounds like the fact that Justin Bieber hosted Crush Week. Victorious and Big Time Rush doing a crossover. That was a thing. It was like a music video commercial break kind of vibe. 20 episodes of Victorious not airing on TV. That kind of sounds like the fact that about 20 episodes of Victorious did not come out on DVD, while all the others did. And those 20 episodes were all so often hard to find on streaming services for some time. Meaning, if you didn't see them live on Nickelodeon, it was like they didn't exist. But those episodes do exist because I'm reviewing them in this video. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but like, do you guys see why this story doesn't make any sense? Because like the cast at the time was very vocal on Twitter. No one complained about missing material. The final known episode of the show was filmed in July 2012. The show was officially canceled in August 2012. Let's say that's 4 weeks. Is 4 weeks enough time to record 2 seasons of extra material? I think it's not. And I think if they had done that, it would have been production hell. It would have been the worst shooting schedule of anyone's lives, and someone other than Matt Bennett would have talked about it in interviews since then. Like, none of this makes any sense. And you know, 2 of the biggest Victorious episodes of all time are the iCarly crossover and the episode where Kesha is a musical guest. A crossover and an episode with a musical guest. So you're telling me Nickelodeon had 5 more episodes exactly like that ready to go, but they were like, oh no, we've got 5 episodes with the biggest stars in the world, but we don't have room for that and the Hambone King. But I think the biggest thing for me is that he describes one of the episodes as having the plot of Robbie meets a girl and Cat gets jealous. I've seen that episode. In fact, we just reviewed that episode. So that one's not lost. Now, a lot of you guys are going to stand up and say, oh, but he described details of that episode that aren't there. And it's like, yeah, but there being 2 episodes of that exact same description does not make chronological sense. Because where would you place that? Like, where is that episode supposed to air? Is it supposed to air before the episode we just reviewed? Because that doesn't make sense. Because the whole episode is about Kat realizing she has a crush on Robbie. Is it supposed to air after that? That doesn't make sense because that episode ends on a cliffhanger. And it was one of the last episodes they filmed on purpose because it was initially supposed to add resolution to their storyline. Here's my big hot take, right? No one remembers Victorious correctly. I didn't remember Victorious right, you didn't remember Victorious right, and I know for a fact that the Victorious fandom does not remember the show correctly. And I've seen so many comments in this, you know, from that last video of people being like, oh, I remember this episode wrong, or I combined these 2 episodes, or I combined an iCarly episode and a Victorious episode. I famously believed that season 1 of Victorious was the final season of Zoe 101. That's how it is in my memory. So why are we expecting that the cast of Victorious is going to be an exception to this? You know what I mean? Like, if you shot 58 episodes worth of material in 3 years, and you also had to throw in like commercials and like weird oddities and video games, and you were reading scripts that got changed and episodes that didn't go into production, and you were hearing like gossip from the writers, and it's like, it shouldn't be shocking if there's some like foggy memories there, and I think that's what's happening with Matt Bennett here. I think he's misremembering filming material, which he never watched when it aired because he was like 23 when Victorious ended, so he wasn't watching Nickelodeon. So all he's remembering is filming these episodes, literally. Another big thing for me, I think, is the fact that in these clips he says the reason no one will ever see this is because Victorious doesn't have a fan base, and it's like, I know that's not true because videos about Victorious get like millions of views consistently. I see it so often. And you know, Paramount Plus, this brand new sensational streaming service everyone's into, part of the draw of that streaming service is people who like Nickelodeon sitcoms. Like, they spent so much money, that streaming service, making 13 brand new episodes of iCarly. If there were just like 20 episodes of Victorious sitting in a vault, they would have put that out like so fast. Can you imagine Paramount Plus being able to just release new Victorious episodes for free? Don't gotta pay the writers, don't gotta pay the actors. It's just there, finished and done. They can just put it out. They would like be on that so quickly. But I don't think that's ever going to happen because I think this is bullshit. I don't think there's 20 lost episodes of Victorious. And, you know, maybe in like a year and a half, the LMAFO episode of Victorious is just going to drop and I'm going to look like a jackass. But this is my stance. I'm sticking to it. Okay, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 6. Jerry Seinfeld. So this one's a little bit of an odd one out in this list. What this one is it's a joke from season 1 that I didn't bring up because it didn't come up organically in the analysis, but it is a joke that I think about constantly. And I was like, well, I gotta throw it in here, right? So here's where we are. This is the season 1 finale. You'll remember the plot to this one is that they've all been challenged by Psychowitz to do like a character acting thing, and they've all been assigned like different characters. And so Cat's character is assigned a stand-up comedian from the 1980s that is really annoying. That's what she's assigned. And the next day, she shows up to this party, and she's just playing Jerry Seinfeld.
What I want to know is what part of the chicken do the nuggets come from? Can someone tell me this, please? I mean, where's the wacky farm that raises nugget chickens? And don't get me started on airplane food.
So the reason that I find myself thinking about this all the time is that I have to constantly remind myself that the Ariana Grande who is a comedic character actor playing Cat, and the Ariana Grande who is one of the biggest pop stars in the world, they're like the same lady, but it's like so easy to forget because like look at these 3 images. These 3 images are not the same person. So like on one side of my brain I got like Ariana Grande, mega superstar, household sex symbol, and on the other side I got Ariana Grande, Jerry Seinfeld impersonator.
What's the deal with Raisin Bran? Is it raisins? Is it bran? I want to know!
Anyway, speaking of tangential relations to old sitcoms of the 1980s, let's talk about Thing I Forgot, number 5. Robbie might be related to Fran Fine from The Nanny. Okay, so in season 1, there's like this really lame B-plot where Robbie goes to visit his grandmother with Cat, and he helps her hook up the internet or something.
Come in. She's your girlfriend?
No.
Good, you can do better.
Now, Robbie's grandmother is played by Renee Taylor, who also played Fran's mother on The Nanny, and one could almost say that the 2 roles are completely identical. The most interesting clue to this is that in Victorious, the character can be heard yelling for her husband, Maury, which sounds shockingly similar to her husband in The Nanny, Morty. The standing fan theory is that this was all probably done on purpose, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this makes any sense. Like, I've seen a lot of people argue that, like, Fran must be Robbie's mother because they moved to California in the finale, I think. But personally, I think it would make more sense if Nadine was Robbie's mother. But keeping in mind that I haven't watched the Fran consistently in, like, 13 years, so I kind of don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Thing I Forgot, number 4. This is a pre-recorded segment, which I like to call Messing Around in Google Earth. Hey guys, so I thought I'd record this real quick and, you know, just to kind of archive it while this thought is still flowing through my head, and I'll probably put this in the video somewhere, but I wanted to show you this. Sometimes when I'm bored and I get oddly curious about things, I like to go on Google Earth and kind of look up, you know, certain addresses and certain things, trying to figure out, like, the geography of specifically, like, film and television history. And, you know, I got to thinking about Victorious, and I had some curiosity, so I looked into it. So I just wanted to share this with you guys. So this is Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, and the reason I love Google Earth is because it has this really cool feature where you can go up here to this little time thing, and it has all these dates of all these, like, you know, overhead satellite images. And you can take these and you can go back to any date they have a photograph of, you know. You can go back to all these different photos and take a look at these historic locations. This is what this place used to look like. And this was once a filming studio which was used specifically by Nickelodeon. Now, this is a historic theater, which likely means I believe it's partially protected, some parts of it, just because it's a theater that has a history and so many people, you know, have attachments to it. But this used to all be a studio that Nickelodeon would use to film some of their shows. You know, shows like The Amanda Show, Drake and Josh, all that. And of course, iCarly and Victorious were all filmed in this studio. Now, this whole place, this whole area, this is gone, you know. Basically, Nickelodeon stopped filming here. They stopped using this place after iCarly and Victorious. And so it just kind of went to just being a historic location. And once it wasn't really being used, the thought process was like, why do we need all this space, for all these cars when no one's using this space really? It's a historic place. So, today it looks like this. There's all this stuff, all this construction work and that kind of thing. But the reason I want to show you this is to talk about an interesting detail about Victorious. Here it is. I think this is the image. Okay. So this is where they filmed Victorious. They filmed it inside, I believe, this building. But what does this look like to you guys right here? What does this look like? Okay, I'm going to zoom in. Okay, because to me, this looks like 3 lunch tables, a stage, and some very artistic graffiti, right? So for those of you who can't tell, this is actually, legitimately, the Asphalt Cafe from Victorious. When they needed location footage for the school, they found a school in Burbank that they filmed the front of to represent Hollywood Arts. But to actually shoot, they decided to film on location in the parking lot of their actual studio, which I think is a very interesting choice. Now, why did they do this? Because, I don't know a lot about LA, but I feel like this part of LA is probably loud. Probably got some audio issues filming in this part of LA. Why did they do this? Well, they'd filmed iCarly, right? They'd filmed iCarly in this exact same place, and it just felt inauthentic because iCarly is set in Seattle, and it didn't feel like it was filmed in Seattle. So, when they filmed a show that was set in LA and was about a bunch of LA girls, they said, hey, our studio is so close to the Hollywood sign. Like, I don't know if I can really capture it, but of course, within view of the Hollywood sign, which is somewhere in here, I don't really know, you can see the Hollywood sign from this old Nickelodeon studio. So they said, we're gonna build part of the school set in our own parking lot, just so occasionally we can get that money shot. It pans up from the kids and you see that Hollywood sign, and they only do it like 3 times, but that was pretty much the only reason they built it here. And so what makes that really interesting is because of that, this is not only the place where they filmed Victorious, this is canonically where Hollywood Arts is in the Victorious universe, which, not a lot of space for a school, and kind of a little bit busy for where you would want to put a school, but I just thought that was very interesting. And the tragic thing is, I believe this is now apartments, because like I said, they don't film here anymore, and this is a historic theater, but the rest of this is whatever. So I think these are all apartments, but the funny thing about that is that I believe, I'm going to compare this here. Okay, so it kind of looks like to me that you can maybe kind of sneak through and walk through the Asphalt Cafe, and if you live like right here, right, then you're basically where the Victorious characters used to park their cars. You're where, like, Robbie was putting that car back together in that one episode. But I just think it's kind of sad that this historic place in terms of Nickelodeon history, and literally this filming location that represented Hollywood Arts, it's all gone. It's just like apartments and condos and shit, But that's LA for you. I've never researched an address in LA and been like, wow, this is still here. You know what I mean? It's always gone because LA is just a busy place. They move on. They do not care. But anyways, I thought that was interesting. So in short, if you want to know if Hollywood Arts is on Sunset Boulevard, well, it was. Thing I forgot, number 3. It was, aka, I Think We All Sing. So this isn't really one I forgot necessarily. This is one that I kind of avoided bringing up because, it's fun to joke about, but at the end of the day, it's kind of mean. So I have a shirt of this, obviously. I've made a couple references to this. But the thing about memes is when people get swept up in them, they start thinking they're real when they're not. So I Think We All Sing is like an inside joke that's based on the most boring video you will ever see in your entire life. And people have mined this video to come up with the most conspiratorial take about it ever. And when we get into this video, you're going to be like, wow, this is not interesting. So despite the nearly 5 hours of content that was recorded for the slap, there is only one piece of online Victorious media that has continued to stay relevant in the last 10 years. In 2010, after the show had been greenlit, the 4 female leads went to Universal City Walk to do a photo shoot. There, they were recorded by Popstar Magazine in a video which was then uploaded to YouTube. The gimmick of this clip is that instead of a 5th person interviewing the cast, each girl in the show tells a fun fact about one of the others. The issue is that this show was so new at this point that the girls were still kind of getting acquainted, with the exception of Liz and Ariana, who had known each other for years because they were on Broadway together. And because of this, Victoria and Daniela only describe like surface level facts about each other, and Liz and Ariana talk like they're best friends, like dissecting each other live on the spot. Danielle's fact about Victoria Justice is that she is, quote, a rock star, as she has been killing it in the show.
So stay tuned, it's really, really rock star-tastic. I wish I was a rock star.
Victoria Justice's fact about Daniela Monet is that she's a vegan, and she carries around vegan Rice Krispie treats and tries to share them with the cast. Victoria jokes that this is a good influence because she typically only eats junk food. Ariana's fact about Liz is that Liz is obsessed with taking photos, even when the people around them do not want to be photographed.
Even if you're like, no, Liz, I'm not really in the mood to take pictures, she'll be like, oh, that's funny. And she'll make you like model for her, and you'll like have like a full-on photo shoot right there.
And finally, and most famously, Liz's fact about Ariana is that she loves to sing.
One thing you don't know about Ariana Grande is that she literally sings everything. Like she's starting to forget how to talk in her own voice because she sings everything, and it's a good thing because she's a beautiful voice. But it's awesome. She sings absolutely everything. She never stops.
That's so true, Liz. You sing a lot too. Like especially during rehearsals.
We all sing.
True. Yeah, that's true. I sing the weirder things. Yeah, I think I sing really weird. I think.
Okay, so now that we've seen that entire thing, I think it's fair to say that that video is often taken out of context and even described out of context. Like, the way that people describe this clip is that, like, Liz Gillies was like, hey, here's a fact, Ariana Grande sings, and then immediately Victoria Justice was like,
how dare you, peasant, speak that name in my presence? I am the one who sings, it is me! But, like, that's not what happens in the video at all.
Literally what happens in this video is that Liz is like, hey, did you guys know that Ariana sings? And then Daniela goes, now hold on a second, did you guys know that Liz sings? And then a person's about to be like, well, hold up, because Daniela sings, and Victoria's just like, guys, we all sing. We're on like a musical sitcom. And it's like, it is such a boring story, but it has been extrapolated into this entire online saga, right? And I think the reason this video has had such a lasting presence is that if you look at it with the worst intentions possible, it really represents the ongoing legacy of Victorious. Because, like, look guys, I get it. It is so funny that Ariana Grande was in a teen sitcom about a teenager who will one day become a pop star, and she was not the main character. I get it, it's hilarious. But the reason I kind of disagree with how people view this clip is that people use it as an excuse. People use it as an excuse to not blame Nickelodeon or the writers or the producers or anyone like that, to exclusively, like, blame Victoria Justice because she's on the front of the DVD. And so people will just, like, harass Victoria Justice over this out-of-context clip from when she was 17. And I think that side of this shit is kind of weird. One of the things this is really fed into is the commonly held rumor that Ariana Grande and Victoria Justice hate each other. And the main reason this rumor is spread is that, like, Ariana Grande has this, like, circle of friends who she met on the Victorious show that she still constantly hangs out with. And the main ones are, like, Liz Gillies, Matt Bennett, Leon Thomas III. They all still meet up constantly and hang out together. Here's a photo of them with the guy that played Psychowitz, I think. But Victoria Justice is not in that clique. She never, like, you know, comes over and takes a selfie with Ariana Grande. And so people commonly think, well, if they don't hang out all the time, they must hate each other. And I think that's kind of sexist because no one ever says that about Avan Jogia, who also is in the same place. And more importantly, Victoria Justice still occasionally meets up with Ariana Grande because they do, like, full cast get-togethers, like, every once in a while. They did, like, a Zoom reunion thing in 2020 for the 10th anniversary. Like, they still talk to each other. They're just not best friends. But the internet is so bored that they want them to hate each other, and that's really the story at the end of the day. I always kind of feel bad for people like Victoria Justice, because I've always held this stance that if you're going to be in like a sitcom that has a lasting cultural presence, but you don't really get anything back from, I think you should at least have a second thing going on, right? Like, you know, you should have a movie coming out, or like a book or an album or something, you know, because I think it would be way more fun to be Ariana Grande, like living this exciting life and maybe like every 30 interviews someone remembers to ask you about Nickelodeon, than being Victoria Justice, where like every time she leaves the house, it's like, hey, it's Tori Vega from the sitcom Victorious, 2010 to 2013. Like, I feel like that would get really old, you know what I mean? But anyways, this meme shirt is still pretty funny. Yo, so it turns out I was actually pretty thorough in this video in the last one, because I've kind of run pretty low on things I forgot to talk about. So I put out a tweet that was like, hey, I'm doing this segment again. What should I talk about? And for these last two, I'm just going to read some of the stuff that you guys sent me. Raphael Marley says, in the Kesha episode, the little boy who held the $sign was played by Kesha's real-life little brother. That's true. We got Winter XO here, who has linked kind of a bootleg recording of the only live performance that all of the Victorious cast members did together. This was like a one-off show, I believe, where like they all got together and they performed songs from the show. And I went through this entire recording. I kind of like shuttled through it. And I can confirm that Robbie does not sing Broken Glass. Trunket says, hey Quinton, what do you think of my theory that Jade and Beck are one single entity known as Jake? If that's true, if that's actually canon, I'm gonna have to change up some of my takes about the ships. Brento says, this is not part of the show, but it impacts where the show stands in your shared universe theory. The Victorious characters exist in Henry Danger, but Victorious the show also exists. And below they mention that in one of the Henry Danger episodes, they watched the Victorious bloopers episode. I didn't actually know that, but I wanna use this as a chance to vent. People do this all the time, where they're like, I found a new piece to the NSU puzzle, to the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. I found a new piece of evidence that changes everything. And I'm like, wow, is it that one of the sitcoms exists in the shared universe, but is also a TV show in the shared universe? Because that's literally every fucking show. That's literally everything I've talked about has been that. So the point I'm making, why are people always like, this changes everything? No, it fucking doesn't. Finally, Avram says, you forgot to mention how good Victorious is. You're lucky you're cute, or I would have unsubbed on the double. Thanks, man. Good comment. Okay, so this last one's interesting. This was not something I was sent on Twitter. It was something I was sent in my Instagram DMs. And that is, someone sent me the Victorious SMS texting communicator toys. And these are so, like, oddly fascinating to me. I bought one, but it hasn't arrived yet. But I might have stock footage by the time I put this video out. But what these things were is they look like calculators, but the idea was you'd get two of these and you could text back and forth between them. They were like walkie-talkies with texting. And like, it's so fascinating because, like, I was actually watching like a Billiam video the other day and he was talking about this kind of stuff. This was a huge thing in like 2005, but these were put out in 2012. And I thought I'd throw this in because that's such a great representation of Victorious, I think. Victorious did everything 5 years too late, you know? And that's best represented by the Victorious texting toy put out in 2012. I want to really quickly stop and make a correction. In that segment, I believe that I said that this looks like a Victorious calculator. Well, once I got it, I realized why. That's because it is a Victorious calculator. It has a calculator setting, so it's basically a calculator that you can also use to text people with. So, you know, people must have been lining up for this. Mine doesn't really work, though, because for some reason, this row and this row do the same thing. So, like, look, I press 2, I press 5, 2, I press 8, 8. So this middle row just doesn't work, so I can't. All I'm saying is, if this is what you're using on your trigonometry test, you're screwed. Now, really quickly, I would kick myself if I didn't make this comparison, so I just wanted to show this next to my Zip It, which is the other significant texting toy that we have covered in this mini-series. Yeah, if you haven't watched Fred, I definitely recommend it because it's basically episode 0 of all this project, and there's a lot of inside jokes that are definitely funnier if you've seen that specific video. Okay, I think we need just one more thing to even this out. One more thing that I forgot to talk about that I logically should have by now. Can't think of anything, sorry guys. Anyways, let's end this intermission here and get back into reviewing the show. Now this next one is interesting because it is not only a Robbie episode, but a Rex episode as well. And I'm talking about Season 4, Episode 8, Robbie Sells Sex. I mean, Robbie Sells Rex. Let's get into it. Oh, thank God. This video has no brakes. This video has no brakes. This video breaks. Okay, so I wrote that last segment like distinctly as a place to stop, but I always knew that I was going to do, a bonus outro, basically just for the hell of it. Now you might be thinking, why, Quinton? This video is so long. Why record 2 outros? And the reasoning is very simple. We gotta get this bitch past the 8-hour mark. Here's why, people. We need to maximize the amount of people who are gonna bitch about this video without watching it. Because those people are gonna make a bunch of social media posts about my content, which will then go viral, causing people who would not have been exposed to this video to suddenly know of its existence. And when people complain about long videos, they round down no matter what. So if I post a video that's 7 hours and 55 minutes, people will say, look at this 7-hour video. And I'll say, fuck you, it's 8 hours. So I'm recording more. But real talk, there is an actual reason that I'm recording this segment. That isn't the reason I just said. And that's because the next few videos I have planned, they're gonna get kind of like depressing near the end. You know what I mean? We're gonna have some like dire video endings coming up, and I just know that this is going to be one of our last chances at the end of a video to really just have like a positive energy, moving forwards into the next part of this journey. I also want to say, if you're watching this video only for bragging rights so you can tell people that you finished the video and you stop right here, you're a liar. And second of all, there's a neat surprise at the credits of this video that I think is really cool, and you're definitely not going to want to miss out on. And more importantly to me, at the end of this segment, I have like a special call to action as per something that I want all of you guys to do, and I'm really hoping that you guys will be patient and will hear me out. You know what I mean? The main thing we're going to be doing here, at least starting off, is I want to do kind of a where are they now segment, kind of talking about what happened to the careers of these actors after Victorious ended and where they are now, either in their personal lives or in popular culture. However, one person we're not going to be covering in this segment is Ariana Grande, and that's because we already know what Ariana Grande did after Victorious, and that is this.
This is Sam from iCarly.
Yeah, you love me.
And this is Cat from Victorious. So here's the deal. Sam rescues Cat from a dumpster. They become roommates.
That's not how you sleep in a sofa bed.
Start an awesome babysitting service.
Whoa, I don't want this beast. Yeah, pretty flowers.
And before they know it, are best friends.
Yeah, that's going to be exactly as bad as it already looks. And also, exactly as gay as it already looks.
Cat is always hugging Sam.
Anyways, moreover, the beginning of Ariana's pop career is going to be covered extensively in the Sam and Cat video, so there's really no point in talking about that here at all. One of the biggest curiosities of mine that I really haven't had the chance to delve into in this point is the career of Daniela Monet. I feel like I've gone over this extensively, but when Victorious first started, it was obviously very clear that Victoria Justice was like Nickelodeon's favored performer. They were making all these movies for her, some on TV, some in the theaters, and she was making all these cameos in TV shows, and it was just clear that Nickelodeon was like, this is our next big star. We've made our choice, and we're putting all of our energy into this. But at some point during the production of Victorious, it's almost like Nickelodeon was like, oh, look at this Daniela Monet girl. You know what? We've changed our minds. This is our new star. Here's my main piece of visual evidence. In 2010, Nickelodeon released a Halloween TV movie called The Boy Who Cried Werewolf. Now, this is a TV movie where Victoria Justice becomes a werewolf. At the start of the film, she's supposed to be like this ugly nerd and she's got glasses and she's unattractive, and then she turns into a werewolf. And then the film shows this scene of her doing like a slow motion walk to be like, yeah, now I'm hot shit. Now let's compare that to the Nickelodeon cinematic classic, Grow Up Timmy Turner, A Fairly Odd Movie. In this movie, Daniela Monet starts off the film as an ugly nerd who has glasses and is supposed to be unattractive. But this is all changed when the film shows a sequence of her doing a seductive walk in slow motion, because yeah, she's hot shit now. And for the longest time, Daniela was like the it girl for Nickelodeon, and it really felt like she was taking all of the jobs that Nickelodeon used to be lining up for Victoria Justice. In fact, Victoria Justice at one point had a featuring role in an obscure Nickelodeon show called The Troop, which was like a high school monster hunter thing. My friend Hippie has a video about it. It's only 2 hours. It's pretty short. But in this episode, Victoria Justice played like a literal pixie dream girl from an alternate dimension. And when they wanted to bring that character back for a future episode, Victoria Justice was busy, so they got Daniela Monet to play the character's sister, meaning that they played siblings in 2 different shows. Next thing you know, Daniela Monet was like all over all of the marketing for the show, and when Victorious ended and so many of the actors were just thrown by the wayside, Daniela Monet was one of the only people who got her own show at Nickelodeon. And she was working at Nickelodeon like through the mid-2010s. And I want to make it clear I'm not complaining because I get it. Daniela Monet is great. She's really fantastic. She's funny. She's beautiful. I would want to keep her on the payroll too. But the thing is, it's such a distracting disparity where when you watch Victorious, all the actors are just shitting on Daniela Monet. And they're like talking about how ugly Trina is and how gross she is. And then like you look at other Nickelodeon projects with her and it's almost like they're trying to make her a sex symbol. And it's like, how did this disparity come to be? How was there like this much lack of communication between all the people at Nickelodeon? Now, in the last few years, Daniela has recently become one of the cast members in Victorious with the most quiet careers, and the reason is that she recently became a mother. She has a little boy and a baby girl, both with the guy she's been with since 2010, whom she is now engaged to, and I wanted to start with this one because I just think it's a really cute story, and it's a nice pick-me-up. Not that the rest of these are going to be depressing, this one's just kind of cute. Out of all the people in Victorious, the person who has had the most shockingly normal career post-Victorious is easily Eric Lange. This guy has been in everything. He was in Narcos, he was in The Bridge, he was in that Waco show. Overall, he's one of the only people in this show where when he gets interviewed, the interviewers probably don't even get around to asking him about Nickelodeon because he's like a legit serious actor that does like really popular stuff. Leon Thomas III, much like his character in the show, is extremely talented at music and has thus mostly sought that out in his professional life. He has written and produced songs for Ariana several times in recent years, and he also was part of a group that produced beats for hip-hop artists like Rick Ross. But his big claim to fame at the moment is co-writing and co-producing 3 songs on the Drake album Certified Lover Boy. In the Bible, Love All and Pipe Down specifically are the 3 songs where he is credited. I have never listened to a Drake album. Matt Bennett became a contributor for Nerdish shortly after the show ended and lived a mostly quiet life after that. In 2016, he released a concept album about his parents' divorce. with every song being inspired by a Robin Williams movie. Liz Gilly struggled to find work after the show wrapped, but she did find some success with music, both solo work and stuff with Ariana. Her most prominent recent projects are perhaps the vocal jazz album she released with Seth MacFarlane, and her prominent role in the 2017 CW reboot of Dynasty, a show which also features Robert Christopher Riley, aka the trigger-happy cop from Victorious Season 1. Matt Bennett, Liz Gillies, and Daniela Monet all cameo in the music video for Thank You Next, and Liz and Matt joined Ariana on stage in 2019 for a surprise performance of several songs from the show. Avanjogia has done many projects since the show ended, with his most recent and notable role being that of the lead in the recent Resident Evil movie. He also has a TikTok, which is very popular, where he often makes headlines by talking about his previous roles and experiences. He recently made headlines by revealing that he actually struggled with alcohol during the production of Victorious. This meant that he filmed most of the program constantly hungover, and according to him, he remembers next to nothing about the show because of this. I can only imagine the intense shell shock when people send him clips from the show. Now, out of all of the cast, I'd say the most mysterious person is Victoria Justice. There's this idea that's often put forwards that Victoria tried very, very hard for a long time to get into music, and she ultimately just failed miserably. But this isn't really how I would personally put it. After Victorious, Justice was set up to release an entire album of solo material, and in preparation for this, she released a lone single, Gold, which didn't do too incredibly well and did not crack the Billboard Top 100. To make matters worse, she suddenly had creative differences with her record company, and she left, and the album was scrapped, and that's it. That's the entire history of her solo career in the 2010s. By all accounts, it seems like Victoria Justice just got burnt out on music and quit. Now, if that's because of her history of working on this show, or if it's because of her dealing with this record company, who's to say? But it's just, this coincidence that she quit music at pretty much the exact point in time and the exact same month where Ariana really blew up for the first time. This all changed in 2020 and 2021 when Justice began to sporadically put out new material. I actually went ahead and listened to most of the music that Victoria Justice has put out, and I actually think most of it's kind of all right. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever listened to the music of Haley Steinfeld? Like, Haley Steinfeld, of course, is a big actress. She also sometimes does music. Have you ever, sat down and listened to Haley Steinfeld's music? I swear to God, Haley Steinfeld and Victoria Justice, their music is the same. You could take a bunch of Victoria Justice songs and put it on a Haley Steinfeld record, and no one would call you out on it. I counted, and Victoria Justice has released 7 songs since Victorious ended. 7 songs! Just 7 songs doesn't seem like enough material for her to have this reputation of being like a tryhard that failed to be Ariana Grande. It seems to me she doesn't want to be Ariana Grande. Since 2013, Justice has mostly been focusing on acting, but even then, her performances happen very, very rarely. For instance, one of her most recent credits is a 2018 episode of Robot Chicken where she just did a random voiceover. I think I'm rooting for Victoria Justice at this point. I'm pulling for her. I've become a Victoria Justice stan. And, it's mostly because I think it's so unfair for a person to spend every living moment of their life having someone else compare them to Ariana Grande. That's not good for the soul. It's like when people tell me I look like Robert Pattinson, because I get what they're trying to say, but it just makes me feel worse. Because it's like, oh, I got all the shit he got. I got put together fucking wrong. Okay, and finally, we have Eric Michael Reed, aka Sinjin. I love this man. I would take a bullet for him. He still acts, but I would say his main profession is being like a Twitter guy. But here's the best part of all this, right? This is the best part, and I only learned this week, okay? Eric Michael Reed's best friend is a guy named Vincent Martella. And Vincent Martella is best known as the voice of Phineas in Phineas and Ferb. Phineas from Phineas and Ferb and Sinjin from Victorious are best friends, and it gets better. They're not just best friends, they're roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
So these two will literally hang out like on a daily basis every single day, and they'll post like dumb skits they film to Twitter, and no one notices. It's crazy to me.
What are you working on? Oh, I'm minting NFTs. Ugh, not you too. These are selling for a lot of money. Look at this one I made. Oh, dude, that looks like dog shit. It is dog shit. All NFTs are shit. Every NFT is shit? This one is dog shit. Uh-huh. This one is cat shit. Oh. And this one is my shit. Ah!
I just want to say, the more that I look into these people's careers, and the more specifically I see photos of them today, the more that I'm like, huh, I hope they don't do a Victorious reboot. And that sounds really mean, but the reason is that, like, have you ever fantasized about going on a date with someone, and then it actually happens, and you really go on a date with them, and it's just like, oh, huh. And it's like, this is weird. This isn't how I imagined it. This is very different. That's what a Victorious reboot would be like. But this is my pledge. If they ever make a Victorious reboot, I will review it on this channel, unless there's some weird legal hang-up and I'm not allowed to. I don't know why that would be, but I'm just putting this in just in case. Okay, at this point, I'm not really sure if we've hit the 8-hour mark, but if we haven't, I'm guessing that we're pretty close. So what I want to do now is actually give a really quick update to a segment that I did in the last video. So throughout the course of this mini-series, I've very often been caught up in sort of side searches as I research topics that I would like to make videos on if I ever escape from the never-ending hellhole that is the NSU. And I ended up having a couple online searches that kept hitting dead ends, and I thought, so many people watch these Nick videos. If I kind of plug some of these searches, will I get some leads, you know what I mean? And I'm happy to report that I have found happy endings to almost everything I talked about in that segment. I want to say within like a week, someone emailed me and said that they had a copy of Garfield Labyrinth pristine in the box, just like in their living room, and they sent it over, and I am so happy with this because it looks so good on the shelf, and honestly, the box is in such good condition. I could not have asked for a better copy of this. Another personal success was the lovely person who helped hook me up with Andrew. I now have 2 of these. They are extremely rare, and I will treasure him until the end of time, alongside all of the other interesting Garfield knockoffs that a couple different people sent me. One of the most unique things that I got out of that was someone made me a hand-crocheted Garfield, like that they made by hand, and I think this is just so cute and such a charming addition to the collection. And they have a little tag on there that tells you their Etsy store. Someone on Instagram hooked me up with a custom Garfield themed Furby, and I'm just so happy with this thing. It is so funny. The electronics in it don't work, but I don't really care. I don't need it to. I think it's funnier to just have it set on the shelf. A detail that I'm really impressed with was they got the little side lashes that Garfield has, you know, right next to his ears. I think that's really cool. I actually just managed to catch this one on eBay, but I thought I should mention it. Do you guys remember in the last video when I said that the Garfield trivia game floppy disk is one of the rarest Garfield games of all time, to the extent that I couldn't find anyone who actually owned it? Well, guess what? Now I know a guy, because I own the Garfield trivia game floppy disk. And what this means is that I now own a copy of every physically released Garfield game with one exception. Because sadly, I actually did not get any leads on the one search that I was having the most trouble with, the search that I have now given up all hope on, and that is a copy of the Sonic and Garfield pack for PC computers. I've received not a single email, not a single lead, not a single listing, and 4 million views into that first video. I think I've accepted that that's pretty okay. But if you have a copy of the game, you can email me at contactquintonreviews@gmail.com. But more importantly, I just am so happy to see that you guys really love these videos and you're willing to support me, and some of you did that through the means of sending me some cute little trinkets, which I really absolutely appreciate. But you don't have to do that. You can just leave a comment below, and that itself is enough for me. On the evening of November the 23rd, 2012, Sam Puckett and Carly Shay, two friends who had known each other for their entire lives, stepped onto the elevator of Carly's apartment for the final time. The two rode down together, knowing that it was fully possible that they would never see each other again. They exchanged few words and a sentimental gift before finally seeing each other off. iCarly had started airing on Nickelodeon barely 5 years before, and in the blink of an eye, it had become one of the biggest shows on the network, and perhaps one of the most popular live-action children's shows of all time. And now, as the curtains came to a close and Sam rode off into the night, there was only one thing that the network still had left: a legacy to preserve. On April the 16th, 1994, All That first hit the airwaves as part of the recently launched SNCC programming block. The program was a sketch variety show, much like Saturday Night Live, although it wasn't live, it starred children, and it was most likely taped sometime before their bedtime. The show was immediately a hit, with the second episode introducing the famous Good Burger skit to the program, which would grow into an iconic piece of pop culture even outside of the show. Just a few years into its broadcast, the show's two most popular cast members were spun off into their own show, Kenan and Kel, which ran for 4 seasons and was extremely popular for the time. During this period, a cinematic adaptation of the Good Burger skits was also released. Kenan Thompson's career would continue after this, with him being cast in SNL merely 3 years after leaving Nickelodeon, a position which he still holds to this day. It rapidly was becoming obvious that All That was a breeding ground for successful performers and projects at Nickelodeon. Despite this, in 1999, the show went into a brief production hiatus, with the choice ultimately being made to completely cycle out every cast member on the show. In the wake of this, a new concept was created that would totally change the trajectory of Nickelodeon content. Amanda Bynes, one of the cast members All That now sought to replace, was given a show of her own, to be known as simply The Amanda Show. Although The Amanda Show featured a variety of content, by the end, 3 performers on the show stood out among the rest. The first of these was Nancy Sullivan, who was often illustrated playing ill-fated adult characters. And more obviously, there was Drake Bell and Josh Peck, who were often illustrated as buffoonish friends known for getting into fights. And so, when The Amanda Show ended in 2002, it was decided to create a new show to hold these specific talents, known as Drake and Josh. The show presented the titular pair as recently acquainted stepbrothers getting used to their new lives together, all while battling their sadistic sister, who quickly became seen as the breakout talent of the show, leading to her actress getting her own program when Drake and Josh ended in 2007. My general point here is that from a certain point of view, iCarly existed not only as an extremely popular program, it also stood tall as a representative of Nickelodeon history, as it was essentially a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off. And so, as you can imagine, when iCarly came to an end in 2012, there was an anticipation that Nickelodeon would continue this 2-decade tradition of legacy and profit. And out of all of the stars of iCarly, there was only one person that shone above the rest. One person who truly proved that they were talented and popular enough to usher in a new era of Nickelodeon history. And that star's name was
Gibby. 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 Gibby.
Okay, so for those of you who are out of the loop, iCarly was such a popular show at Nickelodeon that when it ended, it was decided that the show would have not one, but 2 spin-offs, both featuring significant iCarly characters in their own standalone stories. Both of these spin-offs had pilot episodes, which were scripted, recorded, and put in front of the decision makers at Nickelodeon, and both spin-offs were heavily set up in the actual iCarly finale. However, only one of these spin-offs actually came into being. Now, this video is quite obviously about the iCarly spin-off that actually exists, but I thought it would be fun to start things off here with a little bit of a pre-intermission, discussing what could have been, and more specifically, the iCarly spin-off that almost nobody knows about. And I'm talking about, of course, Gibby! Here's the story. In the first week of August 2012, when most teenagers were enjoying their summers lounging on the beach, listening to Wiz Khalifa and LMFAO, Noah Monk was once again on a Sunset Boulevard soundstage. For the following 9 days, a pilot starring Noah as Gibby would be filmed and then fully edited before the month was out. This was then shown to Nickelodeon executives who did not go for it, so it was shelved and then quickly forgotten. Sam and Cat was announced before filming had even finished on the Gibby pilot, and that show's first episode went into production 1 month later. Now, earlier in this miniseries, I have occasionally implied that Gibby was in fact an earlier incarnation of Sam and Cat, and that one of the projects being cancelled is what led the other into existing. However, while researching this part of the video, I discovered that, in fact, it was originally intended that Gibby and Sam and Cat would coexist as sister shows at the exact same time. However, while doing further research, I discovered that my original hunch was technically actually correct. Just a few years ago, Jeanette McCurdy did a one-woman show about her life, which is now being adapted into a book you should pre-order, and someone who went to that one-woman show told me a detail that I have never seen discussed anywhere else. Basically, from what I have been told, there is a third distinct iCarly spin-off which predates both of the understood recorded projects that almost nobody knows about, except for Jeanette McCurdy. The show would have featured a noticeably older Sam Puckett, now a guidance counselor after years of personal growth, becoming a mentor figure to a group of teenagers at a middle school where she is employed. If filmed, this pilot would have shown an incredible amount of growth for Sam, who while once a troubled teen in and out of juvie, is now an adjusted adult trying to help kids who are on the same path that she once was. However, shortly after these plans were started, Nickelodeon executives decided to end the iCarly sister show Victorious, and with this came the realization that Ariana Grande was extremely popular with kids online. So the choice was made to add Ariana to the Untitled Sam project. With this came the understanding that Cat Valentine can't work at a middle school, and the plot was quickly shifted in a major way. Sam and Cat would now feature the characters as babysitters living in California, setting the tone much closer to Victorious than iCarly, and more importantly, instead of featuring 4 middle school leads who would be featured throughout the entire show, most of the kids in Sam and Cat would revolve in and out episode by episode. Now, I don't have a lot of evidence for this because details about all this stuff is very sparse, but it's currently my theory that the Gibby pilot was in fact a hasty reworking of a lot of the material that they threw in the waste bin when Ariana joined the Untitled Sam project. Specifically, the fact that the show is about Gibby working in a middle school and becoming a mentor figure to a group of eccentric teenagers. Now, when I first started planning this mini-series and I came to this part of the project, it was my intention that we would just skip Gibby entirely, because at the time, we knew almost nothing about it, and it seemed kind of boring. However, sadly, last year, the entire script leaked online, which means that I now have no excuse to not tell you every single thing that there is to know about the Gibby pilot. My plan from here on out is that we're going to create a loose canon reconstruction of this lost serial. I'm going to get some of my friends in, they're going to record, some of the lines that are in the script, and I'm going to get an animator to do a little puppet show for us, and it's going to kind of represent what this pilot might have looked like. And we're all just going to pretend that we're actually watching the real thing. Now, before we get into this, I just want to tell a quick story, because there's some stuff in this segment that is so cool that it simply needs an introduction. So when I was working on this, I knew that if I was going to reconstruct the Gibby pilot, that I would need some visuals for it. You know what I mean? I'd need something to work off of. So what I started doing is I started reaching out to cast and crew that worked on, this pilot episode, and kind of going like, look, I'm trying to do this project, and I'm looking for people that took photos on set. You understand what I'm saying? And some of the people I reached out to knew who I was, some of the people didn't, but I got a lot of photos, because people had phones back then, people had iPads, so people were sending me all these different photos. And it really helped with this segment, but one person sent something so cool that I just have to highlight it by itself. So this person apparently was at some stage in a room with a multicam monitor showing them filming the actual pilot, and throughout the day, they occasionally took photos of this monitor. Which means that even though it looks like crap, I have semi-legitimate screen grabs of the actual Gibby pilot in my possession. With all that out of the way, let's get into our third show in the NSU. Gibby! ! Okay, before we start this reconstruction, do a little bit of role-playing with me here. Pretend for a moment that you are an executive at Nickelodeon, and you are being shown a pilot for a potential show in late 2012. As the projector burrs and the video file begins, it is crucial that this opening scene conveys to you the quality and longevity of this pitch. This is the first thing you see. We fade up to an interior at Ridgeway High School, where a teacher, Mr. Waggett, is bent over a table. Two nurses stand by his side, trying desperately to treat a wound on his ass cheeks. He screams, for the intensity of the ass pain is unbearable.
Ah!
Please, hold still!
I can't, it hurts!
Mr. Waggett, I'm so sorry!
You get away from me!
Suddenly, another familiar face enters the classroom. Principal Franklin, a regular character on iCarly. He shoos everyone out of the room, save for Gibby. As the nurses drag Waggett away, he lets out a final proclamation.
I want Gibby punished! You hear me, Gibby? You hear me?
So, how's it going?
Gibby, you brought a weasel to class?
Yes, sir.
Why?
'Cause we had a big test today and I was nervous. Petting Wheezy makes me feel calm.
Well, Wheezy didn't make your teacher feel calm when he was biting his butt.
That's how weasels express love. So right off the bat, we can take note that Gibby includes something that makes it totally unique when compared to iCarly. That being an implied time loop. Watching iCarly as a kid, I always presumed that one of the reasons the show ended when it did was that if it lasted any longer, it would be completely impossible to believe that these guys were still young enough to be in high school. Especially as it was clearly stated that the characters were aging in real time. So it's weird to discover that the pitch for Gibby's spin-off was that the titular character would have been perpetually 16 years old, presumably sticking to his high school hijinks for as long as the show would be on. Was the implication meant to be that the other iCarly characters were also still in high school and just perpetually off screen? Either way, it's hard for me to imagine turning on the TV in 2015 or 2016 only to see Gibby on screen in the third season of his spin-off still pretending to be in high school. Anyways, you remember in the final episode of iCarly when the writers spent like 20 minutes carefully setting up that Gibby now has a pet ferret and that everyone keeps calling him a weasel for some reason? Here, we find out that this is because owning a weasel is Gibby's entire personality post-iCarly.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give you Saturday detention.
What? But Saturday is the Seattle Weasel Convention!
That doesn't...
Please! Me and Weezy are gonna wear matching outfits! I've been sewing for weeks! Wanting to give in to Gibby's request, Franklin comes up with a new punishment. Gibby will use his study period all week to help in the cafeteria on the middle school side of the building. And then the title sequence plays. Should we make up a Gibby theme? We just need to get an AI to absorb like every like Backhouse Mike Drake Bell song, and then we we take whatever it gives us back. Where it's just like one day at a time, being a man. Gibby! To sum up the next section as quickly as possible, Gibby is doing his promised punishment when he sees a group of mean kids bullying 4 unpopular students by throwing chicken nuggets at them. Gibby stands up for the quartet, saying that they're his friends and they should be left alone. The bullies are so embarrassed to be called out by a D-list internet celebrity that they apologize and leave. The 4 kids, thinking Gibby meant what he said, follow him to his lockers in the high school side of the building where they invite him to hang out, because after all, he said they were his friends. Gibby, feeling guilty over the situation, agrees to hang out with them at the local rec center, known as Bixby's. However, as he prepares to leave the school, 2 extremely attractive cheerleaders approach him and basically proposition him for a 3-way.
Hey, Gibby.
Hi, Gibby.
Hey girls, what's up?
We were just going to my house.
To work on new cheer moves.
You wanna come watch us?
Yes! That'd be... impossible, 'cause I already have plans.
Oh, come on.
We're gonna try a double upside down cartwheel.
Together.
No, thank you. Come on, kids. The gall of putting it in the pilot, though. Like, I feel like with Victoria's, they like held out. They were like, let's not put the sex jokes in front of the executives, but we'll put it in later. The gall of having it in the pilot episode. At the rec center, Gibby spends most of the visit bored out of his mind, as you would too, I imagine, if you had to hang out with a bunch of middle schoolers. It's here that we're properly introduced to all of the kids and their respective gimmicks. First, there's Winston, who suffers from extreme paranoia, always presuming the worst and suffering from anxious breakdowns at a moment's notice. Then there's Marcon. Marcon believes he is a robot sent from the future, who is stuck in 2013. He typically speaks like a droid, often dropping casual predictions of a very cartoonish apocalyptic future.
He thinks he's a robot sent from the future?
I am a robot sent from the future, though the real term is robo-droid.
The real term is mentally ill.
One more insult and I'll spray you with my robo-fluid.
Charming.
That was one of my favorite Disney Channel shows, and no one talks about it anymore. Did Phil ever get back to the future? I didn't finish the show. Flip is a kiss-ass, holding no individuality whatsoever and simply trying to mirror whoever he is speaking to, usually Gibby. And finally, there's Jordy, the girl. Jordy is basically a tiny version of Sam from iCarly. She's very mean to everyone around her and puts everyone off with her callous demeanor. The most notable thing about these 4 friends is that they're not really friends at all. They are simply the 4 least popular kids in school, and spend time together merely out of the circumstance of being at the bottom of the totem pole. In one scene, when one of the kids is bullied by 9th graders, the others scamper and do nothing. Gibby chastises them for this, saying that friends should stick up for each other no matter the circumstance. After this, we are introduced to the final 2 incidentals of the show, both employees at the rec center. The first is Ozzy, a buffoonish village idiot who often fails at the jobs that he's been asked to do.
Listen up! Listen up, everybody. This hat was turned into the lost and found. If this is your hat, and you can prove it's your hat...
Hey, didn't you lose a hat last week?
Yeah, but... Dang, this is my hat. Clearly, the system works. Go about your business.
Me and Hippie have this thing where whenever we talk about these shows, we talk about, like, the Gibby-fication of Nickelodeon shows, where, like, Gibby was such a big hit that, like, over time, they just kept adding Gibbys to the shows, where there'd be, like, 6 Gibbys. Like Victoria has, like, 4 Gibbys, and it's just, like... Most of the cast is Gibby. Yeah, most of the cast is just Gibby, and we're just like, there's something funny. Basically, what's happening here is that Gibby is so preoccupied with being the straight man that they're introducing another Gibby to do funny shit. After Ozzy is introduced, we meet his boss, an older woman named Sierra, played by the daughter of Diane from Cheers. I'm not joking, look that up. Sierra enters holding 2 basketballs, both covered in lotion. And my God, you're never gonna guess where this goes. I told you to put sunscreen on those 2 little boys outside and fill the basketballs with air. Yeah, I did all that. No! You put sunscreen on the basketballs. And then you're like, wait. And look at those 2 little boys. 2 5th grade boys whose tummies are filled with air. Walk in. So much pressure. What the fuck is happening?
What the fuck? Did he put a fucking air pump up their asses? It's inflation. Oh no! That is literally a fetish. Oh no!
Can you believe the executives didn't go for this? It has all the workings of a classic Nickelodeon hit. Do you know what's really funny? They could have not leaked this script. So someone working on the show just put it out last year. They could have kept this a secret. But they didn't. They were like, no, we're just gonna put this out. Like self-destructive attitude. Releasing this script to the world. Oh my God. After this memorable sequence, Gibby enters and is recognized by Sierra, who remembers seeing him on the internet. Gibby is smitten and attempts to make his move. You know, you are not bad looking.
I'm 24 and I have a boyfriend.
I'm 16 and I have a weasel. After this, Sierra spots 2 shady characters hanging out in the rec center who seem to be looking for something. She briefly tries to deal with them, but is distracted by Gibby's jailbaiting. Anyways, Gibby then attempts to teach the 4 middle schoolers how to play a game called Dodge-a-Lean. The game is dodgeball, but played on trampolines. A pretty stupid idea, which the showrunners actually recycled a few years later when the game showed up on Henry Danger. The kids aren't good at the game, so Ozzy ends up joining Gibby to spar. Ozzy is too good at Dodge-a-Lean, however, and ends up jumping so high that his head gets stuck in the ceiling. The paramedics come and take him to the hospital, and Sierra considers going to watch over him since he's underage and his parents are out of town. She's afraid to leave the rec center alone, but Gibby promises to look after the place. Sierra is impressed by this initiative and offers him a job at Bixby's. Gibby accepts the position and agrees to close up shop. After sending the kids home, however, he's approached by the shady characters from earlier, who intend to rob the rec center.
We want money!
Where's the money?
What money?
Gotta be some around here somewhere!
Let me go! Come on! I'm an internet celebrity! Where's the money? I don't know, I've only been working here for 17 minutes. Break his thumb. No, don't! I need both my thumbs to wash my weasel! The four middle schoolers eventually return and realize that because Gibby is their friend, they have to help him, no matter the circumstance. They save him by attacking the baddies with dodgeballs, and once freed from his restraints, the emancipated Gibster removes his shirt, hulking up, as the script says, and kicking the men out of the center. The kids tell Gibby that this has been the best day of their lives, and then they also take their clothes off. I don't know why. It just kind of happens, you know, like right at the end. They all get naked for some reason, and then Gibby comes over and he gives them all one big naked group hug, and the executives did not go for this one. These screen grabs are actually iPad photos of a multicam setup, as you'll remember, and one of the angles shows the exterior of Bixby's during all of this, and it really makes you wonder, what would it be like to just walk by this rec center in the middle of the night and see this through the window without context? Or with context, because context doesn't help, trust me. Anyways, this scene specifically is the reason that this pilot will never be released, and that's the Gibby spinoff! Okay, so now that we have officially finished the Gibby pilot, there are a few curiosities that I would like to put out to air. These are not questions that I have answers to, but they are questions that I would like to ramble about endlessly. The first, and by far the biggest to me, is, did the Gibby spinoff ever have a serious chance of being made? Or did Nickelodeon finance this pilot basically to humor the people making it? I've personally gone back and forth on this a few times. When I first started researching Gibby, I was convinced that it's such a stupid idea that there's no way it ever had an actual chance of being made. But now that I've gone through all this and I've seen the Gibby pilot, I've helped put it back together, I'm convinced that there was so much money put into this little thing that Nickelodeon could not have financed all of this if they weren't at the very least giving it a chance. I think it's very possible that the financiers and decision makers at Nickelodeon entered that room totally prepared to sign off on everything and get this ball rolling, only to then leave the room saying to each other, no one can ever see this. Somebody flew too close to the sun with the Gibby pilot. In the following years, the writers that worked on the Gibby pilot would recycle the material in several different places. And I'm actually not just talking about the script, because I'm actually mainly talking about the massive set that they constructed for Bixby's. Now, this is all mainly based on my personal judgment, just kind of eyeing things here, but it seems to me that the set for Bixby's would eventually be cut in half, with the two different sides being built into two different sets for two different shows. The current standing theory is that the far right side of Bixby's became Henry's living room from Henry Danger, while the far left side of Bixby's became the game room from Game Shakers. This is kind of hard to gauge at first because they really strip these sets down, but the easiest way to tell is to look for doors, windows, raised platforms, and staircases. Door, window. Door, window. Door, raised platform, staircase. Door, raised platform, staircase. And of course, the actual material in the script for Gibby would also be recycled in many other scripts in coming years, but the interesting thing to me is that whenever the writers would do this, they would always do it in such a way that it maintained continuity, as if they still intended that the Gibby pilot was canon, even if it never had been released to the public. The most obvious example to me is that Dodgeline, showing up in Henry Danger, does not overwrite the Gibby pilot or contradict it in any way. It's a completely different plotline with the same sport, almost as if it is a throwback to the Gibby pilot that no one but the writers could possibly understand. And then there is Marcon. I'll try not to linger on this too long because I know this video has been a waste of your time so far, but in the final season of Henry Danger from 2019, they do a pretty on-the-nose parody of the Terminator movies. In the story, we find out that in the coming decades, the machines will rise up and humanity will go to war against them. The person who ends up leading the human resistance against the robots is Piper, Henry's sister, who goes back in time to the 2010s as an elderly woman to warn her family that a robot has been sent back into the past to kill her younger self. And I know this sounds like a pointless tangent, but here's the twist. We find out that in the future, the machines build all robots to look like children, mainly so that humans will not find them threatening. Which implies, and here's the big reveal, that Marcon is actually a robot from the future. Because what else would explain that Marcon has been describing an apocalyptic future, which is very clearly consistent with the actual canon future of the NSU? And you know what? I'm getting that list back out, and I'm writing down future robot apocalypse and robots from the future that look like children. There's gonna be like a significant amount of people who find my channel through this video, and they're gonna click on it like, oh wow, a Sam and Cat video, I remember that show. And then they're just gonna be like, what the fuck is this? So the second big question that I want to answer at the end of this segment is, would the Gibby spinoff have actually been worth watching? Is it a tragedy that this show wasn't ultimately made, right? And, I'm just going to be honest about my feelings. I think a lot of people hold on to a curiosity about the Gibby spinoff because they presume that it would have been the anti-Sam and Cat. Whatever they don't like about Sam and Cat, they presume the Gibby pilot would have done all those things right. And I certainly don't think that's the case. And I would go as far as to say that in this 22-minute script, there is not a single thing that I actually think would be worth watching the show for, except for Marcon. Because I think there's something so funny about that long play, right? Like the writers deciding at the very beginning, Marcon is actually a robot from the future. And then them writing the entire show knowing they have that in their back pockets and refusing to use it until the final season. That would be iconic. Everything else sucks. But it's worth saying, everything sucks on purpose, because that's what they were going for. To recap a lot of what I've set up in my last few videos, in the early 2010s, television networks developed a sudden shift in demographics, where teenagers who once watched television religiously were now shifting to online exclusive platforms. Netflix, Hulu, YouTube, Twitch, Vine, you name it. And after this tidal wave hit, most of the people who were still religiously watching kid shows on cable were literal babies. I mean, there was once a huge demographic, the main demographic arguably, of 10 to 15-year-olds who only watched Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, and Cartoon Network, and now people were barely getting past Blue's Clues age before they tuned out and got an iPad. So the real reason that Gibby looks bad to you or I is that it was a show for toddlers. And you and I are not toddlers. I hope. I hope no one's putting on Quinton fucking reviews for their 2-year-old. So by late September 2012, when the Sam and Cat pilot was finally being filmed, it was clear that everything was on the line. This was the final chance these writers had to make a follow-up to iCarly, and it had to continue the legacy of all these previous different shows while making the executives happy and while being a proper show for babies that maintained the aesthetic of someone just jingling car keys in front of your face. And now, I think, more than half an hour into this video, we are properly set up to review Sam and Cat, the iCarly spinoff, and let me remind you, also, the Victorious spinoff. But before we do that, I just want to quickly stop right here and kind of manage expectations. When I first announced this mini-series back in 2020, I announced it as a 400,000 subscriber special. And it was this big thing where I was just like, if we get to 400K, I'm going to do a video about iCarly. And I had no idea how big and how out of control all of this would ultimately get, right? And how much it would just consume my life in every conceivable way, and how much of a success it would ultimately end up becoming. But I just want to say that to me, Sam and Cat has always been the end to an era. There was an era of Nickelodeon shows, to me, that started with Zoe 101 and Drake and Josh, and continued on through iCarly and Victorious, and Sam and Cat is the bookend to that, because it really is the end to this massive story that happened with all these shows. And because Sam and Cat is kind of an end to me, when this is done and through, I would like to stop. I'm not trying to be a bitch. You know, I've just got this vibe from some of you guys recently where you expect that after I'm done with Sam and Cat, I'm going to go back and review literally every single show in the NSU expanded universe. And it's like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to review Henry Danger and Danger Force. That seems awful. But you know, I'm saying all this because I have other videos I want to do after this, which do fit the theme of what we're doing here. It's just they're not necessarily going to be like teen sitcom reviews, and I'm hoping you guys will stick around to see all the creative things that I'm going to do there. But more importantly, I am willing to make a deal with you guys. And here's the deal, okay? Here's the promise I'm willing to make with you guys. If we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, 2022, then I will go back next year and review Drake and Josh and Zoe 101. Okay? So that's my promise. That's two shows, 2 reviews for the price of 1 subscriber goal. And I don't know if we're going to organically hit that number this year, but I think if we start pushing for it now, anything is possible. And I want to set this up here and now so that we can start, pulling for it, and so that we can just have the expectation that, this isn't the last video in the miniseries, but this is sort of the beginning of me wrapping it up. And there's still going to be a bunch of fun videos, so don't think I'm quitting YouTube or anything. I'm just telling you that Drake and Josh and Zoe 101 will come next year if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of December. But for now, we've finished iCarly, we've finished Victorious, and yes, we have finished Gibby, which means there is only one show that we have left to review. This is Season 1, Episode 1 of Sam and Cat. So the character analysis segments tend to be a bit bulky and overwhelming, so I think it's about time for us to do the very first Sam and Cat themed intermission. These are segments I do in between seasons where I analyze aspects of these projects which don't necessarily come up in the typical episode structure. For instance, in the first iCarly video, I talked about iCarly toys and merchandise. In the first Victorious video, I did a segment all about the video games that were themed around Victorious. And for this intermission, I have nothing. Okay, so strictly speaking, obviously that's not 100% true. A quick glance at the segmented time bar below will tell you that, but it is absolutely true that for so many of these topics where I had a lot to say about iCarly and a lot to say about Victorious, when you look at the Sam and Cat version of those topics, there's not a lot going on because Sam and Cat is a much more simple franchise and a much more short franchise because it didn't stick around for that much time. Here's a funny story. A year or two ago when I was first planning this video, one of the first things I did was I went on eBay and I searched like Sam and Cat merchandise, Sam and Cat memorabilia, hoping that I'd find like a Goomer bobblehead or something. And the very first thing that popped up when I did that was a used bra. So it was an eBay listing for a bra that Ariana Grande supposedly wore on the set of Sam and Cat. And when you see something like that, there's no good vibes. Only bad shit is happening right there. And I found out, like, looking into it, that there's an entire online black market of people who buy and sell used celebrity underwear. And I don't want to go around shaming people, but I think in this case, your actions shame themselves. Anyways, the point is that there isn't really one topic of secondary material with Sam and Cat deserving of an entire intermission, so instead this segment is going to be kind of a mini compilation of all of the different stuff I could find. So let's go ahead and get started. As you'll remember, iCarly and Victorious were heavily defined by a shared gimmick: the use of an in-universe website which the show encouraged people to visit in real life. iCarly had iCarly.com, an E-Bombs World-style compilation of original skits and posts, while Victorious had The Slap, an in-universe social media website used by the main characters. Sam and Cat is a little bit different in this regard. The show did feature an obscure in-universe domain, as going to Sam and Cat's Super Rockin' Funtime Babysitting Service.net or Sam and Cat's Super Rockin' Funtime Babysitting Service.com would lead you to a very simple webpage advertising the babysitting service. Testimonials.
We had so much fun. We played hide and seek, and Sam actually hid in the mall down the street. She's really good at that game.
Sam taught me a bunch of new words. One of them got me attention, though.
They showed me this new game called Who Can Do the Laundry First, and I won. Sam only let me out of the closet after I promised to give him my fruit snacks. Oh.
You're probably expecting more, but that's kind of it. It's the sort of website a YouTuber would make if they had a domain builder as a sponsor, but didn't want to spend more than 40 minutes on it. Now, in 2018, for various reasons, iCarly.com and TheSlap.com were taken down by Viacom. Today, both of these links will redirect you to the respective show pages on Nick.com. Sam and Cat's Super Rockin' Funtime Babysitting Service.com is actually an exception to this, as Nickelodeon apparently forgot about it, and it currently doesn't go anywhere and just gives you an error message. This oversight was probably caused by Sam and Cat having a second, completely different domain, samandcat.com, which redirected to nick.com/samandcat from the day that it launched in 2013. So let's talk about the various Sam and Cat content that has been hosted on nick.com over the years. Part 1. The Games. iCarly and Victorious both had video games which were released on home console. But by 2013, the gaming industry had shifted in such a way that shovelware was almost exclusive to mobile app stores, giving companies like Viacom less of an incentive to invest their short-term projects into the industry. So sadly, all of the Sam and Cat games that were released were simple browser games which mostly ran on Flash. Starting us off is Sam and Cat, Sam's Arm Wrestling Challenge. It's Dr. Mario. If you do good at Dr. Mario, you win at arm wrestling. If you fuck up, the other person wins. That's it. There is not a single asset in this game that actually looks like it was made for any of these shows. I think that Nickelodeon just had a cheap stock game and slapped some images of Jeanette onto it just to advertise their new show. There's nothing else to say. Then there's Sam and Cat, Awesome Babysitting Coach. It's a matching game where you have to click 3 images that the game tells you to click on. That's it. That's all the Sam and Cat games I could find. Well, with one exception. Back in the Victorious video, you might recall me discussing a little game called Nickelodeon Block Party. The game was kind of like a Flash version of Mario Party, with the idea being that it was a virtual board game that you could play, with various Nickelodeon franchises being represented in both the boards and the character selection screen. I'm bringing this up because the original Nickelodeon Block Party not only includes content based on iCarly and Victorious, but also Sam and Cat. This means it's entirely possible to start a game, select Cat Valentine as a playable character, then select the Victorious board, where Cat Valentine from Sam and Cat can land in front of Cat Valentine from Victorious. You slip her Fortnite character in there, you got Ariana No Way Home. The Sam and Cat board, for the most part, has a very metaphorical art style, with a lot of candy and plushies, things that generally don't relate to the show at all. But in terms of minute details, it's clearly made by someone who, at the very least, has seen the first few episodes. The playthrough is dictated by Dice, who introduces you to the game and leads you around the board. You collect blue coins through trivia, mind games, and dumb luck, and your goal is to reach and collect gold coins along the way, if you have enough blue coins saved up to buy them. You'll never know true shame until Dice from Sam and Cat calls you poor. He's laughing at your pain. Oh my darling Nona, how have you been? I'm suddenly remembering why we put you in a home. Other characters in this game include Murph the Goat, who causes you to lose blue coins, and the Red Welder Among Us robot, who also causes you to lose coins. Oh look, Sheen got a gold coin. I wonder what his victory animation is. Okay, that's enough, Sheen. I said that's enough. That's enough! Once per round, the 3 players take part in a randomly selected party game, with each game being based on some Nickelodeon property. And hey, this is the only place in the world you'll ever see Cat Valentine in a lollipop licking competition. There are 2 Sam and Cat party games in this selection. The first is called Apartment Maze, and is pretty simple. Apartment 22 is somewhere on screen. Each door randomly connects to a different floor, and you have to find the right door combination that gets you to Apartment 22. The second party game is Demanding Goat. In this one, Murph the Goat is hungry and impatient, and insists on being fed. The player to get him the most of his requested food wins the round. Nickelodeon Block Party is weird because it has a lot of controls that feel like they would work really well on the Wii, and it's supposed to be a party game, but as far as I know, there's no way to play the game with more than one person. Players 2 and 3 are always controlled by the AI. So it's not really a party game, it's a party game simulator. But hey, if you've got a Flash emulator and want to pretend you have friends, it's not the worst way to spend 15 minutes. Now that we're briefly on the topic of Sam and Cat and video games, there's something I wanted to bring up that I meant to bring up in the episode analysis, but I never got around to it. It's just something I want to talk about that's been bothering me for a while, and I just want to get it off my chest real quick. One of the things that I think about the most when it comes to Sam and Cat is kind of the what if factor. You know, that element of like, Sam and Cat did end earlier than was initially expected. If Sam and Cat had lasted a few more seasons, what would that have been like? What is the show Sam and Cat could have become? And I've recently started privately wishing that Sam and Cat had lasted at least one more year, because I had an absolutely brilliant idea for a Sam and Cat episode. Okay, here it is. Here's my pitch. Here's my idea. What if there was an episode of Sam and Cat from 2015 where for some reason, like, Sam and Cat need a little extra money, you know, on short notice, they need a little extra dough, so they decide to get second jobs working night guard security at the restaurant Bots. We're talking about a potential double bill Sam and Cat set at Halloween, which is explicitly ripping off Five Nights at Freddy's. That's it. That's all I got. I don't have any ideas other than that. I just thought, wouldn't it have been cool if they did that? Anyways, let's finish off our discussion of web-exclusive material produced for Sam and Cat with part 2 the videos. Once again, both iCarly and Victorious were heavily defined by the video content of their online presence, and you would expect the same to be true of Sam and Cat. And there is one small piece of media that does qualify under this category, although perhaps small isn't the word I'm looking for, as it's technically more accurate to describe this content as little.
Welcome to the very first Little Sam and Cat Show! And now, everyone's soon-to-be favorite teeny tiny hosts, Little Sam and Little Cat.
Ow! Woo, that was a fun way to start our first show. For you, how come I didn't get a parachute? You know, we could argue about this, or we could get right to the good stuff. We have Ariana Grande and Jeanette McCurdy standing by to talk to us live from the set of the greatest TV show in the world, Sam and Cat. What? Seriously? We do?
This is the Lil Sam and Cat Show, the only real example of online exclusive Sam and Cat media made during the show's run. It's bad. And I know you might be thinking, Quinton, this is clearly just a little short made to advertise the pilot episode. Why get bent out of shape about it? Because you're wrong. There are 59 episodes of the Lil Sam and Cat Show. That's more episodes than the Big Sam and Cat Show had. This show is basically like an offshoot tangent to the metaverse where every single episode is built off of like behind the scenes skits and clips, you know, things that make you understand how they made the show and, you know, oddities of the cast members goofing off in between takes. And all of that is bookended by these little animated segments of like this weird parallel universe where it's Sam and Cat, but everything is little. And the little versions of the Sam and Cat characters are obsessed with Sam and Cat as a TV show. Quite distractingly, Lil Sam and Lil Cat are not voiced by Jeanette McCurdy and Ariana Grande, but instead Megan Strange and Crystal Harwood. Believe it or not, this assigns pointless continuity to the universe of the Lil Sam and Cat Show. You might remember that in the penultimate episode of iCarly, the gang watch an animation segment sent to them by Bitty Big Heads, which is like a chibi version of the iCarly universe. In this segment, Bitty Sam was also played by Megan Strange, implying that the Lil Sam and Cat Show is actually a spin-off of Bitty Big Head's iCarly, creating something of a pocket-sized NSU. Recasting Sam and Cat also gave the show an unexpected strength later on, because after the production of Sam and Cat fell to pieces and the actors stopped showing up to set, they kept making the Lil Sam and Cat Show, with new episodes coming out months after the show was finished. Lil Sam and Cat even did a special bonus episode advertising the release of Henry Danger, the kind of cross-franchise promotion that the main series most likely would have been expected to do if the series hadn't fallen apart under such dubious circumstances. Now, this is going to sound stupid, but I've been trying to avoid spoilers for all of the episodes of Sam and Cat that I haven't seen yet, so we're not actually going to review all of the Lil Sam and Cat Show because there's just too many spoilers, it would be a mess, but I have at this point seen enough of the main franchise that I am prepared to review the first 24 episodes of this web series. So let's get started! In Season 1, Episode 1, we see Lil Sam and Lil Cat land into their Lil studio, where Lil Sam announces that they are about to get live footage of Jeanette McCurdy and Ariana Grande on the set of Sam and Cat. Lil Cat is a massive fan of both girls and gets so excited that she passes out. Lil Sam gets the feed set up, and Jeanette and Ariana appear to tell the girls that they are so excited to see the Lil Sam and Cat Show play out, in a tone which does not at all imply a gun pointed at their heads.
Yep, We'll be sending lots of fun videos of us hanging out and having fun on set.
And we're gonna have all kinds of cool contests where you guys can win in a variety of ways.
We then see that Jeanette is having a foot massage done by the kid who plays dice.
Hey, hand back on the foot.
One of these days, I'm gonna die, and then I'll know peace. Lil Cat wakes up from her excitement coma and learns that she missed the entire segment. We then see a behind-the-scenes sequence of how they did the couch stunt from the pilot episode.
Very carefully.
It's a really safe structure.
Because you can never know what's gonna go wrong.
Ow!
It works flawlessly every time.
We see more behind-the-scenes segments and a few gags and goofs, and then Lil Sam and Lil Cat explode. Good. At the start of Lil Sam and Cat episode 2, the girls point out that they now have a live audience, which Sam says she found waiting at a bus stop, and she coerced them to come to the studio in exchange for free pizza, which the girls do not have. Then some other stuff happens. I hate being alive. Towards the end of the episode, Ariana appears to explain the concept of a mugshot. Mugshots were an interactive element added to Sam and Cat, where fans could send in photos of themselves, and the showrunners would select one person a week to appear in an episode in some way, typically on the bottom of Sam's mug. I think by the end of the show they gave up on this, but there was a lot of focus put on it early on. When the crowd realizes there is no free pizza, they turn on Lil Sam and Cat, and the girls have to flee the studio. In season 1, episode 3, Lil Sam comes into the show late because she stopped to buy some meat being sold in the back of a van, causing strife with Lil Cat as Sam refuses to dedicate to hosting their show, instead chomping down on the questionable meat. She then gets sick and falls over. Then Lil Cat brings in a bunch of butterflies to the studio, which annoy Sam to no end, so she decides to politely spray them with pesticides. Jeanette and Ariana appear to announce the mugshot winner who appeared in that week's episode, and afterwards the butterflies return to the Lil set, with Sam noting that they don't look happy.
Run, Cat!
In season 1, episode 4, the girls are excited as they have an insider who actually worked on Sam and Cat that they have the chance to interview. Said insider turns out to be Murph the Goat, who they speak to about his performance.
What was it like being on a TV show with Ariana and Jeanette? Were you excited? Nervous? You got any crazy behind-the-scenes stories to share with us?
In a brief live-action segment, Jeanette attaches a GoPro to Murph to document what he does throughout the day. This ends with Murph running around the set, sneaking up on people in the show, signing autographs, and then stealing a car. And that's Lil Crime number 1. Then we're shown a behind-the-scenes feature of the stunt fall where a repairman fell on Nona, or rather, Nona's stunt actor.
I'm nervous. I always get a little shaky before stunts, even if I'm just watching them.
Oh wow, I wonder what experience could have inspired that anxiety. Episode 5 is boring, so I'm skipping it. In season 1, episode 6, we learned that Lil Dice has grown tired of being pushed to the sidelines, so he has decided to kick Lil Sam and Lil Cat out of the studio, making himself the lead of the program. But Lil Sam overrules this.
I might have fibbed a little. Gotta go, I'm afraid.
Then Sam and Cat get segways and fly through the window again. In episode 7, Lil Cat introduces a new segment which has to do with lollipops, causing Lil Sam to have an episode.
You're gonna lick my face, aren't you? Yes.
Normal Lil show, normal Lil show! We then see a segment where Jeanette and Ariana have a lollipop licking competition. Well, I'll be damned. Ariana wins. We come back to the Lil set, and we see that Lil Sam has been replaced by a duplicate, a Robo Lil Sam. But Robo Lil Sam breaks, and Lil Sam expresses that she was trying to get out of work. My life has fallen off the rails. I struggle to get out of bed every time I wake up. And I worry that things will never be alright ever again. In episode 8, Lil Sam gets horses for her and Lil Cat to ride on the show, but first she places an ice cream cone onto the forehead of one of the horses. She convinces Cat that this is the only known unicorn in the world, which she tracked down as a gift. Lil Cat says she'll do anything to repay Lil Sam for this, and Lil Sam says she anticipated that, as she has an itemized list of 200 things she needs done. We then see a live action segment where Ariana has learned to speak fucking goat so she can speak to the goat from the episode. Great! good for you. You can do fucking anything. After this, Lil Cat says that she has an embarrassing problem that she doesn't want Lil Sam to laugh at. We learn that she has a gigantic pimple on her arm, and we hear laughing. However, it turns out to be a group of laughing babies who are stuck in the pipes again. Lil Dice gets out a boot because he is going to beat the laughing babies to death, I presume. Then we find out that the climbing baby wall was a special effect. What? No way, you had me fooled. In episode 9, they're in a pool or something, crocodiles show up. The only significant thing about this one is that there's a behind the scenes clip where they show us the actual faces of all of the Victoria shimps, and I just love the energy of this. It's just uncanny in all the right ways. Yeah, I watch Victorious. In episode 10, we find out that Lil Sam and Lil Cat have joined the circus, and they emerge confidently from a tiny car filled with animals. The two do some circus stuff, and Lil Cat says being in the circus is just as fun as Sam promised. And it will keep being fun as long as no clowns show up, because Cat has a clown phobia. Then Sam sends in a bunch of clowns, and Cat passes out. After this, Sam announces that she has a pet elephant now, but Cat continuously refuses to address the elephant in the room because she'll get to it later. Then we see a live action segment where they force Jeanette to interview a toilet.
Give it up, everybody.
I hate my life and I don't want to do this interview.
Then Lil Sam and Lil Cat quit the circus. In episode 11, we're introduced to a long-anticipated character, Lil Goomer, who brings in boxes that are supposed to contain Lil Sam and Lil Cat. However, the cat box includes a real cat who attacks Goomer. It turns out that Goomer accidentally sent the real cat to China. This might be an incredibly racist joke if they did it on purpose. Lil Cat is terrified because she never learned how to use chopsticks, so now she thinks she'll never eat again. After a pointless thing, Lil Cat comes running back onto set, saying she realized she was in Chinatown, not China country. Goomer runs in, saying he thinks he got the right box this time, but a lion pops out. In episode 12, Sam and Cat come out in sumo wrestler outfits, which Lil Sam admits she fished out of a dumpster.
I can't believe I found these in the dumpster behind the studio. Wait, you got these out of the trash? You said they were vintage. That's what vintage means. Taking someone else's garbage and wearing it like it's cool.
Kim Kardashian. The girls introduce a live-action segment of the Guest Stars of the Week dancing, and to celebrate this, the girls danced with their own former guest stars. As Cat dances with the suave lion who showed up in the previous episode, Sam dances with one of the crocodiles and puts up a fuss about it. Then Lil Sam and Lil Cat are erased from existence by a merciful god. Episode 13 is not really too exciting, but does include a really fun blooper.
You pooped!
Oh my god! Oh.
In episode 14, the Lil Show is facing some issues, as it has been infected by bugs, who attack Lil Dice as the girls start the show. The girls call an exterminator company, but they send their newest hire, Lil Goomer, who is terrified of bugs. Sam gets rid of the bugs by tickling them until they leave. In episode 15, it's Halloween or something, who cares? Episode 16 is a clip show. The Lil Sam and Cat show has a clip show. They were that convinced of their own self-worth. At the start of episode 17, Lil Sam and Cat say they've run out of money, so they've started taking sponsors. What hacks? This episode is sponsored by trains, with one on set being piloted by Lil Goomer. Lil Goomer drives the train off, but it runs over Dice in the process. They then do sponsors for cars, and then planes, which Lil Sam pitches as
a great way to travel and spread disease.
In episode 18, we find out that there was a massive Bible-like flood that has enveloped the studio. Dice stays above ground, fighting off a killer shark, while Lil Sam and Cat do a special underwater episode. Are you enjoying this segment? Are you learning things that will improve your day? Will you pass this information along to your descendants? Fill your empty life with my empty words. Do everything you can to fight off the entropy of silence that constantly is moments away from consuming the little you have left. In episode 19, we learned that Lil Sam and Lil Cat have continued their flirtatious relationships with an alligator and a lion, with the joke being that Cat's feline boyfriend is very ideal, while Sam's reptilian boyfriend is a little bit less than that. Sam then begins to go on about the iCarly lore of the real Sam having a twin, which causes Lil Sam to say that unlike her counterpart, she is a quadruplet. After this, 3 identical Sams come onto the show, and they jump around to confuse Cat.
Now guess which one of us is the real Lil Sam? Whoa, her head exploded. Yeah, it always does.
After a random clip shot on the Sam and Cat set, we cut to Lil Sam and Lil Cat being hit with spitballs shot by evil babies.
Lil Cat, you invited those terrible toddlers back on the show? I did. I like the smell of babies. But these are evil babies. They still smell good. Oh yeah, that's good baby. I'd take care of this, but I promised I'd never punch a baby again.
Cat tries to sing the babies a lullaby, but she's the one who ends up passing out. In the next segment, Lil Sam and Cat prepare to introduce the fan that made it into the TV show, but they are interrupted by
Me!
No, not you.
Oh, I'm such a loser!
Yeah, you kinda are.
This is the part where you tell me I'm not a loser!
Anyway.
For the outro, Cat presents something she promises no one will want to miss, a long segment of Nona eating pudding, with extreme close-ups on her mouth as she moans.
Tapioca pudding.
I don't feel safe. Then Lil Sam and Cat's anthro boyfriends come and take them away. In season 1, episode 20, Lil Sam and Cat are now in space. This is the one where they go to space. There's a security breach and some little green aliens show up, and they're like space paparazzi who are big fans of Lil Sam and Cat, but not Big Sam and Cat. Says a lot about media accessibility in that era. Lil Cat gives them an orbograph, which is not a sexual thing. Then we see the greatest segment in all of the Lil Sam and Cat show. 2 random men reenact scenes from Sam and Cat.
And I kind of don't have anywhere I need to be, and kind of need a roommate.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Yeah.
You're gonna stay here in LA with me for a while and help me find a roommate?
I already found you a roommate.
Shut up! Who is she?
Me.
Oh my gosh! This is the best day ever!
If I could, I would only watch this version of the show. Later, in the vacuum, Sam has Cat open up a bottle of soda, and she goes shooting off. Sam then summons a shooting star, which she rides off into the night. Literally. The next 2 episodes of the Lil Sam and Cat show are lost media. Not much information has been maintained about these episodes, except the titles and thumbnails, which still survive to this day. Episode 21 seems to have featured Cat being decapitated, presumably with her head and body getting up to separate adventures. And episode 22 was a mini-episode focusing on the real Dice doing magic tricks. The weird thing is that a lot of episodes of the Lil Sam and Cat show are still on various Nickelodeon websites, fully available to be watched at any time. So the fact that other episodes only exist through low-quality YouTube rips or don't exist at all is just really strange to me. Now, episodes 23 and 24 are very unique, as they don't actually tie into any episodes broadcast on TV, as they are instead standalone shorts. They are also both Christmas specials, unique as Sam and Cat never had an official Christmas episode, only an honorary one. Episode 23 features Dice throwing a Sam and Cat super rockin' awesome fun time shindig, which starts off poorly as a Christmas tree falls on him. Dice then notes that it's very hot on set, and we see why. Lil Sam is roasting a pig as she is throwing a special Hawaiian Christmas party. We then meet Goomer Claus, who is one of Santa's helpers. Goomer Claus has attempted to make a display for the party, a sleigh with 8 cats leading it. He explains that the pet store was all out of deer and the sickly cats were all they would give him. Around this point, we also see specially shot segments of Jeanette and Ariana. They throw the party, but Cat ultimately is a total no-show. The segment is hilarious because there's a bunch of lore characters we're supposed to know already, but we don't because some fucking idiot at Viacom deleted a bunch of episodes of the greatest little show to ever exist and just never put them back up. Cat shows up and says she was in the bathroom. Episode 24 is essentially a bloopers reel of the previous episode. There, that's it. We're fucking done. So that was the first 24 episodes of the Lil Sam and Cat Show. Will I ever review the remaining 35 episodes? I hope not. So let's end off this intermission compilation with the very thing that I teased at the start of this whole mess. Random Sam and Cat oddities that I found on eBay. The first thing I got was a Sam and Cat poster that I found on Mercari. I lost it, which leaves us with basically the only thing I ever had on the docket to begin with. Sam and Cat school folders. These were shockingly hard to get. They took me a few times and a few different bids, because what I've discovered is that, like, Ariana collectors have developed a completely artificial black market for certain Sam and Cat memorabilia, and for some reason, the folders were a part of that, and I have a theory why. These folders are basically like posters, like little tiny posters, and what I've discovered is a lot of people buy these folders, make pretty good scans of them, upscale them, and then sell them as posters, you know, because, I don't know, there's probably like some 12-year-old girl in the world who loves the obscure oddities of Ariana history that wouldn't mind like a Cat Valentine poster on her wall, so you have to fend off some bots and some scalpers to actually get these. But we can quickly go through these. This is the main one from my perspective. This was like a poster for the series, and it's like this big explosion of Apartment 22, and all of the characters from the first few episodes are just popping out there. Then this is one of the Ariana folders. It's her holding a can of Bibble, and on the back you kind of got Sam dressed up all silly and she's doing a dance. And here is another Cat Valentine folder. For some reason, there's a lot more Cat Valentine folder than Sam Puckett folders, and she's on her bike, and on the back you see that Sam is on her motorcycle. You know, they parallel in that way. And then you've got this one, which I know for a fact I scanned and turned into the thumbnail. I just thought it was a very good photo of the two of them, and I wasn't able to Photoshop that flower out of Cat's hair, so if you look at the thumbnail, that's still there. Then this is the only Sam folder I have. I presume there's more Sam folders, and it's her hugging this big yellow duck, and then on the back you got Cat holding a stuffed animal. And, that's it. That's all the Sam and Cat merchandise they made. Okay, there is actually one other thing that I just remembered. I managed to find on, I think, Facebook Marketplace, this Sam and Cat t-shirt for a child. And I've developed a pretty good eye for telling when a t-shirt is made by a spam bot and when it's official. And based on what I've seen, this one is, you know, Nickelodeon approved. So this is an official shirt from the time. And, you know, obviously I have this shirt. I want to do something with it, right? And the sad thing is, because it's made for a child, it like would not fit me at all. But I was thinking it might be just the perfect size to put on a novelty oversized Garfield. Okay, so when I said that, I'm sure a lot of you guys thought that I was gonna put the shirt on that Garfield on my set, but that guy's actually too big. He wears like like a 6XL or something like that. So I went on eBay a while ago and I got this guy. This is a new one of my favorites. He's a big guy and he's wearing a t-shirt that says, "Are we having fun yet?" So these are fascinating Garfields because from my understanding of it, these were never meant to be sold. These were kind of meant for like windows, you know. You want to advertise you're selling Garfield plushies, put a big one of these at the window. And you can really tell because this line work on his stripes is pathetic, you know. But that's because this wasn't meant to actually be like sold to the public. So yeah, this is the one I got. And the great thing about these old Garfield plushies is all the clothes have like Velcro and stuff on them. So like I can just take this shirt off. And so this was my idea. Okay, so you're following me so far? I cut the shirt down the back, so all I gotta do is just put it on like this, right? Just put it on like that. And there we go. We've completed the tradition. We had an iCarly Garfield, we had a Victorious Garfield, and now we have the Sam and Cat Garfield. And I'm sure at some point I'll get a shot of all of them together. I'll put it in right here. And we've got the whole group. We did it, people. We did it. Okay, so that's this intermission dealt with. Let's get back into where we left off with Season 1, Episode 11. Now, this one's going to be an interesting throwback. Because this episode is actually a sequel to an earlier episode that we reviewed not too long ago. So let's talk about Season 1, Episode 11, Revenge of the Brit Brats. Very early into working on this stage in the miniseries, I decided that I wanted to split this video in half, like I had previously done with iCarly and then Victorious. This was partially for logistical reasons, like the realization of how long this video would be if I didn't split it down the middle, and also thematic reasons, which I now have to over-explain due to recent events. Sam and Cat is a fascinating show because it's really the story of a bunch of executives putting two women together in a room who had nothing in common. No shared strife, no past experiences, nothing. And then they said, for branding purposes, you two are best friends. Hey, look, we paid to put the both of you on the cover of Girls Life magazine. And we say in the magazine that you two are real-life besties. So you'd better start acting like real-life besties. And over the course of filming, and more specifically during the summer that fell exactly in the middle of their 40-episode production schedule, something significant happened to both of these women. Totally different things that changed their lives in extremely significant ways and really pushed them on even more divergent paths. And the weird thing about this is that to this day, you could argue that neither woman needs or deserves to be in a telling of the other's story. And so my vision of the Sam and Cat two-parter has always been that at the end of the first video, we would do a telling of the series coming to a close from the perspective of Ariana Grande. And then, at the end of part 2, we would do a telling of the end of the series from the perspective of Jeanette McCurdy. And kind of the whole point of this would be pointing out that these two stories are completely tonally dissonant from each other, once again proving that these two women had pretty much nothing in common. Now, an important piece of context on the meta side of things is that I originally intended that I wanted this video to come out on June the 15th, 2022, and then I wanted Sam and Cat Part 2 to come out right about now because I knew it would be topical. But then a bunch of really, really awful stuff happened to me, and I just struggled to do anything for probably about a month and a half. And this has been the worst year of my life. I'm not going to lie to you. That's how bad it is. This has been the worst year of my life. And so working on this project was extremely difficult for me for a very long time. And because of that, this video is late. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people who are frustrated because they're going to allege that this video is clickbait because they clicked on the video expecting content that I was always saving for part 2. And if that has happened to you, and if you are unhappy with the turnout of this video, I just want to say, oops. The point is that in this final intermission of Sam and Cat Part 1, I would like to cover a topic that has been inevitable since the beginning. The life and times of Ariana Grande. I think I say it a little bit different each fucking time. Ariana Grande was born on June the 26th, 1993 in Boca Raton, Florida. Her parents were both highly connected in the world of business. Her mother was a CEO at a family-owned manufacturing company, and her father owned a graphic design firm. Her parents divorced when she was very young, but she remained especially close to her maternal grandparents. By the time Ariana was 10 years old, she had starred in a number of local theater productions of musicals like The Wizard of Oz and Annie. And after she gained a professional manager in her early tweens, she landed a prominent role in the Broadway musical 13. During this time, she supposedly sought out the idea of doing an R&B album right then and there, but this was shot down by her managers, who said people weren't likely to buy an R&B album made by a 14-year-old. According to Grande, her choice to accept a lead in a Nickelodeon sitcom was merely her attempt to bide her time until she was old enough to pursue her true passions in life. I've been using phrases like supposedly and according to Grande because I take this whole part of the story with a grain of salt. It feels a little bit revisionist to me. I found that adults, whenever they end up on the track where they're going to be, for the rest of their lives, it becomes convenient for them to pretend that was always the plan. Because sometimes, even at moments of great success, it's scary to imagine that you stumbled upon your destiny through haphazard circumstance. During this period, Ariana continued to maintain a YouTube channel, where she posted many videos with her friends from 13 and later, Victorious. It was here that she started to experiment with posting music online, through various covers which tended to go viral.
The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we could have had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we should have had it all. Rolling in the deep.
As she filmed Victorious, Ariana continued to work on music with said manager for a theoretical debut album, and she was ultimately signed by a record label in September 2011. Thus, in December 2011, Ariana's first single dropped to the public. Now, saying this is a little bit controversial these days because, let's just say most Ariana fans tend to consider this song non-canonical. Now at this point, I would like to ignore that advice and heavily analyze this song and the music video. However, we have a problem, because Ariana Grande's catalog is heavily protected by copyright. So I don't really have a way to review the material as it was originally intended to be shown. So here is Ariana Grande's debut single, Put Your Hearts Up, playing at 95% speed on my Shrek CRT TV. Put Your Hearts Up is one of the strangest beats in the story of Ariana's career, mostly because, as I've said earlier, you're really not supposed to recognize that it is the start to her career. Ariana has gone as far as to delist the music video on all official accounts, and she has gone on the record to say that she's quite embarrassed by it, once calling it the worst moment of my life. The song was heavily dictated by Studio Intervention, who wanted Ariana to release music which reflected the persona that she played on TV. In her own words, she stated that the song is bubblegum pop, and she's also added that the song isn't bad, it's just not fitted for her because she is not a bubblegum pop artist. Ariana has also stated in numerous interviews that early into her career, she had some anxieties that her blossoming fanbase would never come to understand that Cat Valentine was just a character, and taking that into consideration, it's easy to understand why she hated this specific song. Put Your Hearts Up feels like a music video by Cat Valentine, not Ariana. Down to the detail that Ariana keeps doing that doe-eyed, surprised by everything face in spite of it not matching the vocals at all. Looking at her origin from this perspective perhaps recontextualizes why Ariana was so heavily non-present in the music of Victorious. Because if she was already facing this immense pop culture identity crisis, releasing solo music as Cat Valentine was completely against her better interests. Oh, real quick, one thing that I almost forgot to mention about this single, it's the He-Man song. Like, you know, like the He-Man meme song. The one that goes like... It's that song. And like, I'm not exaggerating, they sampled the entire chorus. I think my favorite lyric in this entire thing is when Ariana suddenly says, "Wishing on a shooting star in the sky. We can do anything if we try. Can't resurrect Gandhi, but if we put our heads together, we can do anything." That is probably my favorite pop song lyric of all time. Wish on a star, you can be who you are. We can do anything except resurrect Martin Luther King Jr., who was killed by the FBI. One could argue that Ariana Grande's bubblegum pop era lasted a little bit longer after this. For instance, in 2012, she released a remix with Micah of the song Popular from Wicked, which was one of Ariana's favorite musicals. I'm sure that piece of trivia will never come up again in the story of Ariana Grande's life. Then, in 2013, she was working on a song called Pink Champagne, which she ultimately released not as a single and not on any album, but as a bonus track on Twitter. Around this time, Ariana became very serious about kickstarting her career again, this time on her own terms, and she ultimately accomplished this in mid-2013 when she released The Way, a collaboration with rap artist Mac Miller. So here is Ariana's second single, The Way, playing at 95% speed on my Shrek CRT TV. The Way may not be Ariana's first or even second single, but it's the first song she put out that actually sounds like she wanted to make it. It is the first Ariana Grande single that sounds like an Ariana Grande song. And it's also great, which is why it's a much more convenient place to start the story. The song nearly feels like a direct response to Put Your Hearts Up. It's not particularly edgy, especially compared to her later works, but it is a song for adults, which is something that was brought up often during the single's promotion. Interestingly, despite their chemistry in this song, Ariana and Mac didn't start dating for several years after its release, something you'd never guess watching it for the first time. In the end, The Way is a fantastic song and a fantastic start to an incredible career. My only real criticism of it is that it needs more lyrics about the immutable slaughter of civil rights leader Mahatma Gandhi. Ariana would follow the song up with 2 more singles and then would drop her debut album, Yours Truly, in August 2013. In just one summer, through a short stint of releases, Ariana had propped herself up to become one of the biggest stars in the world. Now, the elephant in the room at this point is that weeks after The Way dropped to the public, Sam and Cat premiered on Nickelodeon, which must have seemed strange at the time. Because just imagine, if you have to, that you're an Ariana Grande fan in June of 2013 who has just discovered her for the first time ever, and you suddenly hear, hey, she has a brand new TV show that's going to be airing on TV. So you go and you seek it out, and it's a show for babies that has nothing to do with her music. People like to say that Nickelodeon knew that Ariana was going to blow up exactly when she did, and that's why they greenlit the show. But I don't think that's true. Because if Nickelodeon had predestination knowledge of what that year was going to be like for Ariana, the continuing adventures of Cat Valentine was not the show to greenlight. Wouldn't it make more sense to make a show where Ariana is playing a completely new character called, Ariana Stewart, and this character has the same hair color as Ariana Grande, and she talks the same way as Ariana Grande? Towards the end of the summer, as we all know, Sam and Cat took a production break, and according to what I can tell, I'm pretty sure they only took said production break so that Ariana could further her career. In August, Ariana made one of her first live performances at the Video Music Video Awards, where she performed an awkwardly choreographed melody of several of her newest songs. This would be followed up by a more professional-looking show done at the American Music Awards. Now, 7 or 8 years ago, when I started this YouTube channel, this is a sentence that I honestly never would have guessed I would end up saying. Let's talk about the history of Ariana Grande's hair. While she was on Victorious, Ariana had to maintain her physical appearance to be similar to that of her character. What this meant is that every other week, she would bleach her hair and then dye it the iconic shade of cupcake red. What Ariana took to doing in 2012 and 2013 is sometimes she would take breaks from filming and she would work on music videos and singles instead. During these periods, she would temporarily dye her hair black or brown in order to create a separation from the role she played on TV. By this point, her hair was heavily damaged by years of the process, and she took to wearing her hair in a ponytail to hide this. Here's why this is important. In July of 2013, Ariana once again dyed her hair back to its natural color. She would never go back. And for the rest of her time at Nickelodeon, Ariana would wear a red wig whenever she was expected to play Cat Valentine. To me, this is almost a cinematic piece of storytelling. From this moment forwards, the emotional and physical tug-of-war between Ariana's two lives would stop existing. Her presence as an artist would always remain her main focus, and while she would still dedicate time to Nickelodeon, she would never let it split hairs ever again. With a top 10 hit now under her belt, Ariana began working on her second album, which leaned a little bit more into the pop sound. And in September of 2013, she also started filming Season 1B of Sam and Cat. However, from here, the imminent collapse of her Nickelodeon sitcom and the ongoing launch of her musical career seemed to mirror each other like lines in a poem. In the first weeks of April 2014, it was announced that Sam and Cat would be taking a hiatus from production. At the end of that month, Ariana Grande released Problem, a collaboration with Iggy Azalea. The song peaked at number 2 on the American billboards. Around the same time, Sam and Cat would win the Kids' Choice Award for Favorite TV Show. Ariana would accept the award alone. In early July, Ariana would release the aptly titled Break Free, which reached number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100. Less than 2 weeks later, after months of speculation and misinformation, Nickelodeon formally announced that Sam and Cat would not continue past episode 35. Not only would Sam and Cat not get a second season, but from a certain point of view, it didn't even finish the first. That same day, as the news spread online, Ariana posted a twit-longer addressing the show's cancellation and saying goodbye to a character that she had played for 5 years.
So the news is out about Sam and Cat. I felt it wasn't my place to make any sort of announcement, so I kept quiet until now. I want to thank Nickelodeon for allowing me to play such a special character who I hid behind for so long. What I mean is that when I was younger, people loved Cat so much that I used to pretend to be just like her. It took me a long time to be brave enough to separate myself and show people how different we actually are. I think that's honestly because I admire her so much. Her appreciation for life and everybody she encounters, her passion and genuine excitement for the little things that most people dread, like school projects and work. She always saw negative obstacles as opportunities to make things good. One of my favorite things about Cat was that she never lost her sense of wonder. As we grow up, we become more and more jaded and fearful of how we come across. We hold back a little more, protect ourselves a little more. And although Cat goes through the same ridicule as everybody else does growing up, she never changed or lost her childlike wonder. To me, that's the bravest, most special thing about her. She actually reminds me a lot of Frankie in that way. So I know a lot of people will think this is a lot for some dumb kids show character, but to me, she's actually a lot smarter, stronger, and braver than all the rest of us. Hopefully we'll find out one day if Cat and Robbie ever got married. If I had any say in the story from here on out, I'd make sure that they were happily married with sweet, eccentric, Jewish, artificially redheaded babies. Cat would constantly find herself reminding Aunt Sam to leave the butter sock and other dangerous weapons out of the house. They'd live down the street from Jade and Beck, also happily married, with purple and black-haired, pale, grungy, beautiful goth babies. Thank you to the cast and crew who I spent almost every day with for a good 4 or 5 years. Thanks for lighting us up beautifully, making the most incredible props, keeping us on track, and most of all, for making it such a positive work environment. The guys behind the scenes couldn't have been more pleasant or hardworking, and I appreciate them for that so much. Finally, thank you from the bottom of my heart to a true friend of mine, Dan.
The final episode of Sam and Cat aired on July the 17th, 2014. Ariana's fanbase seemed to barely recognize the change, and 11 days later, the tri-collaboration Bang Bang kickstarted Ariana's post-Nickelodeon career in the biggest way possible. These days, it's almost difficult to imagine how big of a pop culture entity Ariana Grande truly is. Today, she is the 5th most followed personality on all of social media, and when you download Spotify onto your phone, Ariana Grande is one of the artists displayed in the page goading you to make an account. To an entire generation of music lovers, Ariana Grande isn't just a popular artist, she represents the concept of music itself, which only makes it more inexplicable that at the very foundation of her music career, she was playing a delicate balancing act just to keep Cat Valentine in her life for a few extra months. And that is the exact number of words that I am contractually obligated to say about Ariana Grande. Brief intermission here. I want to do a bonus intermission. This one is called How Long Can Quinton Hold His Breath? That long.